What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei met Artoria early and became her master. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the part 2. Chap 14. I see, so the sewer is important for every town in terms of hygiene. It would affect the health and mind of everyone living inside the town. Lancer noted that down, hoping that it could be used to improve the quality of life when she returned to the past. She would need to consult with Merlin, since it wasn't possible to just use the technology back then to replicate the sewer she read in the book. Increasing trade routes with the Roman Empire should also help us, but it would be difficult since Camelot is on an island. We would need more ships to carry goods, and we would also need to produce goods according to the demand of the empire. The sad thing is we couldn't increase the amount of crops enough for trading. Perhaps we could trade with the Pict. No, they were too different from us. Lancer took a break from studying. She glanced at Issei, who was sleeping soundly. Where did it go wrong? She wondered. Originally she wanted to object against the idea to save Akeno's mother, checking on whether she was alive or not even. There was no reason to risk themselves that much to help Akeno, especially when she wanted to borrow the hands of the now dead berserker and rider to eliminate Lancer from the war just a few days ago. However, Issei was still young, his head was full of naive ideals. He believed that it was his duty to help others despite the fact that they were enemies. However, if she declined, Issei would still try to convince her or find another way to do it behind her back, which was something Lancer wanted to prevent. So the king looked at another way, and she reached the conclusion that the result ultimately benefited her regardless of what it was. If this was a trap and the Himejima clan would ambush them when they arrived, then it would be a harsh lesson for Issei. He would learn to discard his heroic ideals and to see Akeno not as an ally but an enemy. He would listen to her and process as she planned. If they could rescue Shuri for real, then Akeno would withdraw to run away before the Himejima could capture them. The clan wouldn't be able to move their main fighting force to attack Issei and her either, as Saber would be there to support them. Additionally, the Mage Association along with the Vatican would prevent the Himejima from doing so when they were in the middle of a Grail war. It was supposed to be a win-win situation for Lancer. It should have been, yet the result took her by surprise. Lancer had made a mistake to assume that Shuri was alive. She didn't expect said woman had been killed years ago. So the trip didn't teach Issei a lesson, and it didn't remove Akeno from the war. A loss for their side. Issei even made it worse as he declared that he would tell the truth to Akeno instead of letting her handle it. In time like this, his stubbornness had proved to be a problem. Already she knew Akeno wouldn't be able to continue the war with a clear mind when she was crushed by the news of her mother's death. If this keeps going, sooner or later we would find ourselves in an unfavorable situation. Real life is cruel. It doesn't permit you to make mistakes because too many mistakes means loss and death, which could have been prevented if one acted differently. The naive ideal of Issei must be held back, and Lancer must be the one to do so for the sake of victory. It would be a matter of time before their alliance was done for when Issei failed to bring Shuri back. Akeno and Saber would be making their moves soon, and Lancer wanted to be able to respond to them when they turned their blades against her. Issei had no excuse not to fight them now. It had been an exhausting day for Issei, so he woke up late in the morning. She could see that he was depressed. Regardless, he still went to the dining room with her behind. Lancer had a bad feeling about this. There was no way Akeno would be alright to prepare breakfast after what happened last night, and if she did then it would be a scheme. Excuse us. Issei slid the door sideways. Food had been put on the table, and Saber was there, alone in the dining room. Akeno could be heard working from the kitchen behind. However, Lancer knew they were no longer allies. It was carefully hidden, but she definitely could feel the killing intent from those empty eyes of Saber. The food likely is poison too. Lancer had never fought a warrior from the East back when she was alive, but due to the knowledge from modern age, she understood that a Japanese swordmaster could attack in the sitting position. In other words, Saber had entered an attack stance from the beginning. She had gotten the ambush advantage. Her blades were ready to be drawn. One more step from Issei and he was in Saber's range of attack. Thanks to her instinct, Lancer could see that Saber wanted to cut his left arm, which was where his command spells were. Yet the moment Saber made said attack, she would leave her guard open, allowing Lancer to pierce Saber's throat with her lance. No, Saber should be fast enough to move her head slightly to dodge such an attack, and she could always use her other katana to block or deflect Lancer's lance. To kill Saber, Lancer would need to attack through a blind spot, which was Issei's left arm, to ensure that Saber wouldn't be able to react. As for Saber, she would need to wait until Issei entered her range of attack. Lancer doubted Saber would show her blades if the conditions weren't met. Likely she would let Issei and Lancer eat the poison food to weaken them. For the king, trading an arm for a life of a strong enemy is an acceptable price. Lancer would start the attack before Saber by thrusting her weapon through Issei's left arm. Without a proper armor, Saber wouldn't survive a direct hit. A Kuoh would pose no threat once Saber had been defeated. For the night, allowing her master to lose his arm like that is simply unacceptable regardless of the benefits. Besides that, Issei was depressed. If he lost an arm now, he could snap and made even more mistakes in the war. The two command spells were important resources which could turn the table in certain circumstances too. Therefore her answer was clear. Lancer used her left arm to pull and throw Issei behind her, while at the same time she lunged her lance at Saber, who also drew her katana. The dining room was destroyed by the shockwave created when their weapons clashed. Instantly Lancer had her armor on and thrust her lance at Saber, targeting her forehead, throat and chest, yet all of them were repelled by Saber. She could see the directions of Saber's counters as she tried to cut her eyes, neck and shoulders, yet her armor withstood the onslaught after the force of the attacks had been reduced thanks to the lance. Looks like it's not possible for me to summon my steed. The space was too small for her to ride her horse, so Lancer would have to fight Saber on foot. The two of them switched their battlefield from the dining room to the bathroom and then various places. Nothing could stay intact when Lancer and Saber kept throwing their attacks at each other. Before Issei's body touched the ground, over 100 blows had been exchanged, and neither Lancer nor Saber intended to decrease their rate of attacks. If Lancer was the unstoppable storm, then Saber was the persistent cyclone. Lancer's blows were heavy and fast, while Saber's slashes were skillful and precise. Their battle dragged on, and only slowed down when a Kuoh began to attack Issei. They both knew the inexperienced Issei stood no chance against a Kuoh in combat, so Lancer had to look out for her master. But Issei's sacred gear was proved to be dangerous and unpredictable, so Saber too had to look out for a Kuoh. Their frequent rate of attacks decreased since they had to look back and forth, but that didn't mean they had no intention not to kill their opponent. Between the clash of iron, Lancer could see Saber's faint smile, as if she were enjoying their fight. Lancer too was glad she could test her full power against a rival from another land of another time. Originally they wanted to have a spar fight to gauge each other's strength and skills. Perhaps they would laugh if the circumstances led to their battle was better. At last no such thing could happen now, for each of their attacks carried the will to finish their opponent. They were finally back at the dining room again to observe their masters better. The shrine was ruined by their fight, but they understood that neither would be using this place as a base anymore after today. The flow of battle changed when Issei was hit by a Kuoh's curse. Master. Lancer could feel the drop in mana. The curse had shown its effect, now Issei couldn't properly support her. Even though Lancer had mana at A rank, it would rapidly decrease the more she spent on fighting Saber, who was her peer. Not to mention there's no telling how many battles against other servants after this. She might not have a chance to use her noble phantasm due to how close they were and how fast Saber was, but she definitely needed to be able to use her trump card at least once. What do I do now? Saber was increasing her pace after Issei was cursed. A Kuoh wouldn't miss this chance to siege Issei's command spells. If Lancer became a Kuoh servant, she doubted she would be allowed to achieve her wish. Lancer tried to turn her head slightly, but Saber didn't let her have a shot at killing a Kuoh. In the sink or swim situation, Issei made his call. By this command spell, I order you to get us out of here. Power surged through Lancer's body, she disengaged and rode her horse to where Issei was to grab him. Saber swung twice in their route, but she could only scratch the lance and the armor. A Kuoh tried to launch a barrage of explosive charms, but they all missed. With one dash the horse carried them out of the shrine, leaving a Kuoh and Saber behind. They continued to run until they reached the outskirts of the town. Lancer couldn't sense Saber nor any familiar, so she dismissed her horse. Exhausted and hungry, both master and servant sat down to catch their breath under a tree. Lancer also unequipped her armor and weapon, she had to save mana now. Well. I should have expected our little alliance to end this fast. Issei let out a sigh. Are you okay? Does that curse hurt you greatly? Lancer looked at her master. I'm fine as long as I don't fight. Issei answered after checking his body and touching his left arm, his sacred gear had been unsummoned. It still hurts though, but not that much. We need to move. Staying out in the open like this will make us a target for all of them. Lancer said, yet they had nowhere to go. They couldn't return to the shrine, nor Issei's house as a Kuoh obviously would send her familiars there. Nope, I don't have enough to rent a hotel. Issei said after checking his pocket. I leave my wallet at my room. Not that it's full anyway. Should we go for another horse race? Lancer asked. That seems to be the fastest way to get money in your era. Sorry, I can't afford train tickets to the neighboring town with my current money. Issei shook his head. Lancer couldn't use her horse to get to another town, either due to the cost of mana. Just when she was confident of winning due to the amount of mana Issei got, they were back to square one. Let's see. A Kuoh is our enemy now, so is Archer. Izuzaku might have promised us that Archer and his master wouldn't harm us, but there's no telling now that Akeno has decided to take revenge. The church side is obviously our enemy, Ryder, and his master won't help us unless we manage to remove the G's. Issei scratched the back of his head. Oh shit, we have to tell Castor now that Himejima might want to speed things up so she would attack her. We can join Castor. Lancer proposed. The shrine side has Saber and Archer, the church side has Ryder and Assassin. So we can only survive if we join force with Castor. Will they accept us? With our current status we would just be a burden to them. They have no choice but to accept us because the other option is getting ganged up on by multiple servants. Speaking of which, we can ask Castor to remove that curse on you. It is crucial for us to be ready in combat now that we have been put in this state. Regardless of the true identity of Castor, she should have the knowledge to either neutralize or cancel the effect of the disruption curse Akeno put on Issei. Alright, then let's go to their base. Issei stood up. The pair began to walk toward the hill where Castor and her master made their base. They both kept silent the entire time. Issei couldn't even afford a snack or drink at the vending machine on the way. Fortunately for them, Saber and Akeno didn't chase after them. By the time they reached their destination, afternoon was almost over. Geez, remember what you promised us. Now you come here with a tail between your legs, but no means no. Sneered the fox. You are but a burden for us. It was not difficult to understand. Since Lancer was weakened, it didn't matter if Castor allied with him, Saber would be able to beat her in this state and team up with Archer to kill Castor. If they were by their own, it would take time for Saber and Archer to hunt down Lancer and Issei before going for Castor. They would also have to look out for Ryder and Assassin's surprised attack. You do know that you alone cannot match other servants, let alone a pair of them. Lancer tried to convince the fox. If you could remove the curse on my master, we would stand a better chance. Oh please, how do we know that you are not tricking us to let you into our base so that you can attack us from the inside and outside with your friends? Lancer bit her lips. What the fox said was true too. It didn't matter what they said, Castor and her master wouldn't trust her and Issei enough to help them. Get it? We have no place for a couple of losers, so shoo. Go away. Lancer considered attacking Castor now, but they still didn't know her true identity, and without proper support from Issei, it would be too dangerous. The pair of master and servant had no choice but to leave the hill in a bitter mood. Having walked the whole day with nothing in their stomach took the last bit of their mental strength. See? I told you so, we wouldn't be in this situation if you just let me handle Akeno. Lancer complained. Issei's left eye twitched at her words. Have you finally seen that your naive ideal is hurting us more than it should be? This is what happens when you run around trying to be a hero. You think that you could end the war without bloodshed. That you are capable of helping everyone with a childish ideal. Look at yourself, you can't even beat Akeno, despite having the power of Wide Drake Gotch, and Castor flat out rejects you when you ask for help. I'm sorry that I'm weak, but so what? What's wrong with wanting to help others? Not everyone is an evil enemy that deserves to die. Don't you have any pity for Akeno when she has no clue that the person she loves the most has been killed years ago? Why would anyone want her to continue to live under a lie? Issei gritted his teeth. I'm not treating people like objects unlike you just because it's more advantageous for us that way. That is the reason why we are in this helpless situation. Because of your selfish desire that, instead of having Saber as our ally, now we have to fight her and possibly Archer in a condition where you cannot supply me with mana. You just decide to tell the truth to Akeno without considering what would happen to us. Lancer said coldly, but it was hard to hide the anger in her voice. You who have not gone through suffering, you who have not once lived through hardship, you who has sheltered the entire life, think that you know how life works. How war works. You, a civilian, do not understand how to win a war. Yeah, I don't know about all that war and shit, alright. Issei spatted. But you king is so great, that's why Camelot went to shit, because it was ruled by a great king who thinks she knows everything. What did you say? Lancer could feel her blood boiling by Issei's words. Am I wrong? I saw it. I saw how you tried to bring Lancelot back and forgive him for what he had done. How the hell did you even come up with that decision? Because we need all the manpower. Camelot was under attack by multiple sides. I could not afford to lose Lancelot, whose prowess and army were critical for the sake of our island. The Knights of the Round Table were irreplaceable for the war effort. Lancer retorted. That does not mean it is the right thing to do. I know it's a tragedy for three of you, but the choice you made goes against the nature of man. What kind of king would just let the one who stole away his queen go unpunished like that? How could any man possibly trust your decisions if you overlook the culprit who committed one of the worst crimes? Issei argued back loudly. You are an insufferable king who only does what you think is the best for others. Have you ever considered what they actually want? The people wanted a perfect king, and the knights demanded a good commander. I have become what they ask for. I have become the very ideal being that they desired. What do you know about it? Perfect king. Yeah. You got that one right. From the very beginning you had to shut yourself inside a cover of perfection. No, you were enslaved to the ideal of that age, devoted to it with everything you got to please your people. You were so rigid that they could not see you as a human. In the end it was your precious ideal that killed you and ruined your kingdom. Lancer's heart went cold at those words. People of that age only accepted a man, hence you had to make up a facade when you took the throne to hide your true identity, and it was also the reason why you had to marry a spouse. Which eventually led to the demise of Camelot when Lancelot started the affair. Since you weren't capable of pleasing your queen, then you had to leave Camelot in Mordred's hands, who gathered the opposed factions to rebel against you. That was how your kingdom was destroyed. Because of a lie. Issei threw everything at her. No matter what achievements you had done for them, they would just pin the blame on you. All because you are a woman. Lancer's hand moved before she realized it. Issei fell on the ground, two of his teeth flew out and lost among the grass. Think. Before you speak. Lancer spitted the words on Issei, who was struggling to stand up. A trail of blood could be seen on his mouth. Cool down your head, since we can't join Castor we will need to find another way to remove your curse. I will find us a shelter, you meanwhile try to gather as much food and resources as you can. I don't care if you have to steal it. We will meet again later. Lancer quickly walked away. She knew if she continued to remain there it wouldn't end with just a slap. How dare he? A brat who only thinks with his bloody wiener dares to insult me, a king, like that. Lancer punched through a tree. If he is not my master and the inheritor of the Welsh dragon's power, I would have broken his bloody limbs. That wanker. She kicked another tree and brought it down. Has he ever considered how foolish and useless he is? Why would he just decide things by himself when I am the one with more experience and has led my army against all odds to victory for a decade? How can someone who lives in an era of peace ever think he can order those who lived in the age of strife? Another row of trees was cut down when Lancer swung her lance. How come he is no different from them? How could they not see that Guinevere was genuinely happy when she was with Lancelot? The knights too, they demanded retribution from the man who only wanted to comfort the woman he loved. They didn't even care about why we needed Lancelot to keep Camelot from chaos, or that my decision was the most efficient one. A large crater was created when Lancer brought down her lance. Ha. Ha. Lancer wiped the sweat on her head. There was only the sound of insects and occasionally wild animals around her. For an hour Lancer stopped thinking, she just sat there and let the wind blow past her. What have I done? Lancer shook her head. She didn't understand why she got caught up in the argument like that. Both her and Issei were tired, so it was natural that they would let their emotion go loose. However, as the older person Lancer should have stayed calm, she could have averted the topic instead of responding to Issei's words. There was no point in arguing over such things. Issei was still a teenager. He didn't understand the harshness of life, so that was how he reacted to things he hadn't gone through. With his stubbornness, the only thing that can teach him to understand is to let him experience it himself. There is no other way around it. Lancer took a deep breath. She needed to return to Issei to protect him. Regardless of what he said, he was still her master. Lancer knew that Issei would be the first one to apologize to her, thanks to what she had seen in the dreams. So she would let him do that. More than ever, Lancer needed to retain the strong image in his head. In case he said nothing, then they would just forget this. Besides, back then Issei could have got out of this war the easy way if he just gave up his command spells. Instead he chooses to stay with me while knowing that there's a chance Akeno might take his parents hostage. I shouldn't disregard his bravery. Lancer closed her eyes. There is something I need to confirm with him too. We also need to figure out how to remove the curse. In the morning Akeno said that the curse could last for a month, but hiding ourselves for a month is definitely not a good option. Lancer stood up, she opened her eyes, gripped her lance hard and turned her head to the north. Show yourself. Lancer pointed her lance at the pair of man and woman who slowly stepped out of the dark. Earlier when she was thrashing around she didn't notice them, but they definitely had watched her for some time. Easy there, Miss Lancer, we mean no harm. They both raised their empty hands. The man was in a thick grey coat while the woman was in a rather provocative red coat with a miniskirt. Oh, where's my manner? My name is Donasek, and this is my comrade Calawerner. They slightly bowed to Lancer. What do you want? Lancer knew that these two were non-human, and for unknown reasons they reminded her of Akeno, despite the appearance of Westerners. Through a check at their magical energy, she was confident that she could beat them 2v1 in a fight with just her lance. We have seen how incompetent your master is. Not only he does all of these stupid things without considering your opinions, but the fact is that he is too young for such an important war. Untrained and impulsive, he is not a suitable master for such a strong warrior like you. Therefore, we have an offer for you. Calawerner continued after Donasek. You too want me to become your servant? Lance went straight for it. Correct. Donasek smiled. We can assure you that we can provide virtually unlimited mana for you to fight in this war, and we will consult you on the aspect of tactics and strategies. The only thing you need to do is to forge a contract with one of us. You want me to kill my master? Lancer said in monotone. Why not? He has proved to be useless and a hindrance for you. Well, if you want him to live, you could just take away his command spells or force him to cut the contract. Kaloriner shrugged. There's nothing he could do now since he's weakened. Please, think about our offer. I believe it benefits us the most if you change your master. Issei then pulled out a crystal from his coat. This item here will keep you alive for some time, even if you cut the contract with your master. Treat it as a gift from us. He then threw the crystal to Lancer. We await your answer, Lancer. It would be great to have you by our side. They both disappeared into the thickness of the forest after that. Lancer looked at the crystal. She could see that it was a thick lump of mana. If she kept it close to her body, she should be able to absorb the mana inside. She was certain that even if she cancelled the contract with Issei, she would still be able to fight for at least an hour, and if she was to conserve her mana, she should stay in this world for a day. Lancer turned her head to where Issei and Kaloriner were again. She was sure that they were still watching her through magecraft. She could also sense that there was a third person with them. She turned her gaze back to the mana crystal again. It made her recall a memory. Certainly there are things I can do if I am not subjected to the command spells. She muttered out loud. A plan formed inside her mind, but for that to happen it would depend on the other party. Now what to do? Chapter 15. It was 10:04 in the afternoon. Saber and Akeno had remained at the shrine. Ironically, the only room that survived the battle between Saber and Lancer was Issei's room, so the master and servant decided to use it for the day. The boy's stuff was still here, untouched. Currently Saber was polishing her katanas. Although when she was summoned her weapons were at the most optimal state, any true Japanese swordmaster who follows the path of the warrior knows that it is their duty to clean and polish their weapons oftenly. It is a way to communicate with their weapons, which is essential for combat. Since Saber didn't have her kit with her when she became a servant, she borrowed one from her master who happened to use a katana too. Archer was standing outside, smoking. Earlier he offered her the white stick, but she declined it. Her master wasn't fond of smoking, so she didn't try it, even though Saber was curious about that unpleasant smell and how it could help people relax. Yesterday was a fluke for them. Despite having Lancer and her master at their throats, those two managed to escape at the end. Saber guessed that her master truly didn't have the heart to eliminate Issei, despite being drowned in hate. She also noticed that Lancer had completely healed up in less than a week. Unlike what she said, as expected, Issei's sacred gear was tough to deal with. It would be a matter of time before he and Lancer joined the war again. Saber didn't know what had happened at the Himejima headquarters, but the news of the death of Shuri Himejima broke them all. She didn't know what Lancer thought, but she knew among Issei, Akeno and herself, nobody expected that, especially Akeno. She could also see that Issei was heartbroken when he told them the truth, but who was to blame for? Issei was idealistic, but Akeno was no different from him in that regard. Life wasn't fair. That was just how it is. After her master shut herself in her room, Saber thought that she would be too hurtful to continue the war, and it would take at least weeks for Akeno to recover from the painful truth. She was wrong. The same midnight Akeno called Saber to discuss a plan to take Lancer from Issei. She explained that in the morning she would tamper with the food, just make it so that when Issei ate breakfast he would lose his strength, and it would be up to Saber to judge whether she should cut Issei's left arm to remove his command spells or not in the dining room. Issei would be allowed to stay alive, but Akeno didn't say anything about taking one or two of his limbs. With Lancer being weakened, Saber should have no problem subjugating her. Saber knew the plan was foolish, because as a servant, she knew Lancer would be able to see through this typical act of betrayal. Issei might be naive, but Lancer had always been serious from the start. That Western Knight had prepared to kill Saber and Akeno any time given the chance, because the sole reason why they were on friendly terms was because of Issei. They had discussed that, and they knew Lancer would be suspicious when Saber didn't arrive on time to help Lancer on the day Berserker attacked her at the abandoned warehouse. So on paper they were allies, but in reality they were ready to kill each other. So the plan failed, but Akeno didn't order her to chase after Lancer. Instead she called Archer's master to discuss a plan to get the grail, which involved taking over the hill of Kuoh. Thanks to Archer's master, they had learned that a few months ago an Asian woman who suspiciously looked like the Black Cat had been on her way to Kuoh town, so she must be the master and the Blue Fox caster. However, that also meant that they were going to fight either Tamamo no Mei, Daji or Kumiho, and they were all monsters in their legends. Saber's heart pumped up just thinking about it. Her, a swordmaster, had a chance to slay one of the most famous great Yaokais in the East. Such a glorious battle awaited her. Last night they had burned Kuoh High School, and in a way Saber felt that Akeno had been venting her anger. This morning they had set up multiple spells to seal off all the road to Kuoh Hill to prepare for the assault. Any bystander citizens would be a pain to deal with. Saber understood that her master's judgment was clouded by her hatred toward the Himejima clan. If Saber was alive she would stop Akeno. However, she was but a ghost summoned by the living, so she had to honor her master's wish by accompanying her to the very end regardless of the outcome. That is what Saber had chosen. For that Saber was no longer a human, she had become a sword for the sake of her master. Saber sheathed her katanas and returned the cleaning kit to Akeno. It was her sign to show that she was ready. Akeno too had changed into her combat attire with a katana on her waist. The only one who wasn't here was Archer's master, but that was expected. Akeno had told her of Archer and his master's role, so if he showed himself there was a chance that he would be killed by Saber or other servants, which defeated the role of observing and killing Akeno when she tried to betray the Himejima. That's why Akeno had to hold back instead of killing Archer and his master when Issei told her the truth. She wanted them to be ignorant so that when she dragged them to hell, they wouldn't be able to see it. After all, there was no point of living if her mother was dead. It's time. Let us begin. Akeno closed the door to Issei's room. If the boy survived and returned here he would still be able to get back his stuff, that was the last favor they would do for him. Archer flicked his smoke into the yard and turned into his spirit form. Saber and Akeno then rushed to the hill where Castor and her master resided. Normally Saber could use her noble phantasm 3 times in a day, 4 times, even if Akeno gave her best. However, if they were to obtain a huge source of mana, Saber would have no problem using her ultimate attack 8 to 9 times a day, which was no different from a death sentence for their opponents. It would also serve as a bargain to recruit Lancer, since her master couldn't supply mana properly now. Saber could even yield her wish to Lancer if she wanted to sweeten the deal. An hour later they arrived at the foot of the hill. Akeno took a short break and prepared for the battle. The bounded field created by Castor will decrease our strength, it's best if we finish it fast. Archer's master said through a communication type of magecraft. Archer is in position now, he will support Saber when she hunts down Castor and her master. Do we know where they are now? Akeno asked. They are at the central lee line of the hill. Saber and Archer should be able to sense the concentration of the mana. Archer's master answered. Saber touched the familiar handles of her katanas. They were still the same like those years when she traveled around Japan. Today they would be tainted by blood, just like those lives she had taken back then. One thing they had learned about Archer is that he could blend into a forest, to the point that unless Saber was 5 meters away from him, she wouldn't be able to sense him. Akeno had concluded that it was his noble phantasm, which allowed him to become one with the forest. In a way it was a perfect tool for an assassin. If they were fighting in a forest, without doubt Archer would be able to kill them with ease. Saber wasted no time climbing the hill. Immediately she could feel the effects of the bounded field of Castor. It was not just any normal field, but a grand magical formation which was made to hamper the enemies. Every of her physical stat dropped at least 1 rank. Despite rocking a high rank of magic resistance, she still got a penalty, such was a testament to how strong Castor was. Regardless, Saber and Archer still advanced, because they knew that there was no way for Castor to beat them in melee combat. The sky thundered and darkened with clouds, then chunks of ice and balls of fire dropped like rain on the pair of servants. Barrages of arrows flew from the forest to counter them, it was as if over a dozen of archers were shooting at the same time. The arrows cut down the majority of the long-range attacks of Castor, and Saber had no problem cutting down the rest to open a path. Heh, to think you would gang up on a lonesome me like this. What a bunch of savages. The blue fox, or Castor, appeared to confront them, but there were at least 15 to 20 of her. Without doubt that was a cloning technique similar to what she had used in their first meeting, only it was on a higher scale. Above, the chunks of ice and balls of fire were still falling on Saber and Archer, but Archer had started firing arrows at Castor. You have to try harder than that. Defensive barriers appeared before every of Castor and her clones to protect them against Archer's assault, and since he was weakened by the bounded field his arrows were ineffective. Saber had a special skill which should allow her to cancel this cloning spell of Castor, but she did not want to show it to Archer. So for the time being she targeted the clones within her reach. The barrier might have protected casters from the arrows, but they couldn't hold against multiple attacks. Saber cut through the barrier and the person behind it, yet she knew she didn't hit the right one. Ha, I can do this all day long. Castor said. More of her clones appeared and began to launch charms at Saber. The charms were the explosive type that Akeno used, but more powerful, yet they weren't powerful enough to be a problem for Saber or Archer. The problem was that Castor could launch them with her clones, and they were all real. Therefore Saber had to watch out for the charms from Castors and the raining attack from above. She wanted to get to the central ley line to take out the master, but the rate of attack from casters prevented her from doing so. Archer also had trouble countering casters because those balls of fire which he didn't shoot down burned the trees, which reduced his dominant territory. There was cyclones too to slow down his arrows. It was a surprise to Saber that caster alone could hold off 2 servants despite having a disadvantage against them. No, it is clear that caster is enhanced by a command spell or 2, so she can fight both of us. Yet that gave Saber a clue on how to defeat caster, but first she needed to confirm it. 30 minutes later and the situation didn't change. Saber destroyed the clones, Archer countered the raining attack, and caster made more clones and kept using spells against them. Since caster had the support of the ley line, she had no problem keeping up the pace, but for Saber and Archer, the longer the fight dragged on, the higher the chance of them losing. "Master, send all the familiar, you have to search the area around the hill," Saber said through telepathy. "Focus on the shortest route to get out of this town." "I'm on it," replied Akeno. It was Saber expected, because 10 minutes later caster had a sour face. Distraction can lead to a loss, you know. Saber began to speed up as she cut down multiple clones. Archer also helped because the raining attack had decreased. All the casters stopped using charms, and instead they gathered a ball of dark and light in their palms, and then they shot it at Saber. However, caster obviously wasn't a warrior, so their attacks were predictable. Saber had no problem dodging them. The place where those dark and light balls hit, however, lost its color and turned to dust. TCH. Caster's master is running away with another person on her back. There is also a clone of caster with him. Archer's master is chasing after them. "Good job, Saber," Akeno said. Saber and Archer continued to push caster, who was losing ground. Earlier Saber had become suspicious on why caster and her master didn't run away, especially when they knew there were 2 servants coming to this hill. Unless caster is a very strong opponent, it is close to impossible for her to defeat 2 servants, let alone Saber, who also gets a homeland advantage. Therefore caster must be stalling them, and Saber was right when Akeno found out that the master was running away. They must have come to the conclusion that they couldn't win, so at the very least caster would protect her master by holding the hostile servants here. In this case, the master's life was more important than winning this war. Saber could see how loyal caster to her master was, but loyalty alone couldn't win the battle. Caster was a good mage, yet she couldn't keep her calm under pressure, and thus had made a mistake. With one step Saber appeared before one of the clones, and with one slash she cut her neck. Instantly the clones disappeared along with a raining attack from above. How? The bleeding head of caster said in a weak voice. "Your clones definitely have a similar aura, but they lack the will to fight. I only need to observe long enough to figure out which one is the real you. Curse you, Saber." Caster still opened her eyes as if she wanted to eat Saber's liver. Saber didn't reply to the dead, she simply sheathed her katanas. "Good work." Archer came out from the forest, he took out a cigarette and began to smoke. Archer too was tired after the fight against caster, certainly taking out so many chunks of ice and balls of fire must have drained him. Saber slowly walked toward Archer, her left hand held the scabbard, and her right hand was opened. "Ah. Man, I thought I could at least finish this." Archer exhaled. "Run, master." Saber had walked past Archer, but her katana was unsheathed. A second later Archer's head fell on the ground, the cigarette still hot in his mouth. Should I pursue Archer's master or caster's master? Saber asked. Her master had come to the hill. That would be a waste of time, without their servants there is little they can do. Archer's master must be contacting the headquarters in Kyoto now. We have at least 36 hours before the Himejima can send their soldiers here. Akeno said as she headed toward the central ley line. So we need to get the grail in less than 36 hours. Saber followed after Akeno. That's why I will need to redirect the ley lines to you, and if it's possible we should try to recruit Lancer again. Even with so many attacks this hill doesn't seem to be devastated. Caster must have reinforced the entire hill with mana so that it can take a punishment. Akeno suddenly kneeled down and coughed up blood. Saber too felt dizzy, but she did her best to stand still. Impossible. There's no way Caster's bounded field can still affect us now that she's dead. But Saber could feel that her stats were still down 1 rank. She helped Akeno up, but it was clear that her master had been working hard to keep her consciousness. "Caster. Tamamo no Mei," Akeno said, pointing at the big stone which was formed by Caster's corpse. "I recall it now. When Tamamo no Mei died she became a stone, which held her grudge against her killers. That stone is called the killing stone because it killed people who came near it." Saber bit her lips. "We need to destroy the stone before you. Hiluo. Good evening, bitches." They knew that voice, it was the same guy who was in control of Berserker. Saber gritted her teeth, how did she let them in this close? No. My senses must have become dulled due to the penalty from the bounded field and the curse of caster, and master has sent her familiars away, so there's no one to alert us. They did expect the church side to come here, but they didn't expect it to happen right now. Hahaha, look at you pussies now. Who's laughing now? The group of 9 showed themselves from behind. Saber could see the psycho freed, 4 unknown people, a white-haired woman in a cage-like dress with a mask, who she was sure was assassin, according to Archer's master's report. Ryder and his master were also there along with a strange man. No. That's not a human. Saber corrected herself. The strange man was holding a western sword. His chest was exposed, showing a cross-like green tattoo on dark brown skin. There were a pair of dark gray horns on his white head, and Saber could see that he had a pair of monstrous wings and a tail too. However, there was only madness on his handsome face. Another servant. But how? Berserker had been killed by Lancer, the church side should only have 2 servants left with them. So how did they have another one now? Well, what are you waiting for, Berserker? Murder them. Freed ordered. Grah. Berserker roared. He swung his sword towards Saber to launch a wave of light at her. Using all of her strength, Saber carried a keno and jumped sideways to dodge it. Fortunately for her, Berserker was crazy, so his aim wasn't totally accurate. Saber doubted that he would miss a second time, however. Freed. The black-haired woman shouted. What the fuck? This guy just used his noble phantasm. Yet Freed only laughed at that. That's a berserker for you, he just uses his strongest attack to destroy the enemy. What more do you want? The man in a thick grey coat said. Heh, to think you have a catalyst to summon such a monster. The short blonde woman said. Why don't we test how strong he is? The blue-haired woman said. I disagree, they just kill Archer who should die by my hand. I have the right to extract my revenge on them. Assassin complained, but Saber was sure she just wanted to suck their blood dried. Oh fuck off, my berserker need a sandbag to practice, you bitch. Freed argued, he didn't fear Assassin simply because he was in control of another berserker. Alright, how about this? Freed, you are free to test berserker's power, Assassin, you are free to attack them if they become a bother to us. The black-haired woman said. Saber had a feeling that she was indeed Assassin's master. Also, Donasik, didn't I say that you would be the master of the new berserker? Well, I lost a bet against Freed. The man shrugged. So that's that. Saber put a keno behind her. She could see that her master was breathing hard and there was little she could do besides resisting the terrible curse of the killing stone. Saber too was weakened, it was as if she were carrying a temple on her back. Saber checked her body and understood that because she was the killer of Tamamo no Mei, her noble phantasm was cursed, it would cause more harm to her if she used it. The other opponent was a brand new berserker who wasted no time using his long-range noble phantasm as his opening move, an assassin who couldn't help herself but wait like a hungry snake. Any moment Saber let down her guard, she would be devoured by Assassin. Saber had run over 10 scenarios in her mind when she saw the church side, and 8 more after Berserker attacked them. She lost 18 out of 18 battles, and that wasn't factoring in Ryder and his master. The only way for her to win was to escape this hill, but if she did that, Assassin would use her Iron Maidens to catch them. If a keno was to be trapped within one, she would be killed for sure, and yet if Saber held up in this defensive position, the killing stone and Berserker would kill them eventually. Another alternative way was to advance to enter melee combat against Berserker, but that meant abandoning her master who was helpless. Saber tried to think of a way to let the noble phantasm of Berserker help her destroy the killing stone, but the angle was wrong, and a keno would be fully exposed. Saber glanced at a keno and saw that there was tiredness and hopeless in her eyes. Undoubtedly her master was gradually losing the will to fight. The curse of the killing stone was too much for her when they were this close. Well, master, I don't know what you are thinking, but I regret not having Lancer at our side now. Saber chuckled, still she took a stance. Both of her katanas were drawn. The wave of light from Berserker had come to them again. Saber opened her eyes wide and cut the wave with a slash. What the fuck? Freed exclaimed. How the fuck does that bitch just cut my Berserker's noble phantasm like that? It was true that Saber couldn't employ her noble phantasm to retaliate. However, she still had her skills, and one of them was the Emperor Eye. Saber knew the attack from Berserker was magical in nature, which meant it was formed by mana. Therefore, if she cut the mana, the attack itself would be neutralized. As long as Saber focused on the wave, she could cut it because she had eliminated all the possibilities to zero. Kill her, Berserker. Use your noble phantasm. Do not let her live. Screamed Freed. Berserker let out another roar and then he swung his sword. He swung and swung. He kept swinging non-stop at Saber. Every time his sword was swung, a wave of light would fly towards Saber. The whole hill was filled with blue light of destruction. Yet all of them were reduced into mere mana participle under the swordsmanship of Saber. Theoretically, Saber could keep up with Berserker. That is, if her katanas were supernatural themselves. One truth remained was that Saber was a human swordmaster, and her pair of katanas, skillfully forged as they were, was normal unlike Berserker's sword. So even if her skills were great enough to cut the waves, it was just a matter of time before the katanas eventually succumbed to the supernatural power of Berserker's noble phantasm. How many times could Saber cut Berserker's wave of light? She had no time to think about that, but she did know that she would protect her master to the bitter end. Ha, so this is how a samurai feels. Saber licked her lips. She knew she would die, but she also had to admit that she enjoyed this kind of despair. Now let's see if Lady Bodhisattva is with me. So Lancer didn't take the bait. Yep. Donosik shrugged. She even threw the crystal back at us when we were hiding in the forest to observe her. If Ryder wasn't there I would have lost my head back then. Ryder said nothing, he had a slight regret that he didn't just let Lancer kill off Donosik or Kalawinner. On that day when Danasak and Kalawinner tried to recruit Lancer he was ordered to guard them, forcing his master to use a command spell even. On the other hand he learned that Lancer was loyal to Issei, so that was a good thing to know. However, the biggest thing he got were the mana crystal which was forgotten by Donosik and an advice from Lancer herself. If Ryder had a chance to meet her again he would thank her for that. Ryder lightly touched the mana crystal which he was hiding within his armor. It would be his ticket to help Asia. What Ryder needed to do was to wait for the right time. I have to say, Berserker certainly wastes no time eating up all the crystal. Kalawinner said. The Viking before didn't burn up as fast as this guy. One big secret to Heretic's side, Ryder refused to acknowledge them as a church's affiliates, was that they actually heavily prepared for this Holy Grail war, including the possession of a lot of mana crystals which used to support the servants. Thanks to these mana crystals, Berserker had no problem using his noble phantasm consecutively. Assassin was also boosted thanks to them, on top of those bloody rituals which involved human sacrifices. Ryder, however, wasn't hooked to those mana crystals because Raynor, as he had finally learned the name of Assassin's master, feared that he would take advantage of it to help Asia. So right now he was fighting with just his master's mana, which was just enough. Besides the mana crystals they also had the help from the Observer, who should be neutral in this war, and a reserve vessel to summon an extra servant, which was the reason why they could summon another Berserker after the first one was killed. At first Ryder couldn't understand how they managed to get their hands on so many resources, but then he found out that all of them. Raynor, Kalawinner, Donosik and Middled belonged to the heretic Grigori. This supernatural faction led by the fallen Azazel was big even in the Great War back then, so it was natural that they were crushing this war thanks to the backup of the Grigori. Ryder returned his focus on the battle between Saber and Berserker again. From the outside perspective it looked unnatural, because Saber had survived this far against Berserker's onslaught with nothing but her swords and skills. No matter how strong a servant is, it is not possible to destroy a direct attack from a noble phantasm without activating once. Yet Saber had done it repeatedly. Ryder's impression on Saber was that she was an Eastern warrior. During their short encounter at the warehouse he knew she was very strong with her two-sword style, and right now he was witnessing her true worth in this war. Had she not been cursed by Castor and cornered by 3 servants, things might have gone differently. There was a rise of magical energy from Saber's master, then lightning aura began to cover her body. Ryder could see that she was gathering lightning in her hand to shoot at an object in the distance. However, she must have missed it as nothing happened next. Wait, what? Holy fuck, that is the lightning of Lord Barakiel. Donosik panicked. That girl is one of his daughters. Fuck. Stop attacking. Stop attacking. Barakiel. One of the strongest fallen angels among the Grigori. Saber's master is his daughter. Ryder couldn't believe it, he might not have seen Barakiel personally, but if Donosik was in this state that it couldn't be far from the truth. Usually strong fallen angels like Barakiel couldn't stay in this world for long. After the Age of Gods was usurped by the Age of Man, the world had set up a great restriction on supernatural creatures. Weaklings like Raynor could only stay on Earth as long as they didn't use their powers intensively. However, the likes of Barakiel could only stay for a week at most, unless he was heavily wounded to the point the world recognized him as a low-class supernatural being. That must have been how he impregnated a human woman here. Thought Ryder. Saber's master finally collapsed on the ground, it seemed that she had lost her consciousness after that last gambit. Freed, what the hell are you doing? Stop this right now. Tell Berserker to stop. You too, Raynor, if Lord Barakiel finds out that we were trying to kill his daughter, he will burn us to crisp. Kalawinner grabbed Raynor who was biting her thumb. TCH. Raynor then pushed Kalawinner away. Assassin, silence these fools. With pleasure. A smile creeped on Assassin's face. Raynor, you bitch. You're gonna get us killed. Donosik, Kalawinner and Middled all grew a pair of black wings on their backs. In their hands were light spears. However, Assassin was faster, instantly 3 Iron Maidens appeared and trapped the 3 fallen within them. Yet they didn't yield to Assassin's weapons. The three of them broke the Iron Maidens and began to throw their spears at Raynor, who also grew a pair of black wings to dodge and summoned her own light spear to fight back. Ryder could see that Assassin was toying with her enemies again. He knew his time was coming, but he had to make sure that both Berserker and Assassin were occupied. Ryder turned his head back to Saber and saw that there was a black dog, as big as a pony, and there was a man in black attire who was putting Saber's master on the dog after saying something to Saber. Even from here he could feel that the black dog belonged to a sacred gear, or possibly a sacred gear itself. An ally of Saber's master. The man and the dog then ran away, while Saber began to advance toward Berserker. "Come to me, Bayard. Master, please." Asia immediately stuck out her hand. "I, Asia Argento, shall forfeit this war. I, Ryder, shall no longer serve my master." The contract was cancelled by the consent of the master and servant. Asia then climbed on the horse with the help of Ryder. The crystal inside his armor had also begun to supply him with mana. "It has been a short time, but thank you, Ryder. May God be with you. It has been a pleasure to be with you, Sister Asia. Please, stay alive." Bayard took Asia away from this battlefield under the shocked eyes of Raynor. "What the hell are you doing, Ryder? Stop them, Assassin." A huge Iron Maiden trapped Bayard and Asia, but the horse broke it immediately without losing its speed. "Ryder's mount is too fast and powerful, Master. I can't restrain it without killing the person on it," said Assassin. Ryder watched as Asia had successfully escaped, then he drew his blade. The three fallen angels had been killed, and her master had been secured, so Saber had entered melee combat against Berserker. This is your plan to cancel the Gs." Raynor bit her lips, unexpected to see her plan ruined by Ryder. Asia Argento had no magic crest, so her command spells were what the Gs used to bind her. However, when she stopped participating in this war, she chose to lose her command spells intentionally, thus the Gs also disappeared with them. Without the command spells and Gs, there was nothing Raynor could do to lord over Ryder. Ryder could only execute this because Lancer had given him the clue and the crystal. "Heretics. Taste my Ascalon." Ryder had no reason to hold back anymore. "You will never harm my master Asia Argento or use her for your evil plan." Saber and Ryder, they kept fighting for the sake of their masters, even when they no longer received support from them. They both knew that if one of them was to run away, the other would be killed quickly, and their masters would be hunted down in a vulnerable state. The outcome could not be more obvious. Low mana. Unable to activate Noble Phantasm. No anchor. Their opponents were strong servants with no restriction on magical energy, and they still had their masters for support. Saber's katanas finally broke, and Ryder had to fight without his beloved horse. Against Berserker, whose body could take any attack, against Assassin, whose weapon was harmful against females. The two servants knew what was waiting for them, but they had no hesitation. They placed their trust on that naive boy, because there was no doubt that he would absolutely help their masters. 4 servants were eliminated on that night. The war was coming to an end. Chap 16. Issei heard a booming sound from where Lancer headed. He knew she was venting her anger, which was understandable. Anyone would be angry if they heard what he said. Issei lay on the ground, unconcerned about the fact that his shirt was dirtied. "What have I done?" He slapped himself on the left cheek since the right one still hurt. Why did he say that? Lancer obviously had to work hard to become a ruler. She didn't just pull the sword in the stone, and everyone automatically recognized her as a king. She had trained day and night, learned the codes of chivalry, etiquettes, maths, or whatever science or magic back in the day. She had done quests for peasants, nobles, and supernatural. She had slain bandits, rogue lords, wild animals, monsters, giants, and even dragons. She had led a small band of knights against larger armies and achieved victories after victories. All the while, Issei recalled, being distanced by her own people because of her destructive powers and perfectly inhuman executions. Yet she still cared for them, she still fought with all she got when the world was against her little kingdom. They could say whatever behind her back, and she would continue to fight for their sake. Lancer alone carried that burden on her shoulders. Issei admitted that he hated how she had chosen to walk that path of kingship, but he couldn't help but admire that part of her ideal. "I'm the worst." He shut his eyes. He had denied Lancer because he couldn't stand that one mistake of her. No, he had no right to call it a mistake. After all, he was never a king, never put into such a situation to understand what they had gone through. The outcome might be the worst, but he was not allowed to call it a mistake. Guilt filled Issei's mind as he recalled how he insulted Lancer. Issei found out that he was no different from Assassin because they both assigned a role to Lancer, a female, without caring who she was and what she wanted. So what if Lancer was a woman? If she had the strength, dignity, and wisdom to rule a kingdom, then who had the right to judge her? Who was allowed to trample on her pride when she brought good results? "I'm no different from those who criticized her, huh?" He had seen how the people started to give Lancer the cold shoulder when one of the knights claimed that she did not understand the hearts of men before leaving the court. As her master he should have sympathized with her, and yet he chose to reject her just like them. An asshole to his savior. That was what Issei had become. I have to apologize to her no matter what. He signed. If Lancer decided to abandon him for Akeno due to his stupid mistake, then so be it. He would let her go. In the first place, he was a common high school boy who by chance was dragged into this war. Other masters knew what they were doing, they had the powers to achieve their goals. He meanwhile only did what he thought the best selfishly and forced Lancer to compromise. If Lancer was under a better master, she wouldn't be put in this circumstance. That was certain. But first, I should find some food for her. It's the task she gives me after all. Issei stood up and brushed off the dust on his clothes. The 2 teeth that fell out earlier disappeared from his mind. In the next hour, Issei searched for that lonesome vending machine they saw earlier. Kuoh town is not a populous town, so people barely check on these. But to be sure, he looked around to check if there was any camera. Alright. He summoned his gauntlet. Even if his mana was bleeding out, it was still possible to use his sacred gear as a blunt weapon. However, before he could punch the machine, Issei felt a strange sensation behind his back. He immediately turned around and saw a man in dark green. Oh. That's good. Usually common folks have troubles detecting me. The foreigner's eyes were hidden under the shadow of his hood, but Issei could see the rest of his face. You are Archer. Thanks to him being a master, Issei instantly recognized this being before him as supernatural, though this was the first time they met face to face. Archer looked more of a beggar than a proper bow-wielding warrior, those that he saw in anime, but Issei was not going to dismiss this man. He knew how dangerous a servant was, and to underestimate them was no different from killing himself. Relax, lady boss of my boss has ordered me not to hurt you or Lancer. Archer stepped up and inserted cash into the vending machine. Coffee? Oh yeah. Issei put down his arms. If Ms. Uzaku had ensured that Archer wouldn't harm him, then there was no reason to be hostile, and he wouldn't be able to fight Archer by himself anyway. Thank you. You know we didn't have this back in the day. Archer had to gulp himself after giving Issei 1 can. Not even the wine of the local noble tastes as good as this. Man, I'm glad I get to enjoy these. Archer then pulled out a cigar from his pocket. You smoke? No thanks. Issei shook his head. He had his can of coffee, but he didn't want to drink it yet. High schooler is not supposed to smoke. My master told me that I would get cancer if I smoke too much, but bah. I'm a servant, our bodies never change when we are summoned to this world. I don't even know what cancer is. Oh yeah. So. What are you doing here? Issei asked. There was no way Archer was here just to buy him a drink. Why, to give you a place to sleep, of course. Already saw how Saber fought you. My master told me to find you too before the church side could start hunting you. But that lass of yours has encountered them, so you should be careful. Issei raised his eyebrow when he heard that. What do you mean? I'm saying that 2 people from the church side have gone to offer Lancer a deal in exchange for being their servant. I couldn't come close enough to eardrop it since Lancer is way too sharp. She's gonna behead me if I try something funny, that cold nightus. So my advice is that you should not trust Lancer completely. Don't want to save you here just to have you die by your servant later. Archer then pulled out a piece of paper and a card. You know this place? Oh, that place. Issei scratched his head. Yeah, I know it. Good, when you get there, give the owner this piece of paper. He will let you in a secret hideout. You two should be able to survive for at least a week if you don't come out. Don't worry, my master will pay for the bill. Archer put his cigar away and finished his coffee. You still have your command spell, right? Use that to save your ass if your blondie decides that you don't deserve her. Don't expect me to come to rescue you though. See ya. Archer then disappeared into the forest, leaving Issei alone in the middle of nowhere. Issei looked at the paper and the card again and put them in his pocket. Now he needed to find Lancer so they could go together. Since he was a master, he should have the ability to feel the general location of his servant. However, his mana was unstable, so said ability couldn't be used. While he was considering following the path which Lancer had taken, Lancer was the one who returned to him first. Issei, I sense a servant nearby. We should go before they engage us here. Lancer came close to him as if she were shielding him from harm. Oh yeah, we should go. It was awkward. Issei thought the first thing he would do was to apologize to Lancer, but she was in such a hurry, so he missed the chance to say it. Anyway, Archer just gave me a place to stay. Archer? You met Archer? Lancer raised her tone in suspicion. Yeah, he said that he wouldn't attack us according to the order from Ms. Uzaku. Issei quickly explained. Fine, since Castor has refused to collaborate, let's go to that place. The good thing was that nobody attacked the 2 of them when they went back to the town. Issei shared his coffee can with Lancer so that they would have some energy to keep going. After 3 hours of walking, they arrived at the destination. Alright, now let's see. Issei pulled out the card again. There weren't many people at this time, and if there were they would usually keep to themselves. The reason was simple. Currently Issei and Lancer were in the adult zone of Kuoh town. Any healthy schoolboy knows this place and dreams of going here at least once during high school years, so Issei wasn't an exempt. It's just that he didn't expect his first time to be with Lancer. The shabby hotel that Archer introduced themselves to was in a rather shady alley, and with a foreign beauty by his side, they attracted a lot of eyes from the bystanders. They quickly entered the hotel the moment Issei found it. The receptionist was smoking and reading some porn magazine. He didn't even bother to greet Issei and Lancer until they presented the piece of paper on the counter. "You two are VIP guests, huh? Alright, just to make sure that we are clear. I don't know you, you don't know me. Are you the owner of this place?" Lancer asked. "Yes, but that isn't important. Now repeat what I said. We don't know you, you don't know us." Issei and Lancer replied. "Good, the fridge and the storage will have enough food and drink for 5 days. If you need anything you can use the inner line. Dial 007 to contact me." The owner gave them a key. "Try not to use any big spell in the room. I'm not gonna pull another one out of my ass if you destroy it. Thank you." They were instructed to get to the basement through the stair and into a room beneath it. "This room is built with the involvement of magecraft," said Lancer when they unlocked the door. Although Issei was not sure whether it was important since he couldn't conduct any magecraft ritual. The room was not bad, as far as Issei knew. It was a standard 1D care room, and definitely bigger than the room he got at the shrine. There was a monitor in the dining room which showed the entrance of the hotel, so that they would know if their enemies had come to this place. Issei could also see an emergency exit in the bathroom, which led to the storage room of the hotel in the back, in case they had to escape. There was also a washing machine so they could wash their clothes, and there were also a couple of new sets of clothes to be worn after bath. Both master and servant were very tired. However, that was not an excuse for Issei to postpone what he must do. The first thing he did when he and Lancer entered the dining room was to prostrate before her in the famous Japanese dogiza style. "I'm sorry for what I said," Issei sincerely said, his forehead touched the wooden floor. "I was stupid back then, I insulted you without caring about your feeling." "It's fine, please stand up, master." Lancer helped him up. "I was also at fault for overdoing it and hurting you. Is your cheek still hurting? What about your teeth?" "Thank you and please don't worry about that, it barely hurts now." Issei got up taking Lancer's hand. He was glad that Lancer accepted his apology. There was the matter of what Archer had said, but Issei truly believed that Lancer wouldn't betray him, so he saw no reason to confront her about it. It could lead to another heated argument between them if he was to say something stupid again. What Issei wanted the most was to have Lancer stay with him, so making her think that he doubted her loyalty could result in a disaster. "I have something to report. Earlier back in the outskirts 2 people had come to recruit me to their side. Did she just read his mind or something? However, I have shot them down. I don't see why I should go to their side. So please rest assured that I will continue to be your servant, master." "Thank you, Lancer." Words couldn't contain his joy when she cleared his doubt. "Good, now that we are clear about that, there's something I want to ask you, Issei. I want you to tell me the truth. What did you do on that night?" Lancer asked in a serious tone. "Huh? What do you mean?" He was taken by surprise when she said that, but Lancer's eyes were looking straight into him. "Increasing your magic circuits through your sacred gear sounds plausible. But your base was incredibly low, so low that I doubt you actually had any magic circuit. You would need to turn all of your blood vessels into magic circuits to produce the amount of mana that you have supplied me, which frankly is impossible. So that was not what you did," Lancer firmly explained. Issei could only look away when he heard it, his eyes could not meet Lancer's gaze. "When I am close to you I can sense a familiar feeling. The feeling that only occurs when you are with your kins, which doesn't really make sense even if you are my master. After eliminating all the possible answers and analyzing your mana, I have reached my conclusion. You grew a dragon core, didn't you? Only a dragon core could give me that much mana to heal and remove the dragon slayer damage Rider inflicted on me. Said dragon core is also the reason why your body was leaking mana left and right recently. Your magic circuits could never do something like that, no matter how great a mage is." Seeing that he couldn't hide the truth, Issei reluctantly nodded to Lancer's words. Once again he failed to keep a secret from her. No, he should have expected her to find out the truth in a short time. Do you know the consequences of such an action, Issei? Do you know what will happen to you if you gain a dragon core that way?" Lancer asked with worry. "It's fine. When we get the grail I can fix it. I only have to make a wish so that my body would return to the state before I grew a dragon core." Issei waved the problem away. He had already learned what would happen to him on that night when he decided to grow a dragon core using the power of Drake. It was not his only option to save Lancer, but he made the choice himself. Issei never regretted that. They both knew it was a cheap excuse from Issei. Before they had Saber as their allies and they would fight the church side as a team. But now it was down to one against many because Akeno was no longer their ally and neither was Castor. That did not count the fact that Issei could not support Lancer properly and he only had one command spell left. Winning the war in this state was not possible unless a miracle came to them. Yet Lancer didn't say anything. She looked at him with pity, but that was only a second before she returned to her usual cool demeanor. To change the mood, Issei quickly went through the content of the fridge. Since Issei was too tired, he grabbed 2 boxes of milk and 2 snack bars, one for him and one for Lancer, and called it a day. They had their midnight dinner in silence, as it was too awkward to talk after Issei apologized to Lancer, and Lancer confirmed the truth from him. "Let's go to sleep first. We won't be able to discuss anything properly in this state," said Lancer. Issei nodded at her words. The pair of master and servant went to the only bedroom there. Issei used his last strength to put the futon on the floor. His body was reaching its limit. He just wanted to lie down now. All the fatigue and mental exhaustion were hitting him hard. Since she was a servant, Lancer shouldn't suffer like him, but she still chose to sleep to recover from the mental fatigue. "Good night, Lancer." "Good night, Issei." "Ah, so it's here." Issei was on the hill in the long-gone days of the past again. The red dragon was next to him, calm and compass like usual. Issei did not have to waste time to search for that figure, because he had seen it too many times to know where to look. The king was alone on the brutal battlefield. The corpses of men and animals had filled up a hill, and blood had flown into a river on the green grass. Underneath the king was one of her knights of the round table. It was obvious who that was. The king's lance had pierced through the heart of her opponent, but she also received a fatal wound from that red sword of said infamous traitorous knight. A deep slash that went through her left shoulder and reached her heart. The cry of men and the clash of steel were no more. There were only the winds of sunset now. No cheer from the victors and no lament from the lost. Only solitude. 10 years of fighting, of ruling, of sacrificing. Now she was here, all alone. This was the reward for her effort to save her kingdom against a harsh world. Issei walked toward the king, who was still kneeling and breathing hard. From where he was standing, she looked surprisingly small and fragile. Her silver armor was cracked in multiple places by arrows, swords and spears, and her blue attire was darkened with blood of herself, her once allies and her enemies. Her helmet was broken, showing her face. Even though she was in this state, there was no sorrow but indifference to her expression. It was as if this battle mattered not to her. Issei spreaded his arms to hug the girl in front of him. "It's okay, everything is over. You have done well. You can rest now." But the king stood up. She took the lance and grabbed her sword, which lay on the ground a little to the right. She walked through his body like he didn't exist. Because he did not exist in her world, and his words did not reach her. The one-armed knight in silver had come, the last of the legendary knights of the Round Table. He was the only surviving knight of this battle. The king heard his voice and got on the horse that he brought to her. Together they galloped away from this place, leaving Issei and the dragon behind. The king still had works to do, and she would continue to fight for the sake of her island, regardless of what happened to her. A perfect machine in the flesh of a perfect human. But Issei knew there was no way for her to recover from that battle, and that faraway place would be where the king took her final sleep. "Does it have to be this way?" "It has to be this way," the dragon answered. Issei woke up to the boiling sound of water, but he went to the restroom first. He didn't want to show his face to Lancer after that dream. He had to make sure that Lancer wouldn't know that he had seen her last battle. When Issei was done, he headed to the kitchen, which doubled as the dining room. Lancer was there, looking at the electricity kettle in fascination. "I can't believe it's possible to boil water at such a high speed with electricity," Lancer said. "I must ask Merlin to replicate this with magic when I return." Besides the kettle, Issei could also see 2 plastic cups of instant ramen. "Good morning, Lancer." "Oh, good morning, Issei." Lancer turned her head to him. "I'm preparing breakfast for us." "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it." He laughed, to think that one day he had a royal cooked breakfast for him. The kettle let out a blip to indicate that it had done boiling the water. When Lancer was about to pour the water into the 2 cups and put the seasoned powder in, Issei stopped her. He then grabbed 2 eggs from the fridge, along with a package of sausages. "Do you want to eat fried eggs, Issei? Or is it possible to boil eggs with the kettle?" Lancer was not surprised when he stopped her, but she was curious of what he was going to do. "What? No, nobody uses an electric kettle to boil eggs." Issei shook his head, although the idea intrigued him. "Here, let me show you how Asians have their instant ramen." Issei cut the sausages into pieces, then he broke the shells and put both sausages and raw eggs into his and Lancer's cups. Finally he poured the boiled water in. "Oh, I see, so there is a way to eat eggs like this." Lancer clapped. "Back then we either had boiled eggs or fried eggs. It's interesting that you can eat cooked eggs with soup. Come on, let's dig in." Issei gave Lancer a pair of chopsticks. Lancer happily ate her instant ramen, even though it was junk food. Needless to say, Issei was happy to see Lancer enjoying breakfast. He too dug in his ramen cup. It was not bad despite being a brand that he hadn't tried before. Breakfast was over in 20 minutes. When they were drinking their canned tea, Lancer began the conversation. "We need to find a way to remove your curse, Issei. We might have a place to hide, but if Akeno or the church side discovers this place, they will not hesitate to break in to eliminate us. Worse, they could demolish the entire hotel or this block as their opening move." Issei had to agree. He understood that it was a matter of time before they had to fight Akeno and Saber again. However, during that battle, Akeno could have cut his neck, but she chose to use a curse on him instead. Akeno might hate him for his failure, but she did not want to kill him. So at least he would do his best to help her survive this war, because the path that she was taking would only lead to her self-destruction. However, the mana disruption curse of Akeno was too powerful. It had neutralized him and Lancer, which forced them to hide in this place. The church side was their enemies, and to this day Issei still hadn't figured out a way to help Ryder and his master, much to his dismay. "I wonder if Archer's master knows how to cancel the curse," Issei said. "It's possible. If he is a subordinate of the Himejima clan leader, he should know about it. However, I don't think we have a way to contact him, and I don't trust the hotel owner nor Archer's master to have them help us." There was this issue of trust too, especially after Akeno turned against them. Since Issei's condition was critical to Lancer's performance, it was not wise to let many people know that they were in a weak state. "Let's see. I recall that Akeno said that this curse is for humans, so it might be different if I become not human. Do you have any idea what you are talking about, master?" Lancer stressed. The dragon core was what gave Issei a huge amount of mana to support Lancer. But it didn't come without a price. Simply put, a dragon does not accept anything but itself. Similarly, the dragon cells of the core are extremely aggressive. They will consume the human cells inside Issei's body to convert them into dragon cells. Otherwise it will not be able to function. Eventually the dragon core will turn every part of his body into that of a dragon to match its power. In just a week his blood had become dragon blood, and the 2 teeth that he lost last night had been growing back into dragon fangs. With this rate, in less than a month he would lose his human body if he did nothing to stop the core. It sounds cool at first. Who doesn't want to be a dragon? They are the symbol of power and greatness. They are the legendary creatures that humans both worship and fear. However, in reality, becoming a dragon is a very, very terrible idea. Braig had explained to Issei that when the age of man came, anything that does not fit within the will of mankind will be crushed by their belief. Supernatural creatures like winged horses, trolls, giants, hydras, etc. They do not exist. Science has shown that, lots of people have said that. Thus they are crushed by the will of mankind. Dragons are no exception, despite sitting at pretty much the top of the food chain. When Issei became a full dragon, he would be crushed by the will of mankind, turned into nothing but dinosaur bones. It was the reason why Lance worried about him, and why it was necessary for Issei to get the grail to remove the dragon core, to turn back into a human again. Issei nodded to Lancer's question. "Yes, I do. However, we don't have any options left. Since the curse is made for humans, if I am to change multiple parts of my body into a dragon's, it's possible to overload the curse. It will also increase my strength and endurance to fight other masters, so we can kill 2 birds with a stone." Lancer could see the determination of Issei, so she didn't try to change his mind. Issei began to discuss with Drake to see which body parts can be changed into dragons' ones to overload the curse. When they were done, Issei told Lancer that he would need to sleep for half a day for it to work. For the time being, Lancer would watch over Issei. She would check the monitor too to see if other masters had found them in this hotel. If the enemies came here, she would wake Issei up and escape with him. With the plan set, Issei went to take a bath and then slept in his futon. Drake said that forcing multiple parts of his body to become dragons would hurt quite a little, so if he was sleeping, it would mitigate the pain. There was no dream when his body was changing, just like that night when he grew a dragon core. When he got up and left the bedroom, Issei saw Lancer was coming out of the bathroom, looking fresh. "I see that you have awakened. How do you feel, Issei?" She dried her hair with a towel. She had changed into the clothes prepared by the staff, since the old white blouse and jeans were too dirty. The light blue shirt looked good on her, and the short certainly showed off her toned legs. "I am fine. But it would take a few hours to get used to this." Issei stretched, trying not to smell Lancer. "Let me see. Good, looks like it has worked as intended, then we can rejoin the war tomorrow." Lancer flexed her body a little to check the mana inside her. The curse Akeno put on him was broken by the amount of mana and the inhuman parts of his body. Lancer now had gone back to her top form, thanks to the mana that Issei gave her. In this state they would be able to fight any servant, so that absolutely was a great news. "So, dinner?" "Yes, we should have dinner." Lancer put the towel away and sat at the table. Issei went through the fridge and the small storage which was located in the bedroom. Last night he only looked for pre-made food, so this time he needed to look for fresh ingredients too. But most of them were canned food or instant ramen. They would be living on junk food if they continued to stay here, which kinda sucked. Huh. To his surprise, Issei discovered a bag of rice lying at the bottom of the storage. Well, I know what to do now. He chuckled. The next hour he prepared dinner for two, while Lancer continued to watch the monitor. The room was good enough to live, but besides sleeping and eating there was not much to do. Dinner's here. Issei brought the two plates to the table. I see. This is the same dish that you made for us last week. Yep, Omurus. Don't worry, this time I have seasoned it unlike last time. Please enjoy it. It was the same omelette on rice dish that he had made, but it was not a failure like the last time. Issei had gone through each step carefully, so the eggs weren't overfried and the rice was cooked at the right time. Yes, it is delicious, master. You certainly have improved compared to your first time, said Lancer with a smile as she had a spoonful of rice. This was an amateurish dish no matter how he spun it, yet Lancer still enjoyed the meal. It was a genuine smile on her face. That Lancer could have such a smile when she had to uphold her duty as a king was something that Issei failed to imagine. But he knew that she could smile, and her smile was so brilliant to him. It was that moment Issei was reminded that he would never have enough of this beauty before him, and in spite of everything he was glad that she was here with him. Issei would do everything just to see her happy smile like this, even if Lancer never answered his feeling. Although just thinking about it made him a little sad. Did anything happen when I was sleeping? Issei asked. He didn't want to dwell on the thought that Lancer would reject him. Nothing major. Some people came in and out, but none of them seems to be supernatural. It seemed that this hotel was not a popular one, but that should help them avoid the curious eyes. Now what should we do first? Issei started with the tough question. They had removed the curse, so the next step should be fighting other servants. Since they were all by themselves, it would be difficult to attack other masters, because that meant they would have to fight 1v2. Against the shrine side it would be saber and archer, and against the church side, it would be rider and assassin. Strong as Lancer was, fighting against two servants at once would still be bad for them, not to mention Issei would have to defend himself against two masters. Lancer, do you think it's possible to ally with Castor now? It's possible, since we are now in a better position to negotiate with them. However, they will continue to look down on us since they have rejected us once. If they don't trust us and we don't trust them, it will be hard to fight together as a team, and our enemies will target that weak link. What Lancer said was true, so Issei found it hard to think up a plan. For now we should wait to see which side makes the first move. Lancer explained. Akeno will become impatient since she doesn't know how long before they find out she has betrayed the Himejima clan. I believe she will make the first move, and we will find our opportunity to fight either her, Castor, or the church side afterward when they are weakened. That doesn't sound bad to me. Issei kept his promise since the plan to rescue Ms. Shuri was a failure, so now it was Lancer's turn to be in charge. Even still, if it was possible, he would like to spare Akeno and Asia. Archer's master might help us now, but we shouldn't rely on him. So for tomorrow we will go to the town where you showed me the horse race, so that I can get us some money, so that we can stay at a different place. Issei nodded to Lancer's plan. Yeah, let's do that. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening after they finished dinner. Issei had washed the dishes and taken out any trash, so they were idling in the room. If Lancer still had her books, she could read and note them down, and Issei could probably read something or play his portable gaming device. However, all of those were at the shrine, and Issei had to wonder if the fight between Saber and Lancer hadn't ruined everything in his room. Issei, look at the monitor. Lancer said in a hurry. He did as Lancer said and saw a man carrying a familiar girl on his back who just entered the hotel. Was that Akeno? Yes, it looks like her. Lancer replied. While Issei was wondering what happened, there was a knock on the door. Lancer immediately summoned her armor and lance. She peeked through the hole on the door to see who was outside. I know you guys are in there. I'm Archer's master, I promise that I won't do anything to you. Still, Lancer only opened the door after she had confirmed that there was no servant in this hotel besides her. Archer's master was around the age of a college student. His attire was what Issei would expect from a ninja manga. Like what he saw earlier, he did carrying Akeno on his back. Is she alright? Issei helped him put Akeno on the futon. She's fine, just overstressed and exhausted. Archer's master also sat down. He looked at Issei in confusion, but since he was too tired he didn't comment on it. My name is Tobio Icus, just call me Tobio. You're Issei Haidu and Lancer, right? This is the first time we met. Sensing that Tobio had no intention to harm them, Lancer dismissed her lance and armor. Issei gave Tobio a cup of water for him to drink. Thank you. Tobio gulped it down. That was too close even for me. What happened? Lancer asked. Where is Archer? Tobio then told them the whole story. Wow, that That is unbelievable. Issei scratched his head. So to sum up. Saber and Archer killed Castor, Saber killed Archer, but then Saber and Akeno got cursed by Castor's noble phantasm. The church side came with Assassin and Rider, along with a new berserker that was somehow summoned by them. Saber and Rider fought them to give you, Akeno and the nun a chance to escape. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Tobio had another glass of water. I didn't see Rider's master afterward, but it doesn't seem like she has been captured by the church side. Rainer, the master of Assassin, has killed her comrades, so she is low on manpower now. I doubt she can afford to have someone chase after Asia Argento. Let's hope that she is safe. Issei said, remembering the innocent nun. At least she is no longer under the control of the Gs. Oh, and before I forgot. Castor's master wants to give her thanks to you for telling her that she would be attacked by other servants. I take that you didn't kill her? Lancer asked. Nah, no reasons to do that since Castor is dead, although the killing stone is still there I think. Replied Tobio. Besides, Castor's master is carrying her wounded sister to run away from this town, so it's a bad thing to kill her. I might do dirty work, but I'm not that cold-hearted. So there are only 3 servants left. Assassin, Berserker and me. Tobio, can you describe the appearance of Berserker again? A swordsman who had the horns, wings and tail of a dragon. Even with those details, Issei could not guess what kind of servant he was. That's not necessary, because I can confirm his true identity. Tobio took his phone from his pocket and searched through it. Here. On the picture was the back of who Issei assumed was Berserker. It was as Tobio said before, he could see the dark grey wings and tail. Lancer however grimaced when she saw it. That is a tough enemy. Huh. Look at his back, Issei. Can you see the imprint of a leaf? Now that Lancer had said that he could clearly see a leaf-shaped mark on the back of Berserker. There is only one servant who is this strong with these characteristics. Said Tobio. Siegfried. Berserker is Siegfried. Issei came to the conclusion. Yes, he was a famous hero in Norse myth who had slain the dragon Fafnir with a demonic sword Balming and bathed in his blood to gain the impregnable skin. Earlier Tobio also said that he could take multiple attacks from Saber Heaton without any visible wounds. That description does match his legend along with his weakness. But if Berserker is really Siegfried, then Lancer is at a disadvantage against him. Issei frowned. Since Lancer has the dragon trait and the noble phantasm of Berserker contains the dragon slayer effect, it can greatly hurt Lancer if it hits her. Well, you two figure a way to deal with Berserker and Assassin. I have a job to do. Said Tobio. Shouldn't we team up to fight them? Asked Issei. No, it took me a long time, but I have finally found out that those magic circles that the church side has been making all over this town are used to drain the mana of the entire land. If they keep this up, they could turn this town into a wasteland. Since they have taken over the hill, they would use it as their new base to flow the mana there. Mana. They are draining the town to support their servants. Lancer wondered. No, they have those mana crystals. They are draining the mana to forcefully summon the grail. The Red Dragon Emperor opened his mouth for the first time. The grail is the holy miracle device that requires a lot of mana to operate. That's why it's possible to force it to appear if you feed enough mana to it. I didn't know that. Tobio was shocked to hear Drake's voice, but quickly recovered. Amazing, to think that your sacred gear hosts a sentient being. Mine is just a dog. So Tobio also has a sacred gear like me. Geez, if we have more time we could talk more about our sacred gear. Tobio scratched his head. Anyway, even if you two do nothing, they can still get the grail to win this war. So it's best that you try to stop them as fast as you can. I will do what I can to disrupt the mana circles to stall for time, but don't count on it. Don't worry, we have a score to settle with Assassin. Lancer answered. It was natural that she would want to kill Assassin after that day at the supermarket. Tobio stood up and prepared to leave. One last thing. Lady Suzaku has declared that Akeno has been killed in action since her servant is eliminated. She is planning to neutralize the group that uses Akeno to participate in this war. Therefore she is free from the Himejima now. However, since Akeno won't trust my words, it's up to you to talk to her. Yeah, leave it to me. But do you know when she will wake up? Asked Issei. She should wake up after a proper rest. Her life is not in danger, but her mental health is not good, so be careful when you talk to her. Tobio finally left the hotel. That's nice of him, but now we have the big problem that is called Berserker. Lancer said. We shouldn't have a hard time dealing with Assassin after Berserker is dead. He has a dragon slayer noble phantasm like Rider, right? I can see that you will have a hard time fighting him. Although you should be in your top now, unlike the last time when we fought the first Berserker and Rider at the warehouse. Yes, I won't let his noble phantasm hit me. However, on top of his Dragon Slayer sword, he has theoretically unlimited mana thanks to those crystals, so we cannot drag out the fight to have his master retreat. The best way to defeat him will be killing his master, but I doubt Fried would just let me do that when he has Berserker at his side. That's where I come in. You fight Berserker, and I will fight Fried. Issei concluded. I don't really see any other choices for us, so you will need to do your best, master. Issei inhaled. This would be the second time he fought another master, and a loss would be the end for them. They could not screw up and run away now, because if they did the church side would get the grail before them. They were running out of time. We should assault the hill before they can recover, said Lancer. That we will do, however I think we do need some preparations if we want to increase our chance at winning. You sound like you have a plan. I do. Fried Selzen wanted to sleep, but that superior bitch of him forced him to guard this place. If he was not in a mood of testing Berserker, he would kill Assassin right there and rape that cocky bitch. The hill had become their new territory after Berserker destroyed the big curse stone with his noble phantasm. Currently he and Berserker were stationing at the foot of the hill to prevent anyone from reaching the top. He couldn't help it. All of his life he had been waiting for this chance to get his revenge, and now he had it. The legendary Siegfried was nothing but his puppet now. Serve that fucker right. A day earlier old Crow Donaseek was supposed to summon a new Berserker, but he wasn't keen on getting one himself. Servants are a pain in the ass. So Fried used that chance to trick him into a bet. He claimed that he could summon the hero Siegfried in the Berserker class, to which Donaseek laughed at him and pointed out that the Norse warrior had never gone mad during his life. Fried couldn't stop laughing for a minute when he proved that old crow that he was wrong, and Siegfried did appear in a Berserker form. Donaseek could only shrug and let him take control of Berserker. If one is to bath in the blood of a mad dragon, then is it not obvious that he will inherit the madness of said dragon? Such a simple truth that nobody understands, but Fried knew it, and he did it. When this shit is over I will have this chump murder everyone at that facility. Every of those fuckers. Fried muttered in hatred. Fried was not a human but a homunculus, created by the mages as an attempt to resurrect a certain hero in the past. However, he was deemed a failure and was to discard. Yet he somehow survived. Born with nothing but power and the talent for killing, Fried had fallen in love with violence. Because he was born to kill, and so he would kill, he would keep killing and killing and killing and killing and killing. Huh. Oh, it's them bitches again. Fried stood up. Thanks to the familiars left behind he could see Lancer and her sissy master coming to this hill. And that was good. Fried got bored having nothing to do. First he ordered Berserker to intercept Lancer. Fried knew that the only way for them to defeat Berserker was to kill him, and he would have fun with that brat who dared to humiliate him the last time. Fried rushed into the forest, but not before showing his appearance, so Lancer's master would know where he was. On a branch of a tree Fried pulled out his favorite metal tube, an assault rifle that was based on the AR-15 model, but built for superhumans like him. 1 meter long and 7 kilograms heavy, it packs enough firepower to go through a man like fire through weed, and with a rate of fire of 900 RPM, it rivals a light machine gun. Fried even used a custom magically enhanced magazine which looked just like any 30-round magazine for the purpose of quick reloading, so that he could unleash 200 metal candies at anything. The accuracy is good enough that it could function as a marksman rifle, and Fried was confident that he could put a hole in the head of some fucker at over 1,000 meters in less than 5 seconds. It was a product of the organization that he had been working for, and they had a whole lot more fun stuff that Fried had yet to get his hands on. A normal assault rifle wouldn't trouble any Vatican special murder force, but this gun here could kill them just fine, unless they belonged to the most powerful department. Fried didn't recall the name, but he knew those guys could catch bullets like some kids throwing balls at them. Still, against this underage bitch this metal pew-pew was enough. Normally mages would need to use magecraft on their eyes to see in the dark, but Fried's eyes were genetically modified to do it without any spell. He could see that Lancer's master was smart enough to take cover behind a tree. But the gun in his hand had no problem penetrating through thick wood. Oh, I can't wait to see his expression when he realizes that cover means nothing. But Fried held back. There's no fun if he just headshot this bitch right here. No, there was more fun waiting for them in the forest. At the distance, flash of light and sound of explosion could be heard. It looked like Lancer and Berserker were in a stalemate. However, that would just be a matter of time before Berserker burned Lancer to dust, just like how he killed Saber. Those bitches were nothing before the might of Berserker. Lancer's master then threw a rock which resulted in an explosion. Ah, that brat finds out I plant mines everywhere. Originally Fried planned to have Lancer's master run around in this forest to trigger the mines, so that he would lose an arm or a leg, which would be hilarious to watch. Yet he somehow discovered that. Lancer's master threw a few more rocks to clear out the mines and move from tree to tree. It didn't seem like he had discovered where Fried was. This is no fun. Fried decided. He squeezed the trigger and shot a bullet at the tree where Lancer's master was hiding. Doing so would reveal his location, but what could this kid do to him? His only tool was the weird twice critical, but it was only useful when his whore of a servant was with him. He could see Lancer's master became panic as he tried to make himself as small as possible behind one of the trees, but against this assault rifle in Fried's eyes, it was useless. Fried could barely contain his smirk when he was making up a plan to dick around, but then a blur hit him right in the stomach. Fried was thrown into the air and flung away from his original location at over 100 meters. Thanks to his years of combat experience, he was fast enough to use the gun to block the attack, yet not only the gun was destroyed, but half of his ribs was also broken. The rough landing didn't help, and he knew had it not been for the protection spell he would lose his limbs too. 180 seconds boost, motherfucker. Those serpent-like green eyes sneered at Fried. Now he could recognize that the blur was in fact Lancer's master. The brat had his sacred gear out, and he was about to finish Fried off. Yet he was too late. Return here, berserker. Fried ordered through the blood in his mouth. Fried had to thank that stupid fucker for being a sheltered kid, otherwise he wouldn't miss the first strike and let his opponent a few seconds unharmed like that. Berserker teleported right in front of Lancer's master due to the command spell, and he definitely knew who to cut in half. Lancer's master instantly tried to run away, but in his frightened state he tripped over some rocks. Berserker didn't miss that chance. The servant growled, and with one thrust he pierced through the chest of his fallen prey like a hot knife through butter. "Serve you right, fucker," laughed Fried madly. Chap 17. The pair of master and servant rode to the Kuoh hill for the umpteenth time that they didn't bother to count. This would be the second time Lancer fought a berserker in the same Grail war. Who would have thought something like this could happen? But anything could happen in a war, and Lancer should prepare for it, including killing the legendary Mad Warrior tonight. Still, it was interesting to know that it's possible to summon an extra servant if one has the resources, something that doesn't often happen in a Grail war. The hero Siegfried, mentioned in the Nibelungenlied, without a doubt, would be way more powerful than the first Viking berserker that she had killed. A sword that slain a dragon and now holds the dragon slayer power, and a body that bathed in the dragon blood and now becomes invulnerable. Those are what people know the most about him, and the rules of belief will reinforce them. No matter how one looked at it, Siegfried was the archenemy of Lancer in this war. First it was Rider, and now it was Berserker. What rotten luck to have two Dragon Slayer opponents, thought Lancer. Although I didn't have a chance to have a rematch against Rider, some experience against a Dragon Slayer servant would be nice to have now. Truth to be told, she was not unfamiliar with Dragon Slayer warriors, and back in her time Lancer did fight against some of them. However, none of them was as strong as St. George nor Siegfried, and they didn't really try to kill or hunt her like a beast. George's feat of slaying a dragon is famous, but the achievement of the Norse hero against the greedy mad dragon Fafnir is way more recognized than the Christian warriors. It would certainly increase his power thanks to the fame. Fafnir was one of the dragon kings. While it was weaker than the Red Dragon Emperor, which was the source of Lancer's power, it was still a powerhouse. Siegfried had slain this foe alone, and that was the proof of his courage and might. A shame that he is reduced to a mindless beast now. If there was one thing Lancer considered fortunate, then it was the fact that they were fighting in an eastern country, so their fame was relatively the same. If this war was to happen in Scandinavia or Germany, Siegfried would be too powerful for her to handle. It would be similar to fighting a fusion of Lancelot and Gawain at noon, she assumed. Tough as it sounded, Lancer still looked forward to it. Any true warrior would want to test their might against another one. The thrill of victory was like good wine to the night. No, what I am thinking. Lancer shook her head. She shouldn't let her passion take over like this. The king had a duty, and it was to defeat the enemies to obtain the grail. Nothing more, nothing less. They are here. Wow, that guy certainly is strong. I can even feel his presence here, said Issei. When the hill entered their view, Issei quickly jumped down from Lancer's horse and chased after Fried so she could engage Berserker at this distance. If they were closer to the focal point of the hill, they might have to fight both Berserker and Assassin at the same time, which would give them a massive disadvantage. May fortune be with you, master. Thanks. Good luck to you too, Lancer. If it was a one-on-one fight, then Lancer could manage, but if Assassin joined the fray, then she could very well use her Iron Maidens to hold Lancer in one place and let Berserker finish her, or her master could be killed. Therefore it was important for them to lure Berserker away from the center of the hill, and to make Raynor believe that Archer's master, Tobio, could kill her with his sacred gear, so that she would need Assassin to protect her. Still, Lancer considered this a good development. Back then she had expected to fight at least 3 to 4 servants, multiple of them at the same time even. However, now there were only Berserker and Assassin left. Looking from another perspective, this certainly increased her chance at winning. One more advantage was that they were going to fight outdoors. Previously she had to fight the Viking Berserker and Saber in confined space, which reduced her freedom of movements a lot. However, in this open space a cavalry like Lancer can show her true strength. It was the same reason why she already had her horse with her. Hopefully Issei shares the same luck as me. She knew he had become stronger thanks to boosted gear and what he had done to his body to gain said strength. But she was worried about him fighting another master. They had seen what Fried could do, and the inexperienced Issei clearly was not trained to fight an expert like him. She was afraid that it would be a repeat of the fight against Kuoh. Berserker, however, gave her no time to think about it when he opened their battle with his noble phantasm. Lancer immediately had her mount jump sideways from that attack with the help of invisible air, and at the same time she had her lance spin to respond with her own beam of light. Thankfully Berserker had lost his skills as a warrior and only used raw strength to compensate, therefore it was possible for Lancer to deal with his attack. Their attacks clashed, which resulted in an explosion, but it was as Tobio said, Castor had reinforced the hill so that it could withstand the battles between servants. Raynor must have kept it up too, because if they destroyed the hill, the ley lines would no longer produce mana for her to use. Not waiting for Berserker to fire the next wave, Lancer became one with her horse. A drill of light that crushed through everything sped toward the enemy. Berserker, however, was still fast enough to use his noble phantasm to weaken her charge, and then he swung his sword upward to launch Lancer into the air. Normally this would be a checkmate, as Lancer should be helpless with no land to maneuver. A free target for Berserker to finish with his long-range attack. However, Dust Stallion was no longer a normal horse, and he had no problem running on air. Lancer once again charged into Berserker, tearing away his wave of destruction with her own storm of light. Yet Berserker still managed to parry her thrust thanks to it being weakened by Balming. The next minutes had Lancer and Berserker firing their noble phantasm at each other non-stop. Several times Lancer tried to bait him into a melee fight, but he still chose to use his long-range attacks and refused to move away from his position. Even charging at him from different positions didn't budge Berserker. He certainly made it difficult for Lancer to pierce him with her lance to deal real damage, since her long-range attack didn't seem to trouble Berserker. The backlash and shockwave from the clashes between the two servants had slowly eroded the durability of the hill. Craters were created and rows of trees were reduced to dust. Still, neither of them refused to back down. But the dragon core at Lancer's side and tons of mana crystals at Berserker's side, none of them had problems with using their noble phantasm. Lancer knew prolonging this battle was a horrible idea, but her instinct told her that even a glazing hit from Berserker would result in a grave wound. In such a battle, if she was to fall from her horse, it would be her death sentence. Therefore she needed to play it safe to make sure that his wave of light wouldn't even touch her armor. The two servants continued to stalemate in a contest of firepower until Berserker teleported away. Instantly Lance knew her master was in danger. There was no reason for Fried to call his servant back unless Issei had managed to corner him. Lancer pushed her horse to gallop to where Issei and Fried were, because when she realized that Issei still hadn't used his command spell to teleport her, she knew he had lost his cool. There they are. She could see Issei trying to run away from Berserker and Fried, who was beaten to a bloody pulp, sitting nearby. Lancer might be the fastest servant in this war, but it was not possible for her to intercept Berserker to save Issei at this range. It would take her 4 seconds to cross the 1000 meters distance from where she was, and 1 more second to block Berserker's sword. However, 5 seconds was a generous amount of time for Berserker to kill Issei over a dozen times. They had run out of time, and the bitter truth was that even if Lancer somehow managed to save Issei, they would still be locked in a draw because neither her nor Berserker could finish the other one. Fried, however, could call Raynor to send assassin here to kill them both. Still, the king did not give up. Dust Stallion, go beyond your limit and charge at the fallen enemy in front of us. She dismounted and ordered her beloved horse. If she was to ride, it would take her 4 seconds, but if it was just the white horse, then he could close that distance in less than 3 seconds. The ground shook when Berserker pierced through Issei's chest. Dust Stallion's objective, however, was the immobile Fried, who was laughing like a madman. The white-hair psycho still had a vulgar smile on his face, even when his skull was crushed under the hooves of her mount. Had Siegfried not been a berserker, he would recognize the threat of Dust Stallion to his master, but due to the fact that the horse didn't target him, he didn't prioritize it. By the time he noticed Dust Stallion and raised the sword to fire his noble phantasm, it was too late. Lancer did not stand still when Dust Stallion charged toward Fried. She used the blessing of the wind along with Mana Burst to further increase her speed so that she could dash to Berserker at the same time, albeit slower than Dust Stallion, just 2 seconds. Thanks to that, Berserker was caught off guard. As he turned his attention to Dust Stallion, his back was shown to Lancer. A fatal mistake that could not be undone. Lancer aimed straight at the vulnerable leaf-shaped mark on Berserker's back. The tip of her lance pierced through his body and exposed at the chest. This is for Dust Stallion. Lancer used her strength to bring the lance upward, breaking Berserker's head in two. Having his weak spot struck and losing his head, Berserker simply disappeared, indicating that their battle was over. But there was nothing Lancer could do to save her beloved white horse, which had turned into particles after Balming burned it, along with Freed, but Lancer didn't care about him, a price that she had to pay in order to finish Berserker. "Thank you, my loyal steed." Lancer gave it a final word before returning to her master's side to treat him. Issei was shaking visibly on the ground, a deep purple hole was eating everything in his chest. Foam was forming on his mouth, and his eyes were rolling in his head. It didn't require a genius to realize that Issei only had a few minutes left to live. Because his body had turned into more dragon-like, this was what happened when he took the attack of the demonic dragon slayer sword Balming. "Stay with me, Issei." Lancer quickly pulled out a bottle from her pocket. "Yes. That should be the last one." "You got it right," confirmed the red dragon. Lancer and Issei were back at the ruined shrine of Akeno inside Issei's room, which had miraculously survived the battle between Lancer and Saber. Since Akeno had been secured in a safe place, so Issei suggested doing this here. A magic circle had been drawn on the floor. Lancer could recognize some characteristics of it, but her knowledge wasn't enough to replicate the formation. If Drake wasn't here, they wouldn't be able to produce the circle. "Alright, next are these." Issei put 2 bottles and a package at the center of the magic circle, and then returned to Lancer's side. Lancer herself already had her armor and lance on. She knew what she should do if something went wrong. "Let's do this." Issei sent the mana into the magic circle. A flash of red light, and a minute later a being appeared from the magic circle. Her crimson hair was no different from the color of blood, and the swirling vortex in the center of her inhuman blue-green eyes told the world of what she was. A flower among flowers, she had the charm of a mature lady and the air of a noble. What Lancer couldn't comprehend was that this supernatural being in front of her was clad in a luxurious red Japanese kimono. But it was a trivial thing, what happened next was crucial for them. "Greeting my clients, my name is Ria's GREMORY. I am a devil from the Pillar GREMORY, and tonight I am honored to be summoned by you. You may call me Ria's." The she-devil gave them a curtsy. Strong, thought Lancer. This was the first time she met a devil face to face. Although Merlin himself was bored of a reunion between a human and an incubus, Ria's GREMORY was different from him from what Lancer saw. She estimated that physically this devil was on par with a servant. Additionally, she could detect a large amount of mana inside her, and so she needed to be careful if they were to engage in combat. The 2 bottles and the package on the floor floated to Ria's hands. 2 bottles of dragon blood and 1 million Japanese yen. She wasted no time examining the content, fast and thoroughly. "What is it that my clients desire?" If there was a devil that they could summon to exchange for something, then the GREMORY was their best shot. This was what Drake explained to Lancer and Issei, and with Issei's blood turning into dragon blood, they could use it for a bargain. "We want 2 bottles of Phoenix Tear. The legendary healing remedy." Lancer had only heard it from Merlin, yet she never saw it back when she was alive. Supposedly it could heal any wound, or even attach a separated limb. The redeed she-devil considered it, and then she replied in a sweet voice. "Normally these alone are not enough for you to obtain 2 bottles of Phoenix Tear, but I can see that you two are anything but normal. Since this is our first time, I am willing to show you the generosity of the GREMORY." From her palm 2 fancy bottles appeared. Next, Ria's made them gently fly to Issei's opening hands. "Here you go, may this not be the last time we see each other." Ria's winked at Issei before she finally disappeared. I didn't expect the devils to be this reasonable." Issei cut off the mana to the magic circle and erased it after giving Lance one of the bottles. "That is because you just make a deal with the GREMORY, and she is a benevolent one. You don't want to deal with the ones that obsess with human souls. I wonder if this is a real thing." Lancer opened the lid. "It has no smell. True Phoenix Tear has no smell," proclaimed the dragon. "I don't want to be pessimistic, but it looks like the only way to test them is through battles." Issei put 1 bottle into his pocket, and Lancer did the same thing. "Let's go." Issei's backup plan had worked wonders. Originally, Lancer didn't consider getting some healing items for them, since they didn't really have the means to. If Issei didn't propose to make a deal with a devil, she would have a hard time saving him now. The drop of Phoenix Tear instantly healed the deep hole on Issei. His skin was no longer pale, and his breath had become normal again. However, the wound inflicted by Dragon Slayer weapons was not to be underestimated, especially when it belonged to a legendary hero. His life was not in danger, but Lancer assumed that it would take some time before Issei could regain his consciousness. "There is no problem with the mana," Lance confirmed. "Looks like I have to finish it by myself." Although in this state Issei's body would prioritize his recovery by redirecting every ounce of mana to heal him, the Dragon Core still produced more than enough for Lancer to fight another servant. Berserker had been eliminated, the last 2 servants of this war were Lancer and Assassin. She only needed to win 1 more battle to achieve her wish. Lancer glanced at her master one last time before she began to climb the hill. If she wanted to protect Issei, then the best she could do was to kill Assassin and Rainer before they could come here. It didn't take long before a castle of limestone appeared before Lancer. Lancer stopped around 200 meters in front of it. She observed this castle warily. A base to protect themselves, huh? The castle was not here when they came to the hill the first time, and this design told Lancer that Castor couldn't be the one who created it. It couldn't be more obvious whose castle it was, and something was nagging on her mind about it. It was as if Lancer had seen this castle before somewhere, which could be a clue on the true identity of Assassin. Seems like that woman secretly has a territory creation skill. No, it could be one of her noble phantasms. Yet in her eyes this castle could not be anything but a giant death trap. If she entered it, Assassin would completely dominate her in the playfield, which was something Lancer wanted to avoid because she had no time to play that game. She recalled that Tobio said he would destroy the magic circles to stall the process of gathering mana to forcefully summon the grail, but there was no evidence whether it worked or not. Lancer was no amateur when it came to defending a fortress, so she knew where Assassin and her master would be. That place would also fit the personality of Assassin, who used a torture device to attack. Thus, her course of action was clear. Her noble phantasm, the lance that rivals the sword, has two modes of attack. The first one is to turn the user into a drill of light when she runs at high speed to charge into the enemy. She was going to use the second mode. Lancer raised her lance, the metal bands unraveled themselves to reveal the pillar of light underneath. Earlier she couldn't use its full power against Berserker due to the speed of his noble phantasm, but now there was nothing to hold her back. The wind blew around Lancer as the lance began to spin rapidly, gathering the mana around it in order to reenact the legend. My shining light, now it is the time to be released from the ends of the world. Let us split the heavens and tether the earth, anchor of the storm. The spin turned the lance into a huge cone of light. Lancer took a stance, bracing herself against the might of her noble phantasm. Next she pointed the tip at the castle. Wrong-a-minute. The unstoppable storm of light roared out. It swept away everything in its road along with the limestone castle. It continued to soar through the night and for a short time lighted up the sky. There was no explosion, the reinforced hill, and the castle simply couldn't withstand Lancer's pillar of light. Lance had the bands cover her lance to turn back into its dormant state while running to where the castle had been. Nothing. It took her by surprise, because Lancer didn't really expect this. The castle had turned into particles after her noble phantasm destroyed it, but there was only a shallow crater afterward. Earlier she had assumed that Raynor and Assassin would hide in the dungeon of the castle, because that would be the safest place, and it would take a lot of time to find out where they were hiding. Lancer had avoided destroying the dungeon because she was afraid that she would blow up the grail too. However, apparently there was no dungeon in the first place. Where are they? Lancer was confused. She felt like she was missing something, and her instinct couldn't give her a clear insight. Hold on, why is the castle located at the top of the hill? Lancer and Issei had gone to talk to Castor before, and from what she remembered their base wasn't at the top of the hill, but somewhere lower. Lancer immediately ran back to the place where mana gathered the most, which theoretically should be the focal point of the ley lines. It led her to a cave, which was actually hidden by some sort of illusion. Lancer had a bad feeling when she broke through the protection to get inside the cave. This could be the real hideout of Raynor and Assassin, yet she still couldn't detect Assassin, even when she had no problem finding her back at the supermarket. Wait, the mana. Indeed, there was a huge amount of mana here, but it was not even enough to support a servant. She could feel that the mana was being drained from the ley lines, but it just went away for some reasons, instead of being concentrated at a single spot. It didn't make any sense to forcefully summon the grail if the mana just disappeared like that. Why would they make the mana disappear? No, it feels like they are not even here, but if they aren't here in the first place then. Lancer turned her head to the east. The church. She gritted her teeth. Lancer instantly ran back to where Issei was, angered by the fact that Raynor and Assassin had successfully tricked her into believing that they built the castle here to protect themselves while summoning the grail. The truth was that the castle was but a front to distract her. They had been draining the mana from the ley lines of this hill, but they must have used some sort of magecraft to send said mana to the church in order to manifest the grail there. I should have realized that there is no way they would abandon their original base that easily. Lancer had wasted too much time fighting Berserker. If she had assaulted the church first, they could have won the war now. Issei was still unconscious when she returned to him. If Lancer carried Issei, then she wouldn't be able to fight Assassin. With no other choice, Lancer hid Issei in the leftover of the forest. No wild animal could hurt him now, but if someone found him in this state, then it would be too troublesome. Lord Drake, please tell my master that I am going to fight Assassin at the church. I will do so. Thank you. Lancer dashed away immediately. Due to the loss of her mount, Lancer had to run to the church. She estimated that it would take her more than an hour at top speed. Servants themselves are faster than humans, but when it comes to travel, it is always preferable to have a mount. She also didn't want to go too fast because she knew Assassin would place traps over there to ambush her. If she just rushed into it, she could be killed carelessly. The closer Lancer was to the church, the denser mana she could feel from it, so did the thick smell of blood. Originally, Lancer should have no problem fighting Assassin at full power, however without a right, it would be more dicey. One advantage that Lancer had when she used the melee mode was that the lance would make her incredibly heavy and powerful, thanks to the kinetic energy produced when she moves at high speed. No matter how thick or hard Assassin's Iron Maiden was, it couldn't stop Lancer's Rongominiad in that state. Yet now Lancer had to execute it with just her legs, which would decrease the speed and weight by 2/3. If she was not careful, Assassin could still trap her in the torture device to drain her blood. The long-range mode would have no problem turning Assassin into dust, but it required some time to charge, since Lancer had to finish Assassin with a heavy strike, as a casual one wouldn't cut it. Oh my, I thought it would take more time for you to figure it out. I guess there is a molecule of intelligence in that metal head of yours. Sneered the woman in red. Assassin was just outside of the church to welcome Lancer to this place. But first, let me congratulate you on defeating Berserker. I assume that you have also crushed that bug of a master. Neither my master nor I like him, so we give you our thanks. Assassin said in a grateful voice. She was still the same woman they met back at the supermarket, except the smell of blood was even thicker. Lancer also noticed that her stats had increased from the last time, and there was something. She couldn't explain it, but Assassin felt real to her. Although I must say, who would have thought you self-proclaimed knight has no code of chivalry? Ruining a noble's castle like that. Assassin faked a sigh. But what can I expect from a barbarian like you? Your parents must have no time to teach a bastard daughter manners. Lancer's eye twitched, but she held back. She needed to calmly observe Assassin and her surroundings to determine where the traps were and how to shut up this tramp in one move. Besides, don't you see that you were too cruel? Killing all the innocent hostages that I have placed in the castle. TCH. What a cold heart you have, Lancer. Lancer stayed silent at Assassin's words. Back then she did consider some other people besides Assassin and Raynor could be in the castle, but she had no time to find out where they were and what they were doing there. It was more than likely that Assassin was lying to her, and even if there were actual hostages, then it wasn't really a big deal. Lancer had ruled as a king for a decade, she was no stranger to civilians getting caught in the crossfire. Thus, they were simply collateral damage to her, something that couldn't be avoided in a war. Big words for a countess who bathed in the blood of hundreds of maidens. Lancer retorted. Oh my. Assassin covered her mouth, but Lancer could see a sinister smile behind her fingers. The Iron Maidens, the limestone castle and the smell of blood. They are associated with you, Lady Elizabeth Bathory. Assassin, or Lancer should say Elizabeth, responded with a silver bell-like laugh. Of course. I am that famous. Elizabeth said. You are interesting, Lancer. I like you. Why don't you switch sides and become my servant? I promise that I will feed you, dress you and only drink your blood once a week. Lancer could only chuckle at that proposal. I guess bathing in blood too much can cause great harm to one's head. You need to clean that brain of yours before making a coherent conversation, Elizabeth. Phew, I really like that side of yours, Lancer. A real noble always keeps a clown for entertainment, you will do one greatly. Both Lancer and Elizabeth laughed at their jokes, but inside they wanted nothing more than the decimation and humiliation of the other party. Yet Lance knew she couldn't keep this up, she needed to kill Elizabeth as fast as she could to secure the grail. During their talk, Lancer didn't see Raynor, so the fallen angel could only hide inside that church. The ground cracked beneath Lancer's feet as she used invisible air as a jumpstart to rush toward Assassin. However, the Countess was no longer there when the tip of her lance reached her. What? Lancer repositioned herself and saw a puddle of blood on the ground, then it reformed into the Blood Countess. Impress yet? Her enemy taunted. TCH. Lancer gritted her teeth. She thought she could finish Assassin with one sudden strike, but this trick certainly could neutralize her melee attack. If Elizabeth could do this all the time, then the only way for Lancer to win would be using Rongominiad's long-range attack. No kind of liquid could take the heat of the light from the ends of the world after all. However, using an attack that required charging against an opponent who was on par with her was too risky. Just as Lancer thought about it, Assassin had conjured an Iron Maiden to trap Lancer. Ha! A force field of mana exploded around Lancer, breaking the Iron Maiden into pieces. That strength of yours is so intoxicating. I hate it when it opposes me, but I love it if it belongs to me. Lancer saw no reason to reply to Elizabeth, she simply launched a weaker long-range attack at her for a test, which was blocked by a giant Iron Maiden when it was about to reach its target. Lancer held her breath, if Assassin could block her uncharged attack, then this could become a long battle. Any second that Lancer was wasting on figuring out a method to kill Elizabeth was another second Raynor closer to summon the Grail. She took a quick glance at the church, wondering where Rainer could be. Because at this point it would be faster to win if she took some damage from assassin to kill her master. Oh my, you are still thinking that you could get a grail. That is so cute, Lancer. Out of her expectation, Elizabeth rolled up her right sleeve to show 3 command spells on her arm. Wah. Did I not tell you that you should become my servant? How can I do it if I have no command spell to control you? Impossible. There is no way a servant can get. It clicked in Lancer's head, but such a thing was too bitter for her to swallow. Yes, it is exactly as you think. My master Rainer has managed to manifest the grail for her and me. She got her wish, and I have reincarnated in this eternal youthful flesh. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. The war is already over, Lancer, you have lost. For a few seconds Lancer's head became blank at those words. These are proof that I am alive, Lancer. My master gave them to me because she didn't need them anymore. Over. She had lost. Just like that. If you arrived 30 minutes earlier you could still have a chance, but my master would use 2 command spells to make me kill you instantly anyway. Elizabeth smirked at Lancer, and then she casually waved her hand. Lancer snapped out of her stupor when she realized that they were still in the middle of a fight, but it was too late. 2 gigantic iron maidens appeared on both of her sides and mercilessly devoured her arms. Ai. Normally this couldn't happen, a servant's limbs were very tough, and Lancer's durability was higher than an average servant. However, assassin's iron maidens were not normal, and they were specially made to hurt females. Blood should have spurted out from her wounds, but there was none. Assassin would never let that blood waste on the ground, after all she had waited for so long to have it. Yes. Yes. This is it. This is the expression that I want to see on your face. Pain. Suffering. Despair. They are so beautiful on you. Elizabeth relished in her crazy indulgence. So delicious. Your blood is so much better than every peasant and noble that I have tasted. I cannot have enough of this. Was this the end for her? She had let down her guard in the worst time. There was no way Lancer could defend herself if she was to fight Assassin armless, and Assassin would never let her recover from this state. Lancer would become the blood bag for the Countess. That was her end. If you want to blame someone, blame God for making that boy summon you, Lancer. The king looked down, an effort to keep her pride by not showing her misery face in front of the enemy. Then she saw it. She saw her lance, which had rolled in between her still standing legs, which coincidentally was pointing toward Assassin. The image of a certain Irish figure appeared in her mind. In her naive days the knight had heard of the story, and in a foolish attempt, she had tried to practice it. Lancer had never succeeded, but she wouldn't forgive herself if she gave up now. Lancer bit her lips and held her breath. She held back the mana which was trying to regrow her arms. Instead she focused everything on her legs. Let's see, I still need to capture your master if I want to make you my servant. Since you obviously don't want to make a contract with me, I will have to keep both you and that boy alive. Unknown to Elizabeth, Lancer was heightening all of her senses and slightly changed the stance to prepare for her last strike. She only had one shot, and she swore on the name of the Welsh dragon that she would not miss this opportunity. What do you think, Lancer? Should I also cut his limbs? Die, you rotten wench. Lancer gathered every ounce of mana inside her to activate Mana Burst on her legs, and she picked up Rongaminiad with her right foot and kicked it at Assassin, who was still enjoying her imaginary future. A huge Iron Maiden instantly appeared before Elizabeth to protect her, but it was useless against the all-penetrating power of the lance. If Assassin had participated in wars back when she was alive, she would have realized that it would be better if she dodged the attack by turning into a puddle of blood. However, because she was a sheltered noble, Elizabeth didn't have the experience for her body to automatically react to a surprise attack, despite having the means to. The spinning lance hungrily drilled through Assassin's right chest, breaking apart half of her upper body. You wretch. At the same time, the retaliation in the shape of a huge Iron Maiden caught Lancer, who was falling after the kick, but anyone could see that she was grinning before the metal spikes pierced through her body. Chap 18. Issei woke up to the stinging pain on his left hand. He shut his eyes tightly before opening them again. Whoa, what? The command spell was throbbing, and if he was right, this was the indication that Lancer was in danger. Drake, what's going on? His head was fuzzy, he couldn't remember what happened after he was stabbed by Berserker. He was sure that he had been killed by that hot as hellfire sword, but for some reasons he was still alive. The short story is that Lancer has defeated Berserker and used her Phoenix Tear to save you, then headed to the church to fight Assassin. Issei immediately turned his head toward the church. It was vague, but he could feel that Lancer was there. Ugh. The command spell on his left hand continued to ache, which meant Lancer had yet to be safe. Issei wondered what could happen to her, because according to Lancer, Assassin wasn't a tough opponent. Then again, she just fought Berserker, who had a Dragon Slayer noble phantasm, so she might have been weakened. There was no way he could get to the church in time. Even if Issei had become faster now, it would still at least take a few hours for him to run to the church. However, that time was enough for the servants to finish their battle. "Do I?" he muttered at the sight of his command spell. Issei was torn between the two options. If he used the command spell to teleport Lancer here, he would absolutely remove her from danger, but if she was in the middle of finishing Assassin, then they would miss their biggest chance to end the war. Issei recalled their battle against the first Berserker. Wasn't it because they charged forward instead of retreating that they were able to kill him? Yet if he did nothing, there was a chance that Lancer could be killed for real, and Issei would hate himself the rest of his life if he let something like that happen. Sometimes it was better safe than sorry. Issei bit his lips, and after a deep breath he decided to use his last command spell. He would just have to apologize to Lancer if he interrupted her when she was about to end Assassin. The thought of Lancer backstabbing him when he no longer had any command spell to control her never crossed his mind. "By my command spell, I order you to return here." The last stroke of the three faded, and with a flash the blonde knight appeared in front of Issei. Lancer. She had lost both of her arms, and there were huge holes all over her body. Undoubtedly Assassin had used the Iron Maidens on her. Lancer's breathing was rough, and her flesh looked like it had been drained of blood. Issei could even see the internal organs underneath her broken armor. "Hang on, I got you." He immediately reached for the Phoenix tear in his pocket, but then he realized that his clothes had been ripped apart. Issei quickly searched for the bottle and managed to find it among the grass where he was laying. However, he found himself in a difficult spot when he didn't know where to pour the Phoenix tear on Lancer. There are too many wounds on her body. A single drop of Phoenix tear wouldn't be able to heal all of them at the same time. The correct way to do it is to have her drink the Phoenix tear. Her servant body will receive a surge in overall regeneration to close up those holes. "Thank you, Drake." Issei gently lifted Lancer's head with his left hand carefully so he wouldn't accidentally hurt her, and put the bottle top in her lips so she could drink the potion. The effect could be seen clearly as Lancer's breathing had returned to normal, and since they were close, Lancer was taking in more of his mana to heal herself. In a blink most of the wounds were healed, but her arms had yet to regrow. "Master." "Yeah, I'm here, Lancer. You are safe." "I see." Lancer closed her eyes. "Thank you for saving me. I thought I would have died by Assassin's hands for real." "You saved me too, Lancer." Issei smiled. "So we're even." "Heh." Lancer chuckled at that. Because she was still in the process of healing, Issei let her take a rest. He could always ask her about her battle against Assassin later. In his mind, if Lancer was in this state, then there was no doubt that they had lost, since they would never kill Rainer and Assassin in time before those two successfully summoned the Grail now. Issei let out a sigh. Nonetheless, he was glad that he had made the right decision to save Lancer. He wouldn't know what to do if his command spell failed him. 5 minutes later, the knight tried to get up herself. "You haven't completely healed yet, Lancer." "I'm fine, Master. I have dealt a critical blow to Assassin, whose true name is Elizabeth Bathory, the Blood Countess. But given enough time, she would recover. We need to kill her for real before she could escape," Lancer said in a hurried voice. "This servant body of mine has healed enough to function normally, so you don't need to care about that." "We have lost, haven't we?" asked Issei. "Yeah. Rainer has won the race of time and got the Grail," she replied in a low voice. "The war is over." That confirmed Issei's suspicion, yet strangely he didn't feel that sad. In the first place, he didn't really aim for the Grail, and the fact that both of them could survive was something to be happy about. Though Issei was certain Lancer didn't feel the same. "Come on, you can ride on my back." After fishing all the important things from his ripped clothes, Issei lowered his body to let Lancer climb on him. "We will get to the church together. Hopefully you can regrow your arms in the meantime." "No, I cannot do that, Issei. First and foremost, I am your servant. I cannot ride on you like that." Unexpectedly, Lancer rejected his proposal. "I don't care how you want to go, but whatever you choose, do it fast. You don't want this town folks to see you in this state," Drake said. What the dragon said made sense, therefore Lancer reluctantly climbed on Issei's back. Issei meanwhile was happy to carry her. The pair of master and servant began their trip to the church. So what happened? Lancer began to tell Issei how she killed Fried and Berserker. Next, she destroyed the castle of Assassin, but found out it was a distraction. Then she rushed to the church to fight Assassin, and finally she had learned that Rainer had given her servant the command spells after getting their hands on the Grail. In the midst of that, I became careless and let that countess took my arms. However, she too let down her guard and consequently received a fatal strike from me. That is when you teleported me back to the hill with your final command spell, just before her counter move claimed my life." "I see. Still, it's good that we are still alive, right?" Lancer didn't answer him, and he could guess that her pride was wounded since she let Elizabeth win the Grail War and almost enslave her. "On the other hand, since Dust Stallion has sacrificed himself for us to defeat Berserker, you no longer have a mount, right?" Well, you can use me as a replacement, I can be your ride. He jokingly said. But Lancer didn't say anything to his joke either. There were only a few hours left before night ended, so Issei picked a less populated route to avoid early risers. He was running, but Lancer had no problem sitting firmly on his back thanks to her riding skill. Halfway there, Issei started another conversation. Did you find out the reason why Assassin, or Elizabeth Bathory, is as strong as your saber? They said that she had bathed in the blood of hundreds of maidens, and the more she did that sadistic ritual, the younger she became. That belief must have shaped her legend. I suspect that it is a part of her noble phantasm along with the castle which increases her stats when she baths in the blood of young females. A terrifying method to gain power, and since she had killed so many women, she must have gained an anti-female noble phantasm, similar to the Dragon Slayer Rider and Berserker too. Lancer must have been at a disadvantage when she fought Assassin, something that she probably wouldn't want to acknowledge. That does explain why she reeks of blood, Issei said. Her ability to turn herself into liquid is far more problematic for us. Speaking of which, Issei, can you breathe fire? That would be amazing if I can, but I'm afraid I don't know how to do that yet. He shook his head. That's too bad. But no matter, if we fight together she wouldn't be able to use her Iron Maidens to catch us due to your size. Lancer explained. You will be hurt, but please endure during the time I charge my noble phantasm to finish that cursed woman in one hit. Issei nodded. Got it, we will finish her together. The pair of master and servant became tense when they could see the church from afar. Lancer's arms had regrown, and her body had been completely healed. Issei slowly stepped closer to the church, while Lancer had her lance and armor equipped. That bloody wench is not here. Lancer confirmed after sensing the area thoroughly. Her presence concealment skill cannot hide her trace anymore due to the smell of blood, so we can be sure of that. So Assassin had escaped, but they had expected that. Since she had achieved her goal, Lancer was only the dessert to her, but if it was a life-threatening situation, it was more than likely that Elizabeth would just flee for the sake of her life. Neither Issei nor Lancer had the energy to chase after Assassin, so he just observed the church which was still in one piece, but it felt more like a grave to him. Issei could feel his sacred gear somewhat pulling him in a weird manner, as if it were telling him to move forward. Shall we? He asked Lancer, who just jumped down from his back. The knight nodded. Together they ventured into the church for the first time. Inside it was still the same church that he had been there with his childhood friend Shido 10 years ago. The difference was that it somehow looked more creepy with those deviant decorations. There were signs of living, he could pick out the smell of food, candles, oil, trash and even blood. His sacred gear, however, continued to pull him downward. After Lancer had confirmed that there was no one here, they broke through the door to the basement. What's that? In the middle of the room was a strange object. It was a cube the size of a soccer ball with numerous colors blending together. On the ground was a grand magic circle which Issei assumed was the one feeding the mana into said cube. It had been deactivated and wasted. Issei doubted here Lancer could fix it, and they wouldn't want to drain the mana from his hometown anyway. That is the Holy Grail. Issei walked toward it, with Lancer next to him. Yes, that is the Holy Grail. Verified the dragon. The cube gently floated between his hands, and he could feel that his sacred gear and the Grail were resonating to each other. Although he didn't understand why they did that. The object that they had been seeking this entire time, now it was in their hands. Issei felt like it had been years since he met Lancer at that abandoned house. So many things had happened over such a short time. Let's go outside, there's nothing here for us to gain. Said Lancer after she lightly touched the cube, which showed no reaction. Yeah. Issei agreed with her, there was nothing for them in this room. They were both uncomfortable in the basement, so naturally they wanted to get outside of the church. There was one room where it had the smell of blood the strongest. Issei admitted that he was curious, but he knew Lancer wasn't in a mood for exploring. They both knew whose room it was anyway, and it would only salt the wound if they broke in. Issei carried the cube out of the church and settled down at the backyard. I thought it would look like a grail, you know. He said. Mere appearance can be changed casually. Answered the dragon. The true nature of the grail, the one that comes from the forge of God, is a divine instrument. When it absorbs enough mana it can execute a calculation accordingly to the wish, then it will warp the result into reality. Of course sometimes the will of mankind will oppose dangerous wishes, but that's a story for another time. I can feel that this one here still has a little mana left in it, otherwise it would have disappeared right after the miracle is completed. You sure know a lot, Drake. This isn't my first Holy Grail war. Replied the dragon. One of my hosts back then did join a war like this, although it was way more messed up than this one. Huh. Issei tilted his head. I have a question. Why did they leave it there? Anyone would have brought the Grail back regardless of its date. Asked Lancer. Although I never saw Galahad bring back the Holy Grail after his quest. Because without the right container the grail cannot be stored, and since Rainer is a fallen angel, she cannot carry the grail through the dimension back to her home in the reverse side of the world. She probably considers it is too much work to bring it with her, so she left it on Earth. Braig explained. It will eventually disappear by itself after some time anyway. Is that so? Then there was only silence. Neither Issei nor Lancer had anything to talk about, not after the fact that they had lost the war conclusively sank into their consciousness. Issei still held the cube between his hands, his mind drifted in a sea of thought. Of the possibility that he could achieve. I know what you are thinking, Issei. Listen, you do not have to do this. Think about it, you have done so much for her, and you even sacrifice your humanity for her. What is wrong with losing a war or two? Who could blame you two on losing when you have tried your best? If you want you can just participate in another Grail war. The fact remains, is that you have survived the Holy Grail war against unfair, dangerous and cunning enemies. Is that not your original objective? Don't you see that you still have a bright life in front of you? And hey, if you notice, does this not mean you can spend more time with Lancer? Forget about the past, you only need to shower her with the future. Her heart will absolutely melt when you two go on a gourmet trip around the world. You should know that Lancer will also feel incredibly guilty when she realizes she is the one who made you into this, and thus she will do everything to compensate you. You only have to speak your mind, and she will fulfill your demands. Is that not such a wonderful thing? I have a promise to keep. You do know that there will not be any reward for you at the end if you do that, right? Do you absolutely want to walk down that path? I do. Chap 19. All that boasting, all that scheming. How embarrassing. In the end she still lost, she could draw out 100 excuses, and the fact remained was that she had lost. Lancer might feel vexed, but she was not going to blame Issei. The boy had done what he could in this war, even if his actions were naive and unhelpful. Sometimes life just doesn't go as one wants. Lancer looked down at her own body. Her arms had grown back, and every wound had been healed. Her armor was also completely repaired. She was as good as when she was summoned at the beginning. An inhuman perfection. Did she have the right to rule the kingdom when her time had been over for centuries? The nature of servants is that they will be summoned from the throne of heroes, which is placed outside of time and space. Hence they can be summoned into the past, present and future. Even answering the call across dimensions and parallel worlds is the norm for them. So it wouldn't be far-fetched if out there somewhere, another version of her had been summoned, won the Grail War and achieved the wish. Such possibility is not abnormal in the infinite timeline. Is it worth it? The memory of that day replayed in Lancer's mind. It was vivid because she had seen it twice when she was alive. The scene of the bloody hill. The end of her last battle. She had become what her kingdom asked of her, she had made every right choice and ruled with a fair judgment, but even then it was not enough. Am I? A mistake. Camelot could not be saved, no matter what. That was what her mentor told her. What is the point of trying if the result has been determined from the beginning? As if she were looking for an answer, Lancer saw her master who was still examining the dimmed cube. His body had grown beyond that of a teenager, and his skin was covered in red scales. He had sharp black claws for his nails, and there was a tail with a spike tip from the end of his back. His skull no longer bore the shape of a human skull, and there was a pair of horns on it. He did not have a pair of wings, but that was just a matter of time before he grew one. Issei had become a dragon. His body structure even changed from bipedal one to the quadrupedal one to accommodate his new form. He had already shown significant dragonic features back in that shady hotel, but only after the fight against Berserker that his body had fully grown into one. The mortal wound inflicted by Siegfried must have accelerated the healing process, which forced his body to discard the weak human parts to make rooms for the tough dragon ones so that he could survive. No amount of "I choose this myself" from Issei himself could cover the fact that she was the reason why he turned into this. Earlier he made a joke that he could replace her mount, but she had denied him. Dust Stallion was a good horse, and his loss might contribute to the reason why Elizabeth could corner her. However, he could not be compared to an actual person like Issei. Lancer did not want her master to see himself as an animal. He was a human, and even if his body had become a phantasmal creature, he should continue to think himself as a human. Once he started seeing himself as a beast, there was no telling what would happen. We should find a way to turn him back into a human before the world crushed him. Lancer decided that was the least she should do before returning to the throne. Hey Issei. Lancer softly said, just at the same time Issei turned back to her. Hey, Lancer. It was awkward when their eyes met, but Lancer gestured to let Issei talk first. Since I have become a dragon, boosted gear has unlocked a cool ability. Watch this. Lancer failed to notice that Issei in fact had his sacred gear out for some time. The red gauntlet flashed, and came the mechanical voice of Drag. Transfer. The cube between his hands began to shine brightly, then it rapidly changed its shape into a chalice full of mana. Lancer was speechless at the sight before her. Undoubtedly that was the holy relic which she had heard of and sent her knights on a quest to find it. Now the prize of the war was floating between Issei's hands, waiting for a wish. Boost can temporarily double anything, and transfer allows me to give that boost to others. Since the grail still has some mana, I can increase that amount to reactivate it, Issei cheerfully said. Unbelievable. Still, Lancer quickly recovered. Since Drake Gotch was the legendary Red Dragon Emperor, it wasn't unreasonable that his power could allow Issei to pull out something like this. They were lucky that they ventured into the church, got the grail, and Issei's sacred gear had the right ability for it. Then, you should use it to turn yourself back into a human. The sentence choked in her throat. A force inside Lancer kept it down, preventing the only shot at returning Issei's life back to normal. I remember our promise, don't worry, I will make sure that you will get your wish. He had a smile on his face and a fire in his serpent-like eyes. It was no different on that night when her master made the same promise to her. No. Before Lancer could clarify what she meant, Issei spoke first. Earlier, what did you want to tell me? Ah, about that. Lancer was surprised by that, but after a minute she decided to let it out. Issei, back then. If you already knew that Shuri Himejima, Akeno's mother, has been killed for years, would you still go to Kyoto to save her? Her master was taken back by that question, and he had a puzzled face for a few seconds. Yeah. I mean, if I don't see the truth with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. What if Mrs. Shuri was still alive and hidden somewhere? I don't know, the future is simply unpredictable with so many possibilities. Therefore I will try until I can't anymore. If I don't do it, then I will always question myself later on of what could happen, and that is a regret I want to avoid. An answer befitting of his personality and experience. I'm an idiot, but let me tell you something, Lancer. You know our country, Japan. There was a time when we got too cocky and became one of the main participants in a war that was so large it involved multiple countries all over the world. Yes, I know it. You mean to talk about the Second Great World War. She had got the general knowledge of modern events when she was summoned, so it wasn't hard to know which war Issei was talking about. Yeah, now I'm not gonna say that our nation didn't do terrible and stupid things during that time. However, after starting a fight against a country that is like 20 times bigger than ours, the result is obvious. Our destiny had been decided on that day when we dove ourselves into the enemies on that harbor. The warmongering Japan was defeated on multiple fronts, and the 2 bombs that were dropped on her 2 cities had instantly forced them to surrender. If the country had suffered that much damage and casualties, then it was not possible to recover. We lost everything, but we picked ourselves up. We studied, we trained, we toiled, and we built like no tomorrow. It might take us decades, but we did it. Today Japan is proud to be one of the most developed countries, and we can live a prosperous life. These weeks may not be enough to show you the wonders of modern Japan, but I'm sure you have got a gist of it. Issei pridefully said. You see, Lancer, a land doesn't make a country, its people do. Lancer wanted to say something, but she couldn't find a word for it. Alright, let's get back to business. So you got a grail here, and you wish to be able to return to rule Camelot once again. It is simple, correct? Yes. However, before you do that, I have a question. Is it possible to maintain our contract after you travel back to Britain in the past? No, I don't think that is possible. Their contract wouldn't disappear even if they were in 2 different countries, but what Lancer attempted to do was to cross space and time. The master-servant contract would be nullified in the time when Issei did not exist, such was its nature. Then, how do you intend to stay in the mortal world without a master and a reliable supply of mana? Issei silently looked at her, waiting for an answer. Truth to be told, Lancer had thought about this, but she had decided to focus on winning the Grail War first, and then when it was over she would figure it out. What she did not expect was that they lost the war, but still had the means to achieve the Grail. Mana was not a big problem. The Isle of Britain was the last bastion of the supernatural in that time, therefore she could slowly absorb the dense mana in the air, or hunt wild games to sustain herself. Will anyone understand and agree if you ask them to be your master? And will you manage to find a master who would treat you fair? The answer was yes, but with extreme difficulties. Finding someone who would support her faithfully was the first obstacle, and then there was a problem of explaining and protecting said person. Merlin was her best bet, but the court mage served the living king, not the dead king. He might be a wanker sometimes, but Lancer knew more than anyone. If Merlin considered that she would not be allowed to exist, then he had plenty of ways to remove her from Camelot. So she could not risk such a huge gamble, depending on him for everything. Her half-sister was out of the question due to how malicious she could be, and any Knights of the Round Table would listen to the king who would be advised by Merlin. I thought so, that's why to make your wish come true you will need this. All of a sudden Issei plunged his right hand into his chest. The knight swung her sword. His claws digged through the flesh, broke the bones, and tore away the blood vessels. The king thrusted her lance. Blood began to drip from the hole on his chest, but Issei didn't stop. He gritted his teeth to pull out his still beating heart. The knight missed her target, but the king did not. With his heart on his right hand and the grail on his left hand, the master presented them to the servant. The victor was decided when the lance promptly pierced through the heart of the opponent. "Take this, Lancer," Issei said, holding back the pain. "It might be immature, but this dragon heart will be the anchor to keep you in this world, and it will give you the mana to live on independently." The king took the bloody heart from the shaking hand of the dragon and fused it with her own heart silently. Because they shared the same blood of the Welsh dragon, the compatibility was high enough that her body could accept his organs. Issei offered her a smile, even when blood was coming out from his lips. "My knowledge of time travel only comes from the manga and an anime that I have read and watched, so I can only tell you what I know. The journey that awaits you is an ordeal. Nobody will understand you, and you can only keep your secrets to yourself. Friends might become foes, and your memory of the past will only help you to a certain point due to the chain effect that you bring with you. However, please do not be discouraged, because as long as you never give up, you will eventually find a path to reach your goal. That is the greatest strength within a human." Issei looked at her with warm eyes, even if his face began to contort in pain. "I know not the way of kingship, for I am only a schoolboy who lives in the modern age. However, I believe that this time, you should not just fight for your people or for your country. Fight for yourself too. You are a human, Arthur Pendragon. Humans are selfish beings, and we cannot live without flaws. That's why, live not as an ideal, but as a human." There was no reply nor acknowledgement. Lancer only took the holy grail from her master. "You have done your best the first time, I believe you can do it better the second time." He slightly nodded. "I pray for your success, Lancer." Her wish was accepted. The scenery swiftly changed after the grail shone, and within seconds Lancer found herself on that fateful day. "It hurts." Lancer gasped for breath as her knees gave up. Lancer clutched her left chest. The fusion of the hearts had completed, and there was no reason for it to hurt. She was but a tool to fight, and he was but a resource for her to use. Their relationship was just that, so what was this feeling? Sacrificing one to save 100, had she not done that herself several times? Yet the pain was greater than any wound she had suffered, and she could feel the warm tear on her cheeks. Lancer had never cried since she took the throne. "No. I cannot." She bit her lips. That boy, that small master of her. He was but a child who lived in a peaceful era, who knew no war and poverty. All the time she dreamed of his past, she had never seen him face a tragedy or hardship. So where did the strength of his resolve come from? He was the model of her ideal world, the innocent civilian who should be protected by her. They didn't win, but they survived the war, which was already a blessing for a teenager who was never forced to pick up a sword. By all means, Issei had the right to live on in his happy town. These 2 weeks of life and death should be nothing but a bad dream for him, and it should remain a tavern tale. He should long for his normal life, a life where he could laugh and cry with his friends and family without care. Yet he did not hesitate to give up everything just for a ghost like her, when it was clear that he could have the grail for himself. It was a one-side trade, because Lancer had not done anything for him to receive such great boons. She did not win the grail for him. What rights did she have to take away his precious? Lancer could not even thank him or give him words of comfort. The only rewards for keeping his promise were misery and loss. Nonetheless, she trampled on his goodwill because she knew if she was to think of anything else she wouldn't be able to bear it and lose the chance to achieve her selfish wish. Therefore she would not allow it. She would not let his sacrifice be in vain. Besides, if he can use boosted gear to increase the mana inside the grail to activate it, then he should be able to do it a second time to save himself. This she told herself, so that she would have a reason to believe that her master would be fine. Lancer took a deep breath, she wiped her face, and opened her eyes to the sight before her. From the distance she could see 2 figures, along with a sword and a stone. Lancer knew what she needed to do, and she still had her notebook which had recorded the essential knowledge from the modern age. She walked toward them. When Akeno woke up, she was in an unfamiliar room. Her head felt dizzy, but she remembered what had happened. A glance to her right arm told her that saber had indeed gone, for all of her command spells had disappeared along with the contract. A long sigh was let out, but this was within her expectation. Akeno knew she would just lose and die somewhere. That would be the better result. The fact that she somehow was still alive annoyed her to a degree, because it meant she would have to deal with the loathsome Himejima when they hunted her down for her act of betrayal. It was not hard to guess whose room it was with the items and decorations. She looked down on her body and noticed that she was still wearing the same attire when she came to the hill that day, so that guy at least had manners. The curse of Castor had also ended, and there was no visible wound. Ironically, if she didn't have the power of a crow, it would take more time for her to recover. Akeno noticed that to her right there was a familiar wooden box which had been cleaned properly. She recalled that she had let it there to rot back in the shrine, but he just had to bring it here. Not that she didn't understand why, it's just. She just didn't want to face it now. So Akeno did that and grabbed the package next to it. Inside was money and a letter written in haste. Dear Akeno Himejima. If you are reading this, it means you have recovered first, or I have done some very, very stupid things. I'm not a bright kid, so please take it easy on me. I know you hate me for what I have done, but you are the only one I can ask for a favor. The current me cannot return to my house now, because there is this important thing I must do first. It might take months, or even years before I can go home. Therefore, in the meantime, can you please take care of my parents? Don't worry about the explanation, I have hired a devil to smooth things out by borrowing 1,000,000 yen from you, so again I'm sorry for that, but I swear I will return it later, so now you are officially adopted by the Haidu. Our family might not be rich, but I hope you can accept my father and mother. They are very nice people and absolutely longed for a daughter since their son is a useless pervert. I have lived a peaceful life, so I'm not in a position to judge you. However, I do know that life is more than just hardship, and Saber has also sacrificed herself so that you could escape unharmed. So please, stay with my parents until my return, and then you can do whatever you want. I know you might not believe the Himejima for everything they have done to you, but Miss Suzaku, the head of the clan, has said that she would take care of those guys who used you, and you are declared dead to them. In other words, you are free. I hope that time will heal your wound, and you will find a reason to be happy. If you hate the wooden box, then feel free to hide it in the closet, but please do not destroy the memento of your mother. Best regards. Issei Haidu. P.S. Please discard any Ero books you find in my room. How cruel of you. Akeno had a bitter face when she closed the letter. Forcing an abomination like me to live on and take your responsibility like that. She changed her dirty clothes to the new ones which had been prepared. The size is not right, but it should do for now. Then she headed downstairs. She would return to the shrine to grab whatever left there later on. It was a Thursday that was no different from any Thursday to the commoners. Akeno could see Mr. Haidu was reading the newspaper before work and Mrs. Haidu was preparing breakfast. A typical day in life. Ah, Akeno. I was about to go upstairs to call you down for breakfast. Mrs. Haidu gave her a smile. Seriously, that useless son of mine. Just when we adopt a beautiful young girl, he just has to receive a scholarship and study abroad immediately. She might not show it, but Akeno could hear a tone of sadness from Issei's mother. Nah, I bet you he's gonna snatch some foreigner like Miss Lancer. Mr. Haidu laughed, but that was just an act to hide the fact that his son just disappeared without so much a word. Oh right, your school has an accident, so we will have some free weeks before they can relocate you to another school. Why don't we hang out together as mother and daughter? Mrs. Haidu clasped her hands. But breakfast first. Mrs. Haidu. What are you saying, Akeno? You are our daughter, you must call us mother and father. She couldn't keep her emotion in check anymore. Akeno sprinted to Mrs. Haidu and hugged the woman tightly. At long last, she was allowed to use those precious words. There. It's okay, Akeno. You must have a hard life. Mrs. Haidu returned her hug with her own warm and gentle one. Mother. Father. Anyway, breakfast first. Then we can spend time together. Dear, don't you think we can have a trip on Sunday? That would be lovely, we must have a special party to welcome our daughter. Akeno wiped her face, she sat down, and thanked the Haidu for the food before joining them for breakfast. If you don't make it back, I will seek your filthy soul and exorcise it, Issei Haidu. Akeno swore, but deep inside she hoped that he would be alright. Because she could not hate the boy anymore. Issei was breathing heavily, and every breath was hurting him. The adrenaline and bravado earlier were all but gone. He wanted to sleep to forget the agony, but the pain was so great it prevented him from sleeping. Yet he couldn't move or do anything but sitting on the soaked red ground. Not that there was anywhere for him to run to. Issei was sure if someone saw him in this form they would report to the government and then they would bring him to some underground secret lab in order to dissect him for research purposes. Heh. He chuckled at the thought of dinosaur bones discovered in Kuoh town. Surely this would fly on every news channel and papers for a few weeks. According to Drake, dragons had a method to teleport called Dragon Gate, but Drake had never used it when he was alive, and it would also require time and effort for Issei to learn. Time, which was a luxury that he could not afford now. The grail had crumbled into particles under the illogical power of boosted gear, a consequence for cheating against the rules. Not that he didn't expect it, the fact that it could still perform another wish when they had lost the war was a miracle of itself. Truth to be told, he didn't know what to do if transfer failed, so it was good that he could at least fulfill his promise with Lancer. I have seen my share of fools, but do you even know what you have done? You have just cursed her with a burden that is as heavy as the one she received when she chose to draw the sword, and now she will relive the decline and destruction of Camelot. that I have to disagree with you. What I did is not to curse her, but to open another path for her. All of her life she had never asked for anything for herself, so I shall fulfill her wish." Issei inhaled. "I hope she can do it. Her dream to save her kingdom is beautiful. That's why she deserves a second chance. You two are big fools, blindly chasing after the stars." Yet Drake seemed to be laughing. "But only people like you are worthy of my power. Thanks, without you I'd have probably died on day one," stated Issei honestly. "Farewell, partner." Issei knew this was it for him. He looked down, the hole on his chest had shown no sign of healing. The lack of the vital organ, the heart, was too much for the body to restore back into normal. Originally he only planned to leave Kuoh town to figure out how to turn back into a human without the miracle from the Holy Grail, in case it could only fulfill one wish. That's why he had slipped in a letter among the cash he gave to the Devil Rias, so she could give him a cover on why he couldn't return home. What Issei did just now was not within his plan, but he had made up his mind and prepared for it, so the disappointment was not too big for him to handle. "Mom, I'm sorry I haven't done anything to thank you for raising this useless me. Dad, I'm sorry we haven't gone fishing together again. Ms. Uzaku, I'm sorry I can't look after Akeno. Asia, I'm sorry I can't give you the Holy Grail. Lancer, I'm sorry I couldn't help you win the war." He knew there were more, but his brain was too muzzy and numb from all the pains to remember. He decided he would apologize to the rest once his head was clear again. Dawn was upon him, and when Issei looked up to the sunray, he could see a brilliant figure heading toward him. It was her, the gorgeous and brave blonde knight. The person he treasured the most. She was running toward him, and on her face was the most heavenly smile that he had seen in his life. The sight of his goddess eased the pain, and it made him feel incredibly sleepy. "Ah, good morning, Lancer." Issei wondered whether her smile was for him or not, but that did not matter. He was glad that he could see her one last time. The dragon exhaled and closed his eyes, but not without a smile on his face. Scene break. So long, Camelot. A tall figure stood on a ship which carried 70 men, women and children. It was one among the 15 similar ships sailing away from their beloved island. Each of them was guarded by a knight who was on par with the one on this ship. In the end their country could not be saved, just like what that mage had told her. However, that did not mean its people would share the same fate. For 10 years the knight had drawn up plans for this day. Food was stocked up, materials were gathered, and large ships were built. All was prepared for this grand immigration. There were voices of objection, but those who refused to listen to the knight could not be found on the ships. It was not easy to convince the king to follow the plan, until the court mage told her that due to the end of the Age of God, the world was actively ruining their kingdom, and the only way to survive was to follow where the supernatural headed. The king cared for the well-being of the civilians, and thus she permitted the knight to process with the plan. The 15 ships led by the king and under the guidance of Merlin and Morgan eventually reached the one place where supernatural could roam freely, the reverse side of the world, and in the next 10 years they rebuilt their country. They might have abandoned the Isle of Britain, but she would forever live on in their hearts. Today the kingdom of Avalon was morphing into a wealthy and powerful nation. The plan to establish relationships and trade routes with other mythological factions such as the Olympian, the Norse or the Hindu had been made to exchange culture and products in order to enrich their country. When they reached the reverse side of the world as promised, the king retired and gave the throne to her half-sister Morgan Le Fay. The fairy queen was no longer a spiteful woman, and she ruled Avalon fair and square. While the former king didn't lead the country anymore, her prowess and experience was considered invaluable, and thus she held the title Grand Knight, the person who headed the military force. By then everyone more or less had learned the true gender of their former king, but they didn't mind as much as before. Due to the other supernatural beings in the reverse side of the world, the Knights of the Round Table alone were no longer sufficient to defend the growing nation. That's why a project of creating a new generation of knights who had the potential to be as strong as the Round Table was proposed, called the Order of Knight of Avalon. They would build an academy to recruit and train the civilians into proper knights, regardless of status, wealth and origin. Along with the traditional soldiers, these knights would be the shields and swords of the kingdom. The first generation of the Knights of the Round Table would be training these squires to ensure they had the necessary strength, courage, wisdom and honor to serve the queen and the motherland. All of these were made possible thanks to the Dragon Knight, the very first knight of the king, along with Sir Kay and Sir Bedivere. Rumor said that the Dragon Knight was in fact a blood-related member to the Pendragon, Le Fay siblings, and that explained why she was also the strongest among the Round Table. It was a tale people threw around in the taverns, and would remain a tale because they didn't really care enough to find out the truth. Today was Sunday, and while the majority of the people were relaxing, the residents of the Knight Academy were training hard in order to prepare for a special event in their lives. Watching over the young squires was a beautiful woman in her mid-20s, her golden long hair was tied in a bun, and while the rest of her appearance seemed to be normal, it could not say the same thing about her green eyes, for they had a slit in the middle, which was no different from actual dragons. Her armor was made of red scales, and on her hip was a plain longsword. These special characteristics belonged only to the Dragon Knight, Lady Lancer. Good work everyone. She clapped her hands. Next week will be your final trial, so after today you should take a good rest. You are free to continue your training, but remember not to overdo it. The final trial was the most important event to any squire. If they passed it, they would officially become a knight, and this year the one who scored the highest would have a chance to inherit the title of one of the original Knights of the Round Table, along with their armaments. The Queen had announced that Sir Bedivere had retired, and his silver arm would be given to the most promising knight. Yes, Lady Lancer. The group of squires bowed their heads to the Dragon Knight. Lancer smiled at them before leaving. As the head instructor, she would be one of the judges in the final trial, and thus she would need to check the prepared tests for the squires one last time, along with her fellow knights. It was a beautiful summer day in Camelot, which was actually made by the magic of Merlin. The reverse side of the world runs on different rules unlike Earth, so it is necessary for the court mage to lay down the foundation for everyone to be able to live in a safe environment. Lancer walked through the market district, where various stall owners offered her food, snack and drink for free. The people adored their beautiful female knight, but Lancer always paid them for their goods. The scene before her was something that was rare in the Isle of Britain, but now it was nothing out of ordinary. Lancer could also see some children were playing. They were the first natives of this land and had seen the construction of the kingdom from the beginning. It warmed her heart that the children would grow up in an age of peace and not the age of strife. Utopia was still a long way, but this was enough for Lancer. I want to be a knight. I will defeat the bad guys and protect Avalon. One of the boys shouted. In his hands was a wooden sword raised to the sky. Instantly Lancer lost her breath. Her body became stiff and she could only stare at the boy who said that. Ah, Lady Lancer. It's Lady Lancer. The children ran to her, but she didn't notice them. Her mind was occupied by a long-lost memory, something that she once swore she would never forget. Lady Lancer is crying. One of the children said. Are you hurt? Did you just fight a giant or a dragon? It was then Lancer realized what was happening. She quickly apologized to the children and ran to her quarter in the castle. In that week it was reported that Lancer had never left her home and she had refused all the food the servants brought to her. She did attend the final trial for the squires, but her eyes were lifeless during the entire time. She didn't even say anything when the trial was over. On the same night when everyone was celebrating for the first batch of graduated knights, the former king and the court mage came to Lancer's room. They didn't bother to knock and just opened the door. What has happened to you, my loyal knight and beloved half-sister? Asked the Grand Knight, Artoria Pendragon. Lancer could be seen sitting on her bed, her eyes still harbored the same lifeless, and she looked like she had never moved from her bed for the whole time. Upon hearing the voice of the Grand Knight, Lancer turned around and tears began to roll on her cheeks. I am sorry, my liege. I do not deserve to be called a knight anymore. The court mage, Merlin, tapped his staff on the floor. A relaxing fragrance spread around the room, and next to him was a tray of honeyed roasted boar and a keg of wine that he had prepared beforehand. You must be hungry, Lancer. Why don't we have some food, and then you can tell us what happened. Lancer knew Merlin was using a spell to ease her mind, and she didn't mind it, so she did as he said. For 20 years I have served the kingdom with all my heart, and yet I have forgotten the person who helped me so I can be here. If I didn't see the children playing on that day, I would likely continue to shame my honor for being ungrateful to him. Who is this person that you are talking about? Artoria said, her hands moved to grab the meat just as fast as Lancer. Lancer stopped eating. She took a deep breath and then she looked straight into Artoria with determination. It is the time I tell you the truth, although I'm certain that you have learned about this one way or another. She inhaled. I am not your half-sister, but a theoretical future you. 20 years ago I had participated in a war for a holy grail in a faraway land. It was a war between 7 warriors from different times and land. A battle royale style tournament, for your information. The winner along with their partner would be granted the holy grail and threw it a wish. Lancer said nostalgically. I assume that you are the winner of that war. Artoria said. She didn't show any worry nor surprise for the fact that Lancer was in fact herself. No. Lancer shook her head. It was close, but we lost. However, my partner, a boy who was as young as the squires, had cheated through a loophole to grant me a wish. Without him I wouldn't be here today, nor I would be this useful to the kingdom. At the cost of his life. Merlin said knowingly. Lancer clutched her chest. Yes, he gave up not just his future, but also his life for me without asking anything in return. And yet, I have taken his goodwill for granted. For the years here at Avalon I have never thought about him. Even though he had helped me to fulfill my wish, only now that I realize I have yet to repay him my debt. I see. The Grand Knight chugged her mug. You used the power of the Grail to return to the past in order to save our nation. No, our people against the cruel prophecy foretold by Merlin. That does explain a lot about your actions and your plans back then. I know of our extreme similarities, but I couldn't guess of what you had done. I could only save a number of our people in exchange for abandoning our island, said Lancer bitterly. But still, without you, the Battle of Camlan would truly claim my life and bring a dark age upon the sons and daughters of Britannia, because the age of man rejects us. Everyone in Avalon is indebted to you, because without you we wouldn't be here, living in a peaceful and prosperous land. The Grand Knight paused herself for a second. All this time you have served me and Morgan well, and you shall remain our beloved sister no matter who you are, Lancer. Therefore, if there is anything you want, please tell us, and we will help you. I am honored by your words, but I am afraid it is beyond our capability to do anything. For now I will continue to serve you and Queen Morgan until Avalon is strong enough without the first generation of the Knights of the Round Table. What are you planning to do? I have no right to enjoy this comfortable life. When the time comes I shall leave. Lancer looked away in shame. In the first place, I am an outsider anyway. You said that your partner gave up his life. Are you leaving to watch over his final resting place? Asked Artoria. I don't think it's possible to reach him. Lancer sadly answered. It was the truth. Well, it was not difficult to enter the reverse side of the world. To re-enter the world of man was close to impossible. One would need an anchor or an invitation to do that, according to Merlin. On top of that, Lancer was sure she was in a different timeline now, a parallel world of sword. The Grand Knight before her had chosen to keep the sword by her side, and with its power, she had remained the same when she pulled it, unlike Lancer, who had walked a different path. Hence, she would never reach the boy. Let me handle this, Your Highness, said Merlin after a time of silence. Alright, then I leave it to you. Lancer, you have remarkably fulfilled your duty. From today on you are free to do what you want. The former king stood up. She reached for the knight on the bed to kiss her forehead. May you reach what you want. Thank you, my sister. Lancer too returned a kiss on the hand of Artoria. Avalon always welcomes you. The Grand Knight headed to the door. What needed to be said had been said. After the former king left the room, Merlin pulled out a piece of shining red color object. A dragon scale. But the size was bigger than any scale Lancer had seen before, and she could feel tremendous magical energy from it. It was so huge that it rivaled the Holy Grail she had seen 20 years ago. This is a scale of a distant relative of mine, a being who is born from the illusion. Let's just say that it is incredibly difficult to obtain, said Merlin playfully. Now Lancer, or I should say Artoria, why don't you put it under your pillow and lie down on your bed? Lancer knew Merlin had seen through her from the very beginning, but he didn't say anything when she pretended that she was a bastard daughter of Uther to the young Artoria who just pulled the sword in the stone. On that night Merlin had stated one condition to let her join, that she must give him her spear Rongaminiad so that it wouldn't clash with the one in this reality. The spear later was made into the silver arm of Sir Bedivere. Its true power was sealed. He mentioned nothing else and allowed her to do as she wanted, including using the knowledge of the future. Merlin. I don't understand. You could have told our former king the truth back then, why didn't you do so? Despite her best intention, Lancer did lie to her former king, something that was considered treachery of the highest. Because you were ready to slay both me and my young king on that hill, and even if I chased you away, you would burn the whole land just to kill us so you could take over the throne. You don't know how cold and murderous your eyes back then when you came to us. I could fool you once, but then having an opponent who was mentored by myself is such a hassle that the alternative was way more appealing. Merlin grinned. Besides, there are enough tragedies in the world, and I am a fan of happy endings. Thank you, Merlin, for giving me a chance to correct my mistake. And this will be the reward for your wonderful service. For starter, I am not going to give you that scale for free, Artoria. You know how mages do it, equivalent exchange. Lancer knew what Merlin was demanding. What are you planning to do to me? Yet Merlin said nothing. She knew giving him what he wanted was the only way to make him talk. Lancer stood up and headed to her desk, where she pulled out an old notebook. The color had faded through the course of time, and the paper had become frail. Nonetheless, Lancer treasured it more than anything she had gained here. The proof that you had gone through a Holy Grail war in a distant land, a memento to your partner. Merlin gracefully received it from Lancer, who could only bite her lips, unwilling to part with it. Now you know you cannot reach your partner, but you can at least dream about him, right? Lancer rolled her eyes. I give you my only proof of his existence, and a dream is what I get. Yes, a nice dream is what you will get. After all, anything can happen in a dream. Dreams are within every man and woman. It is the force that pushes humans to the stars. Merlin lightly touched Lancer's forehead. Thank you for everything, Artoria. It is time that you let the burden go. She knew Merlin was a master of dream and illusion, so she showed no resistance and fell asleep instantly. "Good night, my beloved king of another world," whispered Merlin. "I promise you that your story won't end just like that." Huh? It was a dream that she had never seen. Lancer thought that Merlin would use his power to let him meet the boy again, but before she knew it she was in a somewhat familiar building. Beneath her was a magic circle which seemed to be deactivated for some time. The sky was dark, but she could see that it was only 1 or 2 hours before sunrise. Lancer stood up and left the building. She recognized that she was in the same town where the Holy Grail War occurred 20 years ago. Ah, this is the place. This building was where that mage drew a circle with the intention to use the boy as a catalyst to summon his choice of servant, but instead she was the one heeded the call. The church. Lancer began to run, but her memory of the town was muddled. Still she ran. She heightened her senses to detect the area with high mana density, because that was the only clue to know where the church was. It was as Lancer expected. A flare of mana rose in the east, and Lancer sprinted there immediately. Dawn was upon her when she arrived at her destination. "Issei. I am here, Issei." She couldn't stop the tears when the appearance of a red dragon sitting on the soaked red ground entered her view. "Ah, good morning, Lancer. Don't worry, Issei. You will be fine, I will save you," she told the boy, but there was no response except a smile on his face. Lancer could see the bleeding hole on his chest, and with the absence of the Holy Grail, she knew there was no more wish that could be granted. However, that was fine. Just like what Issei had done for her, Lancer unhesitantly plunged her hand into her chest to rip out her heart. If this was the Lancer 20 years ago, she would return the entire heart, but she had become different. Lancer had become greedy, thus she only took out half of the dragon heart and inserted it into Issei's body. She wanted to save Issei and at the same time remained by his side. Dragons stand at the top of phantasmal creature, and even if they only have half of their hearts they would survive. She could hear his heart start to beat again, and in time both of their heart would regrow back into normal. However, Issei had become a full dragon, and the world would crush him in this weakened state. "Therefore we need to move." Lancer began a chant. Fortunately, the time she spent in the reverse side of the world had taught her how to use Dragon Gate to navigate around, and since both her and Issei were the same type of dragon, she could teleport him along with her. Lancer didn't know how Merlin did it, or if this was but an illusion to comfort her. She had no time to care about such things. "Let's go to the other side of the world." Lancer hugged the boy. The knight and dragon disappeared after a flash. Merlin once told Lancer that a lot of dragons see teleportation as running away, and for creatures like them, running away from others regardless of reasons is an unthinkable act. They reject its notion to the point that if they know Dragon Gate, then it is no different from accepting that one day they would run away. Lancer was not born a dragon, so she had no problem learning and using Dragon Gate. For her it is a very useful means of navigating through the mythical reverse side of the world, sometimes necessary even. Due to the uniqueness of Dragon Gate, only dragons of the same type can use the same one, and since Lancer and Issei share the origin of the Welsh dragon, they had no problem teleporting together. When the flash ended, Lancer scanned the area around her and Issei after the Dragon Gate transported them here. When she was sure that there were no hostile creatures, she checked on Issei again. His heart is beating normally, breathing is also normal, and the wound on his chest is closed. This was the proof of the resilience of dragons. The blood vessels had connected to the heart again, even with only a half it was enough to ensure his survival. He should wake up after some hours, or a day at most, mumbled Lancer. Although it would take a week to regrow the heart completely. Unlike Lancer, Issei had only become a dragon in a day. His body hadn't fully adapted to the changes and biology of dragons. The dragon core might provide virtually endless mana to heal himself, but the speed of regeneration was different for a whelp like Issei, especially when it had to heal a vital organ. As for Lancer, she would at worst take a day to regrow her heart. It might take years before the quality of mana inside her heart reached the same level as before, but it wasn't a big concern for her. Up we go. Lancer casually lifted Issei, who was the size of a horse, up and carried him on her back. They needed to find a safe place to hide and rest if they were to survive in the reverse side of the world. After 3 hours of walking, Lancer managed to reach a nice cave with a river nearby. The wild critters were removed with her strength easily. Lancer put Issei, who was still sleeping, down inside the cave. Even when he was immobile, his dragon scales would be tough enough to resist any attack from wild animals, and Lancer would be nearby to detect any threats that could harm him and her. "That Merlin," Lancer muttered in annoyance. "He could have given me some clues before sending me back to this world like that." Besides her ceremonial clothes, Lancer had nothing else, not even her trusted sword. Fortunately, she had learned how to utilize the environment to hunt. It reminded her of the days when she was on an adventure with the young king and the mage. "Now, let's see what will be our dinner." By the time Lancer returned to the cave with a boar, Issei had woken up. "Lancer." He squinted his eyes. Is that you? Yes, it is me, Issei. The knight put down the boar and came to touch the cheek of the dragon. I have returned to repay my debt to you. Thank you for saving my life again, Lancer. No, I should be the one to thank you. Lancer sincerely said. You have sacrificed all you had for me, yet back then I just took away your heart and the grail in silence. Lancer still remembered the sound of bones breaking when Issei went through the ribcage to reach for his heart, and she just stood there, waiting for the prize to come into her hands. The king inside her had won the battle on that day. I looked down on him at the beginning of the war too, and assumed that he had no worth besides his sacred gear. Yet Issei was the one who granted her the grail, while she had won the war for him. Well, the war is over now. I'm just glad that I am alive. Issei smiled, showing his sharp teeth. But how did you save me? I recall that the grail has disappeared. I gave you half of my heart. No, I returned half of your heart to you. Please allow me to keep the other half. Ah, no. That's not what I meant. You can keep the other half. Issei quickly said. You would die if you give me the entire heart, wouldn't you? Yes, when you gave me this heart it has become my new flesh and blood. At this point I am no longer a spirit. From the heart came the blood vessels, bones and finally flesh. For 20 years Lancer had grown a material body along with a dragon core to live and fight. In other words, with Issei's dragon heart she had reincarnated into a new being. If she was to take out the whole heart, theoretically she could revert back into a servant, but it was a chance she wouldn't want to take. By the way, what happened to the grail? Lancer once assumed that Issei could heal himself with the miracle artifact, but it wasn't the case. How naive of her to think she could get away with it. Oh, turns out if I use boost on it, it could only grant a singular wish. Issei scratched his head. Well, if it could grant wishes for all the masters and servants, then we just killed others for nothing, duh. Yeah, that would be too good to be true. Lancer could only nod at his words. Something that is so convenient wouldn't happen like that. I'm going to make us dinner, we can continue to talk later. Oh, by the way, there is a river nearby. You can drink water there if you're thirsty. Thanks. But don't we have to boil the water first? Your dragon's stomach can handle it, don't worry. Lancer waved her hand. While Issei was away, Lancer rolled up her sleeves, and with a gesture her fingernails turned into sharp black claws. When she caught the boar she had drained its blood, so now she only had to peel the skin and butcher the meat. Besides giving her a real body, the dragon heart also gave Lancer the ability to partially turn into a humanoid dragon. It did take some time to learn how to transform back and forth, but the ability to have the dragon scales, which were tougher than any armor at their disposal, was a tremendous help during battles. It was also the reason why she was called the Dragon Knight. I should teach Issei to turn back into a human. But there is a problem with the difference between our bodies. Mine was specifically made by Merlin, thus I can keep the human body as the core. Meanwhile Issei gains a dragon body as the core, so it would take more effort to turn everything back into a human. Still, it was worth a try, and with what Issei had done for Lancer, she saw no reason not to do anything for him. Soon the meat was ready to be cooked. Lancer inhaled, and with one breath she lit up the prepared bonfire in their cave. Cool. Claimed Issei, who had returned to the cave. Please teach me how to breathe fire. Lancer nodded. Breathing fire is a must for any dragons, and Issei was not an exception. Lancer skillfully skewered the meat through sticks and placed them on the flame. The meat isn't salted, but it should be good enough. Lancer checked on the meat to make sure that it was done. Thank you. Issei grabbed and tore the thick piece of grilled boar with his fangs. Yeah. I'm hungry, so this is good enough for me. The two of them wasted no time to consume the whole boar. Lancer had a large appetite, and since Issei had become a dragon his appetite had also increased. So, where are we? Issei licked the bone. The reverse side of the world. Lancer threw the inedible parts into the bonfire. We are currently in the neutral zone. This world is completely different from Earth, and it is made of the belief of humans. What we are seeing is what the consciousness of humanity believes in. Huh. Issei tilted his head. It is more vibrant than before. In my time not every man and woman were educated to read and write, so their imagination was limited and scattered in a way. In your time almost everyone can read and write, and they more or less share the same imagination of the fantasy land. Thus it is a lot more stable now, and always has the archetype details. This cave here is one such example. I see, certainly a convenient cave with a river nearby shows up a lot in stories. He nodded. This world is also where the supernatural has taken residence. Each of them usually has their own plane of existence. Those who don't have one will have to adapt to the consciousness of humanity, while those who can establish the rules for their realms can live safely inside there. What is the word Merlin told me? Texture. Yeah, texture. They can create and embellish the texture as the foundation for their homeland. And these textures resist the consciousness of humanity. Yeah, they can still be influenced, but not much unless humans start to have an extreme different view on said supernatural race," replied Lancer. "So we cannot stay here, huh?" concluded Issei. "Yes, the time and space run on different rules, so if we are not careful it could be centuries when you return to Earth." "That sounds like Urashima Taro." Issei frowned. "That's the story where a man who came to a palace undersea but when he returned to the surface 100 years had passed, right? Yeah, we could be put in a similar situation like him. Then, in your opinion, where should we go?" "There is one place I want to visit," Lancer said after some minutes of thinking. "It is also the same place where we can get help from Merlin. The Garden of Avalon." Lancer was hesitant to visit this place since she was no longer a king and no longer permitted to enter it. However, for the sake of Issei, it was necessary to ask for the arcane power of Merlin. The flower maid should be looking at her now that she was reincarnated and in the reverse side of the world. "Is it the island told in legend that it is your final resting place?" Issei asked curiously. Lancer nodded. There was a problem of her body being there, but when the time came she would deal with it. Both Issei and Lancer went to sleep after that, with Lancer laying her head on Issei's flank. The next few days Lancer would go out to hunt while Issei rested at the cave to heal his heart. During this time Lancer had made herself a spear with a stone tip and a simple bow with wooden arrows. Although they were massively inferior to her claws or fire breath, it was still better to hunt games with tools. At night Issei would ask her about her days in Camelot and she would tell him her adventures. Of how she met the young king and the mage. Of how they saved the peasants from the harassment of the giants with Sir Kay. Of how they fought the alien-like Pix. Of how Merlin forged a grey sword in exchange for Lancer's noble phantasm Rongaminiad so that hers and the one owned by the king wouldn't clash. Of how Twrch Truith the demonic boar was slain. Of how they sent people to the Roman Empire to learn architecture, mathematics and smithing. Of how Lancelot married Guinevere and Mordred was never born. And then when the Anglo-Saxon armies invaded the island on every front, we sailed to the reverse side of the world. But as Merlin has foreseen, Camelot could not be saved. Lancer's gaze cast on the fire. "But the people were saved, were they not?" Issei said. "You brought them to a new land in the reverse side of the world and built a new kingdom for your people." "Yeah. The advice she received 20 years ago was the answer. If I have a chance I would like to visit the country you built in the reverse side of the world, Lancer," Issei warmly said. "Perhaps." The next afternoon Lancer checked on Issei's heart and confirmed that it had been completely healed. "We can leave now, but before that you should go wash yourself." "Oh okay, I will do it now. I will go with you." Unlike Issei, Lancer didn't have a habit of taking a shower every day and due to the cold weather, she failed to detect the odor on her body. So it was imperative for Lancer to clean it up before Issei noticed it. "I should also follow his example of bathing every day." "I will be fine, I can clean myself." Issei tried to shake off Lancer's attempt to follow him, but to no avail. "I have seen you try to scratch yourself multiple times during the day. With your dragon body it is difficult to scrub certain parts right. Let me help you with it." In the end Issei could only let Lancer do as she wanted. They used the same river nearby, Issei would take a dip first, then it would be Lancer's turn. With how tough the dragon scales were, Lancer could use her claws to skillfully clean the dirt on Issei's body where his limbs couldn't reach. The whole time Issei closed his eyes and his body was tense. What's wrong with him? However, Lancer ignored that and continued to wash Issei. Only when she reached his underside that she knew the reason. His genital, which rivals a horse, was half erected. It has a darkened red color with columns of little bumps running alongside the shaft. The tip has a ring of tiny spikes and the two leathery balls from the back are as big as apples. This wasn't the first time Lancer saw animals' genitals, she had been taking care of her mounts for years. However, it was a different case for Issei, who was not just an animal. Lancer carefully cleaned his belly with water and not to touch his genitals to make him more embarrassing. She knew from her memory that Asians tend not to feel comfortable when they are naked to others, not to mention she was washing him. "Alright, it's done," Lancer said after dousing Issei in water one last time. "Thank you, Lancer," Issei shyly said. "Will you also take a shower now? I will return to the cave first." When Issei had gone, Lancer began to strip her clothes and folded them neatly on the bank of the river. These were the only clothes she had with her, so it would give her a lot of troubles if they were to be ruined. Lancer took a dip in the water, but the image of Issei's genitals appeared in her mind. This was not something Lancer had not dealt with before. During the army's marches it was normal for soldiers to be pent up and she had never banned them from masturbation, nor cavorting with the women in the villages they passed. Issei was a healthy teenager and they were in a war with little room to breathe. It was no surprise that he became stressed in a life and death situation but couldn't find the time to relieve himself. Not that he could, since he was a dragon now and it seemed that it was not possible to masturbate in his current form. She recalled that the Knights of the Round Table were no different. When they had time they would flirt and frolic with maidens, wenches or spouses. Lancer chuckled at the memory of the trio Gawain, Tristan and Lancelot proposing to her back then, and she would answer them. This heart belongs to someone else. She didn't have time for romance, not when the kingdom needed someone to save it. But enough of reminiscence, what should I do to help Issei? If her horse was excited she would let him mount a mare, which was plenty in the stable. However, Issei was a dragon, and finding a female dragon for him to mate was a heavy task. First she would need to find a female dragon, which was not impossible in the reverse side of the world. However, Lancer wasn't a dragon hunter expert, it would take a whole lot more time to find one than just sending Issei to some supernatural brothel. Then there was a problem of convincing said female dragon to let Issei mount her, and Issei was not the kind of man who forced himself on others. Lancer looked down at the water rolling on her body. This body is that of a female. Her breasts were bigger than the chest of men, and down below she didn't have the same meat shaft. The time for her to devote to the country was over, and she needed to accept the fact that she was a woman. Besides, it is normal for women to repay their debts to the men they owe with their bodies. She once resented that she was born a woman, but now with this body, she could make up for what Issei had done for her. But still, that thing. Lancer wasn't a stranger to intercourse. There was a time when she asked Merlin to help her better spouse. Therefore Lancer had an idea of what to do on nightly duty. Lancer's heart skipped a beat when she imagined taking in that monstrous thing of Issei. She could feel her body become hotter and her skin reddened. Unbeknownst to Lancer, due to her body being a humanoid dragon, she had unconsciously considered Issei to be a potential mate. Her body would change to respond to that notion, and the same would go to Issei. Lancer quickly stepped out of the river, then used a heat radiated from inside to dry her body and tied her long hair into a bun. There was a distance from the river to the cave, but Lancer decided to only cover her body with the clothes and not actually wear them. The time it took her to arrive at the cave was longer than she thought, and she could barely keep her heartbeat normally. Would it be alright? Would he accept her? Night had fallen, but for both Issei and Lancer, they didn't have much trouble seeing through the dark without a bonfire. Hey Issei. She called out for him in slight nervousness, and she could hear his breathing was ragged. Lancer. There is something I want to tell you. Issei's dragonic green eyes slowly locked onto hers. There was a fire of determination and honest in them. Truth is, I have feelings for you, would you please be my girlfriend? Lancer was petrified by his out-of-nowhere confession. If this is a dream, then please let me sleep a little longer. Issei had thought that was the end of his life. 2 weeks ago he found himself in a supernatural war for the Holy Grail ride in his hometown. 7 human masters and 7 heroic spirit servants fight to the death for the right to be granted a wish. His partner was the legendary King Arthur Pendragon, possessor of Excalibur and the spear Rongaminiad. Their opponents were famous figures from myth and history who were no lesser than Lancer herself. He also found out that he in fact had a powerful artifact inside his body, a sacred gear called Boosted Gear. With such a powerful tool and the renowned hero of Camelot, this should have been a breeze for Issei. The outcome of the war was that their team lost, and he was dead via suicide. It sounds depressing, but Issei didn't regret his choice. If his death means he could fulfill his promise to her, then he would accept it. Afterward, against all odds, his partner returned to him, gave him half of her heart, and used teleportation magic to transport them to a magical land so that he wouldn't be crushed by the world. It happened so fast that Issei's mind had troubles following the turns of events. Turns out sending Lancer back into the past had more benefits than he originally thought. Issei didn't expect to be saved, but he was not going to decline the second chance. The next few days Lancer explained the reverse side of the world to him, fed him and protected him in a cave where they were staying as a shelter. There was a problem, however, when she forcefully bathed him. Issei was no longer a human now due to the changes he had made during the war. He was a dragon now, the feared beast in every tale that humans have made. Because of his new body he did have troubles trying to clean himself, so Lancer wanted to help him with that. The bigger trouble for Issei was that he had not masturbated since the Holy Grail War. His libido was higher than other teenage boys, and he could barely go on a day without thinking about boobs. Yet because they were going through a harsh war, that Issei got no time to think about such frivolous things, and Lancer was with him all the time for his safety, so he had no windows to watch porn. As a result, Issei couldn't control his boner. Not that he was keen on using his dragonic claws to, well, do the deeds, the fact that his dick looks weirdly bestial confused him a lot. The presence of Lancer didn't help either. If Lancer was already a mythical beauty before, then she had become the most divine goddess queen that he could imagine of. His partner had become taller, her breasts were even more ample than before, her eyes showed the characteristic of a dragon, and the aura around her was just incredibly bright. However, Issei was more attracted to her smell. He didn't really understand it, but he knew Lancer smelled really nice. She smelled like fire and mead, the kind that warms his body and stomach in the coldest winter. Just being close to her intoxicating smell made him hard, and he had to keep his body in low postures all the time to hide it from her. Although he was sure that when she washed him she had seen everything. Still, they were all unimportant to what had been on his mind since the day they stayed in this cave. "You made me say goodbye to you, so at least tough it up and strike while the iron is hot," said Drag, the dragon who resided in boosted gear. "I have died and revived. Heaven will not give me a second chance." So when Lancer returned to the cave, Issei didn't even notice that she was naked. He brought up all the courage to confess to her, hoping that another miracle would happen. "Could you please give me some time to think about it? I will answer you later." He fucked up. Issei covered his head with his hands after they went to sleep. "What was I thinking? I must have botched it." There was no other answer. Issei had read and watched enough manga and anime to know this was the nice rejection from the female heroines. He felt like he wanted to kill himself or just dig a hole to hide there forever from Lancer. Lancer came from a royal bloodline in a foreign land, compared to Issei who must have been nothing more than a peasant in her eyes. The result could not be more obvious. Issei tried his luck, and that was it. But still. She didn't outright reject him, so at the very least he would hold out his hope for her. Whatever the answer that she might give him later, Issei would accept it with his whole heart. Issei had to tell himself that. The next day they quickly had breakfast, which was a couple of grilled fish. The air between them was awkward, but Issei didn't intend to let it go on like this. "Can't we just use Dragon Gate to get to Avalon?" Issei devoured the whole fish, meat and bones. Unfortunately, Avalon is not a place where one can get in and out willy-nilly. First you must be accepted by the land itself, and second you must have a connection to it. Fate is on our side since you have the blood of the Welsh dragon, who is the very spirit of Britannia. You should have no problem being accepted. However, the island is warded against teleportation and all kinds of transportation, unless we have the key to it, namely the sheath of Excalibur. Lancer explained, "There was not a trace of awkwardness last night. I lost it when I was alive, and when I was summoned I didn't have it with me. Therefore we have to travel on foot to reach it." "How far is it from here?" "It's hard to tell. The directions in the neutral zone reverse side of the world are not simply north, east, west and south. We can run forever and will never get out of this neutral zone or pass by a settlement. Thankfully we have a connection to Avalon, hence if we keep going while following said connection we will eventually reach it." The pair of former master and servant left their cave and began their journey to Avalon. For the first week they walked through a forest. They would walk for 5 or 6 hours, rest a little before hunting games for meals, then move on till sunset. The endless green made Issei feel suffocated, even when the air was clean of any industrial influence. Despite the great improvement on his eyesight, Issei couldn't see anything ahead of him but trees. It was as if he were inside a prehistoric forest that had survived since the birth of the planet. Lancer however urged him to keep going, and that one day they would exit it. Issei had also begun to learn how to hunt as a dragon, thanks to the guidance of Dragon Lancer. He would learn to look for the trails of animals, namely droppings, footprints and leftovers of their food. Next he would follow those signs and determine how to approach his prey. Although lots of them just ran away when Issei was about to get close, spooked by his dragon aura. Therefore Issei would need to chase and use his claws to grab them. One bite or one slash at the necks and his prey would die. Meanwhile Lancer would shoot an arrow or throw a spear to instantly kill the animals. The games were all what ones would usually think of in a fantasy land, from wild rabbits, boars, goats to deers. Those were the most populous ones. Issei had tried to eat carnivores like wolves and big cats, but their meat couldn't be compared to herbivores. The lack of seasonings was also a factor on how tasteless the meat was. The herbs could only help so much. Lancer on the other hand showed no problem eating them all. If they tasted terrible she didn't show it, or just merely said that they wouldn't hunt that kind of animal for meat again. Sometimes they would find wild plants like onions, potatoes or mushrooms, and those were treasured since they added more flavor and textures to the meal. Although the onions were the size of garlics, and the biggest potato was no bigger than an egg, both Issei and Lancer appreciated what they could have. The mushrooms though, Issei was sure that some of them were poisonous, but neither he nor Lancer had any kinds of stomachache when they had it in their meals. Thanks to the cycle of day and night Issei could learn how long they had been in the reverse side of the world. Every day when the sun rose up he would scratch a line on a stone that he carried with him. At night one of them would stay up to watch in shifts. Besides hunting, Lancer also taught Issei various things at night, just before bed. Mostly because there was nothing to do but to wait until bedtime. Tonight is your turn to make a bonfire. Let's see what you can do. Dragons can create mana just by breathing. Because of that their lungs are also full of raw mana, which can be used to infuse with elements to create an elemental breath attack, called Dragon's Breath. Every dragon typically has one signature breath attack. For Drake it is fire, and both Issei and Lancer inherited. Issei inhaled, filling his lungs with air while lighting up a small fire inside his stomach and breathed out a torrent of fire. The wood was lit up and the warm fire came into existence. Good, you have managed to do it. Although you will need more training before you can use it in battles. Lancer smiled at him, her hands moved to grill the meat of a deer. Black smoke came out from Issei's nostrils, but it was rather natural to him. He grabbed his dinner and sank his fangs into the meat. It was another uneventful night, neither Issei nor Lancer had anything to say, but the old topics that they had talked to death in the first few nights. Issei wanted to ask her if she could answer his feelings, but he couldn't open his mouth after their dinner was over. Lancer went to sleep first, and some hours later she would wake up and it would be his turn to sleep. What are you afraid of? Drake asked, he sounded rather bored. That I will be rejected by her. Issei looked at Lancer's calm face under the light of the bonfire. She seemed so close, yet so far. So? There are hundreds of millions of humans now, or is it billions? If she rejects you then just go find another girl. There are plenty of games to catch, not counting the females from the supernatural world even. You do not understand. Lancer is special to me. I know my chance is low, but I do not want to lose her to another man. Even how her marriage didn't go well, one could say that she's not keen on getting into another one. He pointed out that it was as Drake said. The marriage between King Arthur and his spouse Guinevere was a tragedy, so it did make sense why she didn't want to accept his confession. You two are still young, so don't worry about such things. Female dragons are fickle as fire. One day they demand this jewel and the next day they ask you to bring them that gold cup. Just wait for a few years or a few centuries to see what she got to tell you. Issei frowned at Drake's words. This wasn't helping at all. He could do nothing but became irritated. Issei didn't want to press Lancer, lest she took it as an order and comply like a servant. He wanted her love, not her obedience. On a slightly unrelated note, his mana burst had become much better thanks to constantly training without interruption. They continued to travel through the forest, and what greeted them when the last rows of trees parted away was a great mountain range. Instinctively Issei knew they had to climb over it, and that was the only way to reach Avalon. That night they camped at the edge of the forest to prepare for the next area. Issei continued to train his dragonic power, while Lancer made another wooden container, along with a new wooden spear and some arrows. It was a sight to see Lancer use her claws to cut down a tree and remove the content inside to turn it into a bin, or the closest Issei could think of. She had already made one when they were traveling through the forest, which Issei carried on his back all the time. Usually they stored arrows, spears, water containers, raw vegetables and some fruits like berries and apples. Issei also put his stone in it. It was a shame that they didn't have the means to cure meat to store it for days. Since Issei was starting to get tired of grilled meat, he had begun to eat them raw. Surprisingly it didn't taste that bad. Lancer however advised him not to make it a habit, even though his stomach could handle the bacterias and parasites. Lancer, I think I will be carrying you on my back starting tomorrow now. Issei pointed at her boots, which had become worn down after constantly walking. Alright, my clothes are not the best for heavy outdoor activities, so let us continue our journey like you propose. Lancer agreed in a mild voice. Great. Issei totally wanted to help Lancer because she only had a single set of clothes and not because he wanted to feel her butt on his back. The next day Lancer tied the two wooden pins with a string made from fiber and put them on Issei's back. She then put a boar skin on to climb on his body, sitting between his fore and hind legs. Even without a saddle Lancer sat there perfectly, having no trouble balancing herself. I want to try something. Issei, can you feel anything? No. He wanted to feel her butt, but either his scales were too hard or the boar skin blocked all the sensation that Issei couldn't feel anything but a sense of weight on his back. Lancer shook her head. It seems that my skill doesn't work on dragons. Your riding skill. Since Issei had a long and flexible neck, he had no problem turning back to look at Lancer sitting on his back. Yes. Lancer nodded. I thought I had improved it since my reincarnation, but it doesn't seem to be. Nevertheless, let us move. The mountain was high, but the path led to the peak was not very steep, and with Issei's robust physique, they made it just as far as back in the forest. It was a little colder without the thick trees blocking the winds, but it was nothing to a dragon like Issei. The third day on the mountain brought troubles to the pair. Wyverns. A flock of 8 big green lizards with wings dived toward them. Lancer immediately jumped down from Issei's back and turned her arms into dragon ones. It was clear that normal weapons like spears and arrows had no effect on these creatures. Without a pair of wings Issei could only jump or wait until the wyverns entered his range to attack them. His body moved like a wild beast and he would find the chance to sink his sharp fangs into their long necks. However, the wyverns had proved to be the stronger predators, their claws could pierce his scales and their tails were strong enough to bash his body away. Back in the forest, Issei had tried to test the upper limit of his dragon body. What he found out was that he was at the top of the food chain. The fangs of the wolves couldn't scratch his neck and the tusks of the boars couldn't move his body. Yet Issei enjoyed it. These creatures gave him the excitement that none of the animals back then could do. His instinct of a dragon drove him to fight and kill them. The wyverns were not moronic. They knew to surround Issei, two at the front to distract him, while the ones in the back tried to drag his tail to make him lose his balance. Issei still had not trained much on the control of his tail, so he couldn't just fling the ones in the back away. He did, however, try to finish the ones in front of him as fast as he could. Lancer meanwhile casually hopped all over the place, and once she caught a wyvern, her claws would cut away its neck like nothing. She also showed that with a strong fire breath she could burn away their wings, thus immobilizing them. However, Issei hadn't mastered his dragon breath so that he could use it during combat, and Lancer's was so strong that the wyvern turned into charred meat anyway. When she saw that Issei was surrounded, she grabbed the tail of the wyvern on his back and swung it to the right, bashing another one. With a room to breathe, Issei killed the last of the wyverns together with Lancer. Wyvern meat could pass for chicken if chicken was as leathery as beef. The pair of former master and servant spent the rest of the day pulling out the teeth of the wyverns, as well as their claws and the tips of their tails. Apparently those could be sold for a fortune or traded for riches. The new bin was filled up nicely, although Issei was not sure who would buy these. "Are these anything like those you fought back then?" Issei asked, his hand still moved to pluck the fangs from the jaws of a dead wyvern. Some of them were broken during the fight, so they only took the intact ones. They are roughly the same. Although they were much rarer, you wouldn't fight 8 of them at the same time back in my days. Usually they were more of an achievement for those who successfully killed one. Lancer examined one of the claws under the light of the bonfire. Killing so many in one battle like this makes the exploit moot. Is that so? There were more wyverns the higher they advanced, but they were never the obstacles to Issei and Lancer. The views from the mountain were fantastic, but Issei didn't have the heart to enjoy them. Whenever they took a rest, he would look into the distance just to be distracted. If Lancer enjoyed the views, she didn't show any reactions to them, for she had been indifferent since that night. The stone Issei carried with him was full of lines when they finally saw the water body in front of them. Almost 2 months had passed since they left the cave. "We are almost there," Lancer said in a tired but hopeful voice. "When we cross that lake we will reach Avalon." "Yeah. Let's hope that there is no sea wyvern." Issei had lost count when he bit the neck of the some 100 wyverns. Given how big those were, how did they basically be everywhere? What did they even eat? Unlike the resourceful forest, the mountain was a very poor place to live. When they were scaling the mountain, Issei had only seen some deers and goats, which was a godsend due to how delicious their meat was compared to wyverns. Sometimes he even had to resort to eating snakes and bears. Lancer told Issei that it was likely the wyverns magically appeared and lived on the mountain range, but he still found it a chore to fight them all the time. Issei quickly carried Lancer and their chock full of fangs, claws and tail tips, wooden bins to the shore, unentertained by the fact that they might be attacked by other flocks of wyverns. "Again. I have knowledge on how to build ships. But without metal tools it's not possible. At best I can build a big raft for us to cross that lake." "Are you sure it's a lake?" Issei squinted his eyes through the dark. "I don't see anything but water." "It is." Lancer threw the last piece of potato into Issei's jaws. "Trust me when it comes to how to get into Avalon, will ya?" In the next week Issei would learn how to swim, and Lancer would make a raft big enough to carry them across the lake. Fortunately there was a small forest nearby at the foot of the mountain for everything they needed. Issei also helped out by chopping the trees with his tail. Although it wasn't as effective as Lancer's claws. One swing and she would have a log down. According to Lancer, she would need 40 to 50 logs so that they could carry Issei's dragon body. The raft was made by tying logs together, but the effort and time to make thick enough strings were just too much for them. Issei had planned to just try to swim to Avalon while carrying Lancer, until he found out they did have hundreds of wyvern fangs waiting to be used. "This would be the most expensive raft that I have ever made." Lancer used her fist as a hammer to nail the fangs into the logs, effectively locking them together. They looked crude, but there was no fault in the sturdiness that they brought. "I will be getting our dinner now," said Issei before he dived into the lake. Back on the mountain they had fought several black wyverns, which was said to be the alpha of the flock. By eating their hearts, Issei had further grown into a mature dragon, and now he could breathe underwater. As for Lancer, when she consumed them it seems that her heart had returned to the original state before she gave half of it to him. Issei didn't know whether the natural water was clear or his dragon eyes were good, but he could see down to the bottom of the lake. He also found out that dragons can float naturally and that he had no trouble not sinking for half a day, maybe weeks even. When he was in the water he would use his tail to propel on top of his limbs, which resulted in a very high speed. That night Issei brought back some eel-like creatures and river weeds for the meal. "These are snakes actually," said Lancer after skinning them. Yet they tasted like eels, so Issei decided that he wasn't going to throw them away. Another 2 weeks passed, and their preparation was finally good enough to leave. "We can catch the fish, so that will reduce our food load. The water of the lake is clear enough to drink, so that's another free buy. All the vegetables and fruits that we can gather, along with wooden arrows and spears." The raft was big enough for both Issei and Lancer to have room to move around, and it also had a triangle tent for Lancer to sleep in, as well as storing their wooden bins. At first she insisted on making one big enough for Issei too, but such a thing would be too big for the raft and would require even more time to build. Since Issei was a dragon, naked or not, he was fine sleeping outside. The same couldn't be said for Lancer, whose clothes had become worn out. A few more weeks and Issei was certain that Lancer would need to dress like those barbarian women, furred bikini and all of those skin-exposing clothes. "We can't make a sail with the materials around here, but it will have to do." They would be using paddles to move the raft, or Issei could push it while swimming. They began to push the raft onto the water and climbed on it, thus beginning their long sail to Avalon. Or not, because 3 days later Issei could see the land in the distance, covered in mist before his eyes. "The time it takes us to get to Avalon is way too short." Lancer narrowed her eyes. "It must be that guy's work." There was a hooded figure standing there, as if he were waiting for the pair of knight and dragon ever since then. Even when the mist was thick, Issei was sure he could see a ghostly smile on his face. "Ah, Avalon. Greetings, O king who I have never served, and O red dragon emperor. Mortals know me by the name of Merlin, and I am sure that both of you have already known who I am." The hooded figure bowed to them when their raft stopped at the shore. The thick mist had dispersed a little, but it was still difficult to see anything inland but endless waves of green. "However, if you wish to remain here, then your feet must not touch the grass, for your presence rouses the slumbering king, who has yet to be called by the world to fulfill his duty." "What? He means that our presence here will awake King Arthur sooner than it should be, which will have unforeseen consequences." Issei internally nodded while Lancer silently scanned the hooded man, who seemed to be in his 30s. Even when his long white hair was covered, Issei could see how fluffy it was, and in those purple eyes was the devil of mischief. "I go by the name Lancer now, and this one is Issei Haidu," Lancer introduced. "Fufu, you look even more wonderful in person, I must say. Never could I imagine that among the parallel worlds there would be a female Arthur Pendragon." He giggled like a child just entered his favorite candy store. "I really should have learned that one skill when offered. How joyous it must be to traverse the infinite worlds. I know you are not the mage in my court, and this is not the Avalon where I lay my eternal rest. However, that doesn't mean I cannot see through your tricks." Merlin only returned Lancer's remark with a smile, and with a tap of his staff the coast expanded, creating an extra patch of land from him to their raft. "I see." Issei stepped on the sandy bank, which previously was roughly a meter long from the grass to the water. "So we are not allowed to walk deep into Avalon?" "Yes, I'm afraid this shore shall be your home during your stay here." Merlin walked toward them. "But worry not, for I will attend to your needs." "Thank you," said Lancer, who was carrying the bins off the raft. "I assume that we will have to give up this raft for a house." "That would be correct." Merlin waved his staff. The raft then glowed and disappeared. From where it was, a tree rapidly rose up from underwater. The trunk expanded into a gigantic cube with a door-shaped hole and 2 similar windows. The branches covered the top like a roof with their green leaves. An overwater treehouse. "It looks just like one of those tropical luxury bungalows," Issei exclaimed. "Why yes, thank you. You humans are geniuses when it comes to wasting money on R&R that I have to learn from you. Never have a chance to make one of these though, since you are the only visitors in the last 2 centuries. Merlin proudly stroked his goatee. Thank you." However, before Issei could check out their new home, Lancer stopped him. "This one is not big enough for us to live in." She pointed at his dragonic body. "You don't take your ride into your house, right? He can sleep outside on the beach." The air instantly became filled with heaviness. Lancer said nothing, but her glare was burning into the smug Merlin. She quickly stepped to the treehouse and with one arm ripped it off the ground to throw at Merlin. However, the hooded mage made no attempt to evade or stop it, only when the house passed through him and crashed into the land that Issei realized the Merlin standing there was but a hologram. Fufu, still reacting to obstacles with brute force. "You are more similar to the king I serve than I thought." Lancer's left eye twitched for half a second. She then began to run toward Merlin. Wait. I'm sorry. The amount of work I would need to do to make him sleep again will kill me." Merlin raised both of his hands just before Lancer stepped on the green grass. Issei could detect that there was some sort of barrier, but it seems to be useless in the face of Lancer. "It's good that you know your place. Now stop fooling around and make another house." Merlin let out a short sigh before tapping his staff again. This time 2 gigantic slabs of rock rose from the sandy bank, sharing the same door and window features that the previous treehouse had. On the rooftop a layer of thinly green moss was laid out, which was perfect for a sunbathing spot. However, Issei doubted they could do that, given how the sunray could barely shine through the misty gray sky. Those are much better. Thank you. Lancer and Issei carried their wooden bins into their respective houses. 1 LDK. No. There's no kitchen. The inside was much larger than he thought. Even though the furniture were made of stone and wood, they looked homely. Issei put down the 2 bins in the middle of the living room to explore the whole house. He pressed the buttons on the wall next to the main door and saw that the light turned on and off on the multiple holes of the ceiling. There was a vent for the air conditioner too, or whatever magical cooling machine it is. There was a huge bathroom for him with a body of water floating on the ceiling. When he touched it, the water began to pour on him like a shower disperser, and it stopped when he touched it again. The water seemed to replenish by itself, so he didn't need to ask Merlin to refill it. Issei saw no shampoo or soap, but he didn't really need them. Having a private bathroom is already a wonderful thing. He noticed that there was no towel either, but the wind seemed to dry his body automatically when he stepped out of the bathroom. His bedroom had no bed, but there was a large mat and a similarly large blanket. Wow. It was incredibly comfortable when Issei tried them. He couldn't tell how much better they were compared to the last few months sleeping in the wilderness. Regrettably, Issei couldn't go ahead and enjoy his nap because there was a smell of food that lured him to the outside. A huge pot was put on a bonfire, which was being stirred by Merlin. Lancer had also changed into a new set of clothes. When Issei came to look, he could see that it was beef stew with carrots and potatoes. There were multiple loaves of bread on the tray too, along with bowls and dishes. Thank you, Merlin. Issei expressed his gratitude when he received his share of food in a bowl. It smelled heavenly to his empty stomach. You are welcome. You two must be bored to death by grilled meat now, so for dinner we will have stew. Issei put his mouth into the bowl on the ground to lick and suck the rich soup. He used his teeth to pick up and chew the tender meat happily. Stop, Issei. Lancer used her hand to lift his chin up. You should use a fork and a spoon to eat. Oh. He didn't notice that there were utensils. Sorry, I got used to eating with just my fingers and jaws. Although he could use the fork and the spoon like back when he was a human, Issei noticed that his eating speed had slowed down, which couldn't be helped since he had been eating with just his hands for months in the wild. For drink, Merlin gave them 2 large jugs of mead, which Issei was certain that he wouldn't be allowed to drink due to his age. However, neither Merlin nor Lancer stopped him, so he drank it all down. It was a little sweet and perhaps similar to beer. Issei had to wonder if he could tolerate alcohol more now that he was a dragon. The pot kept filling up until Issei and Lancer couldn't take another bowl. That was when Merlin began to talk. Now that dinner is done, you can start telling me why you come here. Lancer said nothing, she simply glanced at Issei to let him speak. I would like to know how to change back into a human. Merlin slightly nodded. There are 2 methods to accomplish that, but before I show you how, I'd like you to answer my question. Do you dislike being a dragon? That. Issei fought the urge to scratch his cheek. I have to say no, being a dragon is not as bad as I thought. Rather, it made him feel powerful. Issei had slain more wyverns than he could remember, the very same wyverns that Lancer said to be a great achievement to kill one back in her days. Issei had done it with just his dragon body without the assistance of boosted gear. He imagined that when he mastered both the dragon power and boosted gear, he would be as strong as a servant. With such power in his hands, there was little to no reason to complain. I do think that being a dragon is normal for the human who inherits the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, and he should live like a dragon the rest of his life, befitting of his title. Merlin lightly tapped Issei's left arm. You made your choice back then, and I am sure Drake did not make light of your decision. Thus you will have to face the consequences of your choice, because there is no simple way to get out of it. In fact, I must warn you that now you are a dragon, it will be very difficult to return to your human life. Just the mana that you create by breathing will cause discomfort or even harm the humans around you. Your dragon power will be restricted when you take on the human form again, and more than likely you will be hunted down by human mages for your flesh and blood without having all the powers to fight back. Merlin's words ran through Issei's head. There is no turning back, that's just how it is. In my opinion, you should make the best of your dragon life. If you choose to reside in the reverse side of the world, I can arrange a place, or even make a whole texture just for you to live. I can build you a lair on a mountain the size of Mount Fuji, with games to hunt and endless rare metal to mine, or if you fancy a castle made of marble and limestone, with golden wheat fields and ranches the size of a town, then no problem all the same. It is your chance to live the life of the legendary Drake Gotch. Your enemies will fear you, women of all kinds will flock to you, and your hoard of gold and artifacts will be even greater than a Fafnir. The picturesque scene entered Issei's mind. He could see himself sitting on a throne, with servants bringing the best dishes and drinks that the world had to offer. His treasury was filled with gold, silver, ruby, diamond and allsparky. To his right was Lancer in a royal dress befitting of her beauty, showing her cleavage only to his eyes. Issei violently shook his head. He could be wrong, but somehow he could hear a small tch from Merlin. That sounds great, but my parents are still alive and waiting for my return. I do not want them to think that I'm gone forever. Issei sighed. Even if his parents saw him as a useless perverted son, he still wanted to return and live with them. It just seems wrong to stay here when my family is on the other side. Do you regret your decision to turn into a dragon? Lancer opened her mouth but quickly shut it. She looked away, hiding her face in the shadow. Regret? Issei snorted. It was not even a question to him. Absolutely not. If I did not grow a dragon core back, then Lancer would never attain her dream and be here with me. I would have regretted it if I had chosen to let her die that night. Even if his life would have taken a different path with less suffering, Issei would still choose to save Lancer that night. He could deal with the consequences for becoming a dragon, but he couldn't live with the fact that he was the one who let Lancer die. Merlin smiled. Very well, then now I shall tell you the two methods to turn back into a human. The first one is to participate in a holy grail war. I assume that you know the process by now. This method was simpler than Issei thought. It was true that if he participated in another grail war, he would have a chance to obtain the grail for a wish. The rest is easy enough. But how do you know where a grail war will happen? Originally Issei wouldn't have known about it either had he not been kidnapped by one of the participants. Any wizard who is worth his salt would be able to see into the future. This is an ability belongs to the group called clairvoyance. Merlin's clairvoyance is specialized in the present, which means he can see everything at the moment. Searching for the magical energy spike due to a grail won't be difficult for him. Lancer explained. That is how he knows about the war in your town and when we were traveling to Avalon. Am I right, you perverted voyeur? That's a harsh statement. I will let you know that I only watch interesting things. But joining another grail war, huh? It was difficult no matter how Issei saw it. Even with Lancer by his side, there was no telling if they could win or not, given that the previous war was an ordeal to them. Besides, there was also the problem of staying in the human world while still being a dragon. If it is too hard, then I suggest that you go to Tannen's land and ask for his help. Tannen. He is one of the Dragon Kings. I haven't heard from him ever since I got turned into a sacred gear. Dragon Kings. They are a tier below mine. During my time there were 6 of them. Tiamat, Yulong, Tannen, Fafnir, Vritra and Midartsumer. Generally they are weaker than me and my rival the White Dragon Emperor, but at your current level, they only need 1 poke to kill you. Sorry for being weak even though I train every day. Some of them have reached beyond the Dragon King tier though. Anyway, Tannen has built a land specifically for dragons to live. If you go there you can ask them how to turn your body back into a human. Although race-wise you would still be a dragon. Merlin stroked his goatee again. Take your time. When you are clear on what you want to do, come and talk to me. One more thing. How do we get back to the human world? Lancer asked. Your best option will be the devils. Every supernatural has their methods to travel between the reverse side of the world and the human world, but only the devils are willing to sell their services to others. It will not be cheap, that I can assure you. I see. Issei recalled back then when he summoned the GREMORY to make a deal. Indeed, the devils had a way to travel to the human world. That would be enough for today. Thank you for your advice, Merlin. Lancer slightly nodded her head, but she had a cold look and Issei knew she was displeased inside. Glad to be of service. Now if you would excuse me, I need to return to my tower for work. Oh, and if you are in need of snacks or drinks, there will be plenty in the storage room. Merlin quietly disappeared along with the kitchenwares, leaving only Issei and Lancer back on the beach. Night had fallen, but the moon was but a blur and there were barely any stars, for the mist still blotted out the sky. Let's go to bed. A nice sleep will do us a wonderful thing. Yeah. With that said, Issei and Lancer returned to their respective rock houses. Issei took a shower to clear his head, using the comically big sponge, and remind himself of his hygiene habit. From the storage room which was connected to the living room, he could see 3 barrels of ale, bags of chips, boxes of biscuits, sugared crackers and more. However, Issei was not in a mood, so he went straight to bed. It was the first night he had to sleep without Lancer by his side in the supernatural world. At least the pillow is nice. Tired by the journey and fatigued in his mind, he coiled his body on the soft mat, with his tail almost touching his jaws. The air in the room was cool and seemed to react to his body temperature. Issei fell into a deep sleep soon enough. What awoke him was the smell of food in the morning. He moved his arms to push away the blanket, but when he looked down his arms were still in one place. Issei did it again, and a flap of wind blew through the room. Huh? He blinked. This time he actually focused on his limbs to stand up, and when he looked on his back, he could see a pair of wings, so large that he could cover his entire body with them. Issei dashed out of his house and began to flap as hard as he could. He managed to launch himself into the sky and fly for a few seconds before diving straight into the lake. His experiment was not unnoticed. Lancer had stood up and walked toward him, while Merlin simply observed from afar. "Lancer. Look, I can fly now." He tried to fly up from the lake, but it was hard controlling his limbs and his wings at the same time, so he chose to swim back to the shore. "Issei. When did you have a pair of wings?" Lancer came up to him to check them. "Since last night." Drake answered while Issei tried to dry up his body. His body must have been influenced by the magical energy of Avalon, which has accelerated the maturation of the dragon aspect, since he is a part of the Arthurian legend now. "I know it's great and all, but let me remind you that you are not allowed to touch the grass or fly into the inland of Avalon," said Merlin. "I know that's why I'm gonna practice flying on the lake." Issei was excited with his new wings and the ability to fly, which gave him a new perspective. Not even breakfast with eggs, sausage, ham, cheese and bread could hold Issei on the ground for more than 15 minutes. Mankind has always dreamed of soaring through the sky like birds, and even when people can travel by airplane, it isn't the same thing as flying with your own wings. Issei picked his house as the landmark and never let it out of his sight when he flew over the lake. It was not easy separating the control of the muscles of his arms and his wings. More than often Issei found himself flapping his arms during flight instead of his wings and just fell into the lake below. He skipped lunch to keep flying in the gray sky. Once he tried to reach above the cloud, but no matter how high he flew he couldn't do it, and once his house became smaller than a speck of dust, Issei knew he had to return. Issei didn't know whether because he was in the reverse side of the world or because he was talented, but flying had become very natural to him by the end of the day. He had no problem taking off while he was running, standing in one place, hanging himself on a wall or swimming. The trick is to dive down, then launch himself forward. The wings felt like a pair of limbs on his back, and while they still required him to focus, he didn't mistake his arms for his wings now. "Don't get full of yourself. What you did today is just the basics. You need to train more before you can call yourself a dragon," Drake reminded him. But Issei was happy that he could fly now. He had not tested how long he could fly, but according to Drake, dragons could glide by using mana, so in theory he could stay in the air indefinitely. Issei was eager to try it out tomorrow. It was amazing. Issei took a bite of his dinner. "I felt so free when I was flying through the sky. It's not like swimming or diving at all. Did you forget that we also flew to Kyoto?" "Oh." Issei was dumbfounded when Lancer reminded him. "It is true that we rode Dust Stallion, which was running on air, to Kyoto, but it's not the same." "I know. Riding a horse and running on your legs are different, even if they are movements on the ground." There was a shadow of a smile on Lancer's face, but it disappeared and turned back into the stoic one that she had been wearing since that day. The conversation was killed, so they quickly wrapped up the night. There was nothing else to do, and flying did exhaust him mentally, so after dinner Issei laid on the rooftop of his rock house, enjoying the night breeze with a bag of salted chips. "Lancer," he muttered while looking at the night sky, with the stars resembling his goddess's face. "Wait, what? That's Merlin messing with you." Since Avalon is his home now, he can change the landscape however he wants. Casually. "Do you have to ruin the mood by spoiling everything, Drake?" Before Issei noticed, Merlin was sitting next to him. In his hand was a flask which he wasted no time to take a gulp. "Our king doesn't make it easy for you, does she?" "Well. Merlin put a finger on his mouth. "Let's talk about it later. You don't want her to overhear you now." Issei was confused, but Merlin didn't let him reply. "Just go to bed, I'll see you there." Merlin disappeared just as quickly as he showed up. Issei finished his night snack and went to bed, wondering what it was about. Issei found himself on a plain under the summer sky. It was nothing but beautiful scenery. From the distance he could see a white tower piercing the sky on the endless plain, taller than any building or mountain he had seen. Next to him was Drake, but he was searching for something with haste. "There you are." Drake spitted a fireball at the speed that Issei couldn't follow. The fireball crashed into an invisible wall, showing a darkened man behind it. "You barbaric drunken lizard. Was it so hard to just ask me to come out?" "Merlin." Indeed, it was Merlin when the smoke was clear. He quickly replaced his burned clothes with a new set while shaking away the dust. "Force is the fastest way to drag you out," snorted Drake. "Don't be fooled by this guy. He can enter and play with your dream if you let him be, but if you catch him he will lose his control over it." Merlin clicked his tongue, but he didn't reply to the big dragon. "Hey Merlin." His head stopped getting fuzzy, and Issei realized that he was in a dream. "I'm a dragon now, huh?" Even in the dream Issei didn't return to the human body that he knew. He looked like a smaller version of Drake, but he didn't really mind it due to the majestic aura that Drake was radiating. One day Issei too would grow to be the same as Drake. Of course, the dragon core has changed your soul into that of a dragon. It is inevitable when you choose to step into Avalon. The longer you stay here, the more dragon you will become until you have completely turned into the Red Dragon Emperor. Merlin explained. I see. Issei nodded. Now Issei, let's get to the main subject. How do you feel about Lancer? I love her. For Issei, his feeling toward Lancer couldn't be anything but love. She is not just a great beauty, but also a strong knight. I know her kingship might not be the best, but she has definitely tried her best for her people and country. Moreover, she has saved me multiple times. I just can't help it. He confessed. Yet she hasn't answered your feelings. Yeah. I don't know what's wrong. Even though he had said that he would wait for her answer, it had been months since then. Issei did not know what to do in this situation. He knew he had to face the truth sooner or later, but the mere thought of Lancer rejecting him and they went their own ways hurt him so much the comfort of keeping the status quo was starting to take hold of his heart. I see. Merlin stroked his goatee. Issei was certain that he really enjoyed it. Have you considered asking her to ride you while flying? Obviously. But I want to make sure that I can fly properly before asking her. I would have nowhere to go if I ever fell down with her on my back. Good thinking. Merlin praised him. My next question is. Do you think that you are her match, Issei? What do you mean by that? Our king might have a different standard compared to other women, but it is still a standard nonetheless. If you don't meet these standards, then it is no wonder that she doesn't see you as a love interest. Merlin pointed out. Surely you remember what they are. Issei frowned, but it was as Merlin said. Lancer had told him about it back then. You can't be serious. You can be sure that Lancer was as serious as she could be when she talked to you. It was back when they were on a train returning to Kuoh town after betting on a horse race. Handsome, powerful, and rich. Issei deadpanned. But these are the standard of standards. They are nothing special by themselves. Let me show you a different perspective. If there is a beautiful, powerful and rich woman who confesses to you, would you say yes? For convenience's sake, let's say that she has a good character. It clicked so fast in his head that Issei failed to see the grin on Merlin's face. Exactly. Merlin clapped. Now tell me, do you think you have these three qualities? No, let us skip that part and go straight to the result. Drake, what do you think? The handsome aspect is fine. Since he is a dragon now, she will see him in a different light compared to back when he was just a human. Rather, he should be pretty attractive to her since they are both dragons. Good. What about Lancer's strength? Tell us so that we can have a measure on how far Issei needs to catch up to her. Besides the opponents in the Grail War, one have not seen any threat that could push her to the limit yet, but if she has been growing since then, without doubt she is halfway there to be a new dragon king. That is only for physical strength. If she has her sword or spear, she would indeed be on par with the likes of Tannen or Fafnir. Did you hear that, Issei? Lancer is only half as strong as a dragon king. That means you who have the potential to reach the level of a dragon emperor will totally surpass her one day. I can. The notion that he could become stronger than Lancer gave Issei a huge shock. Ever since they met, Issei had never once thought that it was possible for him to be the stronger one. Yet right here Merlin told him that it was within his grasp. Of course. With the right training you can pull it off. And I will tell you right now, I am the one who trains King Arthur in combat. You can be sure that I am absolutely capable of turning you into the strongest boosted gear possessor. Merlin grinned. Stronger than those two? I would doubt it if he was still a human, but as a dragon I can see it. Drake nodded sagely. Issei wanted to ask who were those two, but it looked like he needed to do it another time. Finally, for the rich you don't have to worry about it. Right, Drake. But Drake said nothing and only gave Merlin a dirty look. I thought we already have those wyvern fangs and tail tips. Those are nothing compared to the horde of why Drake gotch. Dragons always have the tendency to amass wealth, whether from pillaging, extorting, stealing, robbing or killing. The Welsh dragon here is no different. However, he got killed so he can't possess his treasure again. Later one of the boosted gear possessors discovered that treasure and entrusted it to the Pendragon family. After that, any red dragon emperor has the right to take some of the wealth from them. It's a shame that you are in the reverse side of the world now, but there are some ways to bring that rightful welfare here. The news that Issei suddenly became rich was not easy to take in, but it certainly helped when he realized that he could qualify for Lancer's standard. There was the question of the Pendragon family, but he could ask Merlin later. But why wouldn't Drake tell me about this wealth? This could help back then during the war. Oh. Drake never told any of you because dragons hate it when others take their stuff. However, he is only a soul now, so he takes a neutral stance. Drake wouldn't tell you about his hoard, but he wouldn't mind if you took it either. Such was the fate of the heavenly dragon who lost. Issei could understand why Drake was indifferent about it. Then I won't take that portion of inheritance. He declared. Are you sure? Because you can live the rest of your life in comfort if you do. The treasure of Wide Drake Gotch is no less than Fafnir's except for artifacts. No, I don't think I will do it. In the first place it's not my money anyway. Issei explained. If I am to woo Lancer then it must be my own rich. He does have the potential. Drake laughed loudly. It has been years since my host told me that he had no need for my hoard. You surprised me, Issei. However, if that is your wish then I won't stop you. In fact, it is very easy for the Red Dragon Emperor to become rich even without the old hoard. You will find out one way or another. So to review, you have passed 2 qualities and you only need to focus on becoming more powerful. Let us move on with your training. Merlin pointed at the empty field before Issei and a target board came up. Try to breathe fire on it. Issei did as Merlin said and he was surprised to learn that he could replicate the same fire breath that Lancer showed him before. Not only you have become more completed externally but also internally when you stay in Avalon. Now you will practice the fire breath in this dream and practice it again when you wake up. Launching a fireball is the next step and it should become natural for you sooner or later since you are a dragon. When you master the basics of fire breath we can begin your sacred gears training. More target boards appeared and some of them were floating and moving at high speed. Remember, the stronger you become the more notable changes that Lancer will notice. By the time you have become her peer in strength, confess your feelings to her again and I guarantee that she will give you an answer. Thank you, Merlin. I know what to do now. Issei began to furiously breathe fire at those targets. Even though he missed a lot at the faraway ones, the fire didn't burn the field and he didn't really feel tired since he was only a soul or an avatar of his consciousness or all of that. You got anything to say? No, you making him stronger is fine. I don't see the downside of it. Trust me, I know what I am doing. His voice betrayed his earlier cheerful face. Lancer's face was solemn. The battle she was about to enter was crucial, but to her it was merely a game with her side being the undeniable winner. The campaign for conquest had gone great since the beginning. The modern army of the United Kingdom was no match for her. The mages from their association had done everything they could and yet they could do nothing but perish under the light of Rongaminiad. The royal family was captured easily when she caught them off guard, not that they could have done anything differently. All the male members were publicly executed, while some of the females were handpicked to become slaves and concubines. The most beautiful woman among them was pregnant and crowned queen now, and thus legitimated his right to rule. The Red Dragon Emperor had returned to take back Britannia from the Anglo-Saxon after centuries. The news had spread like wildfire throughout the island and the rest of the world. Followers and supporters kept coming up to join the new monarch, for no one could oppose the power of Wide Drake Gotch. While they didn't directly contribute to the military force, it was still necessary to have a standing army and civilians to form a new nation. Lancer alone was enough to demolish anything the current government of Great Britain could throw at her. Now the remnant of their army along with the last mages stubbornly held down a fortress at the edge of the island, their backs facing the English Channel. There was the promise of help from other countries, but it might as well be an empty threat after Lancer reduced a foreign warship fleet into molten scrap before it could even enter the water of her island. Even when they were outpowered, even when they knew they had no chance to win, they still chose to oppose her instead of surrender. For that she respected the UK army and would fight without holding back. Those who surrendered had been spared and currently under penal reform to serve the new king. She glanced at the modified vehicle behind her, where a naked man sat on a throne, served by several scantily clad women, some of them royal and noble, looking bored. Without doubt he would be the most important figure of the newly reborn Britannia, and yet there was no security, no protection. He did not need any, for no sword or bullet could pierce his skin, and no missile or spell could bleed him. Thus the only thing he needed was pleasure, and so pleasure was with him. Upon noticing her glance, he dragged a half-smile out of his lips. What are you waiting for, my spear and shield? Go forth, crush them and make me the king of this nation. Yes, my lord. She was the tool to kill his enemies and protect his properties. This was what she did best, so naturally she had to act up her role. Is this your best nightmare, Lancer? She turned her head to the voice and blasted her spear at the source. To think I let my guard down this much. But the wizard simply reformed in front of Lancer, his face showed no joy, but no fury either. Is this your doing? No, please forget my question. Lancer knew Merlin had the ability to create and modify dreams, but she also knew this was not his work. By catching his sight she was able to regain full consciousness, therefore she knew what was going on. To think this is your taste in men. Merlin cast his gaze on the naked man on the throne, still looking bored and not bothered by the appearance of the new person. I must say that the real docile one is better. Your personality isn't compatible with the playboy type. Though who knows, maybe you two can work this out. Lancer felt a mixture of annoyance and embarrassment, but she held it down not to comment on Merlin's words. She silently raised her lance, and with one strike annihilated the last army of the enemy. "Why are you here?" Lancer knew Merlin had always entered her dream back then, but this was different. Everything around Lancer and Merlin stopped and faded into a blurry mess. It couldn't be anything but Merlin's manipulation of dream. "I'm on here on my volition, if that can reassure you." He sat on a conveniently placed rock. "Now if there is anything you want to share, you can do so. I will listen to your worries." There was an urge to confess, but Lancer bit her lips with her eyes shut hard. "The vision you saw scares you, Lancer." "No." She shook her head, trying to deny it. "If you continue to act like this, you will only hurt both you and him. It is not hard to see that you are suffering." "Beggin." Lancer swung her lance at Merlin, and the stone ceiling entered her eyes. She let out a long sigh. An ale barrel was next to her, along with the other two empty ones. "How pathetic. Since when do I have to drink myself to sleep?" Lancer touched her aching forehead. She noticed that her breath was chock full of alcohol. From the noise and smell outside, it seemed that Merlin was making breakfast, and she would hate to let Issei know that she had wasted herself the night before. Lancer put the barrels back into the storage before letting herself into the bathroom. She slept naked last night, so there was no need to undress. The night let the cold water fall on her head, which made her summer again. When the bathtub was filled with warm water, Lancer gently climbed into it. It wasn't the extravagant Roman-style bathroom back in her quarter that every noble's got, but it was still much better than bathing in the wilderness. Lancer felt spoiled by these conveniences, and she wasn't going to reject it. Lancer grabbed the green bottle on the shelf and poured the thick contents into the bathtub. She was thankful for this lemon flavor body wash. It could help her get rid of the ale smell all over her body. That incubus. She let the bathwater soak into her skin, easing the dirt and removing the alcohol smell. The accumulated stress must have lowered her guard so that he could see the depth inside her heart. Otherwise she wouldn't just let him in so easily. Even if he wasn't the Merlin, she knew the two couldn't be too different for her to protect her own mind. What happened earlier was not a dream, but rather the manifestation of her consciousness when she solely focused on a subject too much. For the last 3 months, ever since that day, Lancer had imagined over 30 scenarios of what would happen when she responded to Issei's proposal. She wished it could have been easy, yet it could not be. The result was always unpositive or negative and outright depressing at worst. It was an inevitable end, just like how Camelot must end. Lancer knew she was fighting a losing war, so she chose to run damage control and draw out the best possible outcome that she could get. But even so, Lancer already had her answer, but she continued to repeat the hypothesis. She knew she couldn't beat the impossible, but still she imagined the possibilities. Before she knew it, they had arrived at Avalon, and Lancer still hadn't got the outcome she wanted. The knight did not want to give up. Lancer stepped out of the bathtub in silence. She quickly wiped her body with a towel and headed for the wardrobe. When she had crossed time and space, the only clothes she had was the ceremonial set, but when they arrived at the island on the first day, Merlin had given her multiple sets of clothes and included handout along with the house. The white one entered her view, and it reminded her how annoying the court mage was even in this world. She pushed them aside and picked a dark green shirt to go with brown pants, along with a grey coat. Lancer checked her face in front of the mirror one last time to ensure that Issei wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary before heading out for breakfast. Her hair was tied into a bun like usual. The food was nice, but it didn't improve her mood. "So, wanna ride me today?" Issei timidly asked after finishing his meal. Lancer saw no problem not to go with him, and this would serve as a distraction for both of them. Issei put on the boar skin to let Lancer mount him, and with one strong flap, he launched into the misty sky. The cold wind caressed their faces and made Lancer's coat flutter. Even without handles, Lancer had no problem balancing herself on a relatively fast dragon. Issei began to make a tour along the coast of the island. Although they couldn't see anything but the mist, the sand and the water. Anything inland was still shrouded in thick fog. Lancer could still see a glimpse of a white tower at the center, but she had no interest in it at the moment. It was like Issei told her. There was a great sense of freedom riding in the sky. They were only flying in a circle, but it definitely gave her the feeling that she could go anywhere in this world. For a second she felt her mind relaxed and just enjoyed the cool breeze. "You know about that." "Never mind," Issei sheepishly said. Lancer flinched for a half a second before calming her body. She knew Issei was probing for an answer again. It pained her every time she had to give him a cold shoulder, but still she didn't want to answer him now. She looked at his wings and another set of horns that wasn't there the day before. The more complete a dragon Issei was, the more difficulty he would face if he wanted to become a human again. Yet she had nothing to say, for what she could say when this was a good distraction to the mess that entangled them. They stopped for lunch, then Issei went to train by himself. Obviously set up by Merlin. The mage must have talked to him in his dream too and got himself into the mentor position again. This time for the descendant of the Welsh dragon. In a way it was fitting for Merlin to instruct Issei. Lancer knew she should figure out why Merlin wanted to turn Issei into a hero, but she couldn't afford the extra thought when she still had to deal with her one big main problem. Besides, Issei getting stronger wasn't that bad of an idea, she would not say no to a strong dragon partner. Therefore Lancer simply retreated to the rooftop of her house with a box of biscuits and a bottle of honeyed lemonade to observe Issei's training. Rows of targets popped up from the sand, which were frantically incinerated by Issei. Although he had trouble targeting the ones far in the back without blackening the sand with his flame. Still, it was much better than when they were traveling to Avalon. I'm going too fast. Lancer noticed that half of the biscuits were gone, so she slowed down a little. The next training was push-ups, or how dragons should do push-ups. It was similar to how a human did, only with a boulder on Issei's back. 20. 21. 22. She could see that he was struggling. How much weight was that boulder? Could be 200 or 300 kilograms eyeballing. 48. 49. 50. Issei dropped on the ground with the boulder still on his back, breathing hard. He looked like a lizard who had been crushed by a boulder. Coincidentally, Lancer had also run out of snack. Issei would repeat the boulder push-ups for a few more times before taking his rest. Lancer too went back to her room for a short nap. Dinner came and went. Another day ended without the right answer. The 3 ale barrels were refilled, which was a nice perk. Lancer's pride was too high to ask Merlin to give her more alcohol with Issei around. The mead Merlin served them during dinner just didn't cut it anymore. She was certain that the ale was magically enhanced, otherwise it would be impossible for it to knock her out with only 3 barrels. Lancer undressed and put her clothes into the wardrobe, which magically cleaned out all the dirt on them. She picked up a box of crackers from the storage and guzzled down the ale barrel in the living room. The hot ale went well with the crackers, and Lancer continued to drink without stopping. She let the ale punch her in the throat, in the stomach, and in the mind. Lancer had found out that this was the fastest way to make her sleep. If she hadn't drunk, she would constantly be trapped in her thoughts, and just like those days when they were traveling, she would lay down and close her eyes, but couldn't fall asleep. Physically she was healthy, but mentally she was facing a great exhaustion that prevented her from making any decision with a clear mind. Secondly, the ale did give her a flash of inspiration for the scenarios, so to speak. So next he would throw me away. Because there is no way nobody wouldn't get mad. Lancer blacked out, and she would dream, hoping to reach the conclusion that she desired for. Days and nights cycled. Lancer would hang out with Issei until lunch, then he would begin his training with Merlin until dinner. For her part, Lancer didn't have anything to do. So when Merlin told her she could practice archery, Lancer took it to the field with a bow, given as a courtesy of the mage. For a knight of her caliber, Lancer had never been great with the bow and arrows. Sure, she could hit a target because archery was a requirement of the knighthood that she was trained in, but among the round table, Lancer had never been the archer specialist like Sir Tristan, for example. The arrows Merlin gave her had no tip, only a sharp end of the wooden stick. She knocked one, then released the arrow into the board. It landed on the target with a snap sound, but nowhere close to the bullseye. Lancer adjusted her aim, then released another arrow, but she misread the wind, so the arrow landed even further from where she wanted it to. Lancer considered this a challenge to hit the bullseye by dinner. Brushing up on your archery skill. Merlin appeared behind her, but she could sense him from afar, so Lancer didn't get startled. You know, you have always shot a beam of light, and not an arrow, at something when you want to kill it at range. Lancer readjusted her bow, read the wind, and released the arrow. It landed just a few centimeters above the bullseye. You are correct that I like shooting beams more than firing arrows. She rapidly released 2 arrows, but they failed to hit the board. It is much simpler than flexing an arrow. The Arthur of this world did too. Merlin held his staff high, which released an orb at high speed toward the board. When it landed, it blew up the entire target. Just ask if you're interested in deep magecraft study. Merlin tapped his staff and a range of targets popped up from the ground. You have all the time in the world now without managing a kingdom. What you just did is magic from the Age of God, which is only possible in the reverse side of the world. Lancer's mind was still struggling between focusing on the target and the scenarios, but she didn't show it. Has Issei done with the training? Oh, he is studying by himself. His talent is nowhere near yours, so he will need to work hard to grasp the basics. Although he has the determination, which is an important quality when one wants to achieve a goal. Lancer released an arrow again, this time hitting below the bullseye. It will be harder for him to turn back into a human after tapping so much into his dragon power. You do know that, right, Merlin? I give him a choice, and he is the one who makes that choice. Merlin shot back. Among 7 billion humans, he is the one who is fated to be the host of Why Drake Gotch. It would be such a waste if he just sits on the power of a heavenly dragon doing nothing about it. Fated to be the Red Dragon Emperor, huh? You could say that because he is the one who inherits the power of the drag, that he has the right catalyst to summon you in the war, on top of a particular obsession of his. Merlin had a knowing grin that made Lancer want to smack it out of his face. The circumstance might have granted unwanted side effects to Issei, but it has also allowed him to become the one closest to drag, even more than the other two famous strongest boosted gear possessors. I can't lie that I'm not interested in him. I'm looking forward to the story of his life. The bow cracked under the grip of Lancer. Issei's family is the reason why he wants to become a human again. The Haidu are an irreplaceable aspect of his life, and they have raised a wonderful son who is worthy of the legacy of the legendary Red Dragon. Lancer hissed. If, by accident or not, his parents die or disappear, Issei loses a reason to return to the human world to reunite with his family, and as a result becomes stronger, then know that I shall get to the end of the cause, and crush the skull of the culprit with my bare hands. Death and destruction to the enemies of the Red Dragon. Smiled Merlin, unfazed by her threat. Although tragedy could strike at any time, you were a king in a tumultuous time. This should be nothing new to you. We will see. Lancer quick aimed at a target and had her arrow land perfectly on the bullseye. I should be back to check on our whelp now. Call me if you need anything. Merlin's smile never disappeared on his devilish face. Lancer continued to practice archery until dinner, and Merlin never came to bother her. The next days she would play with various weapons from sword, zweihander, gladius, mace, axe, spear, pike, javelin to katana. The eastern curved blade was interesting. Lancer gave it a few swings, but she couldn't replicate the same moves that the female saber had shown her in the Grail War. Perhaps there was a specific way to master this weapon that she didn't know of. Lancer also had a chance to try out the famous Mongol composite bow. She really enjoyed using the thumb ring, a remarkable item that nobody back in the Isle of Britain or the Roman Empire used. This bow had a higher fire rate and firepower than the ones her soldiers had used, but it might take more resources to arm them with this, so if she had had the knowledge on how to make one at best, she could only have one or two composite bow squads. All in all, this was a great way to de-stress, so Lancer continued this physical activity a day and drowned in her own world at night. Before Lancer knew, it was decided that they would go to the territory of Tannin for help. The last night on Avalon was a feast, with numerous kinds of dishes buffet style on the long table. Do you enjoy your time here in Avalon? Merlin poured mead, the strongest so far, into Issei and Lancer's cups. It's great. We are only on the beach, but I love it. I'm glad to hear that. Merlin didn't wait for Lancer's comment because they both knew she wasn't in a mood to say anything about it. Now, it is customary for the host to gift the guests before they leave. Tomorrow I will come into your house and present you with a boon. Issei was a little confused but quickly returned to normal. Thank you. You have done so much for us, Merlin. Think nothing of it. I have also enjoyed your company here. Now let us enjoy the feast. They gorged on dinner till the last bit of meat and mead. Lancer chose not to drink that night and simply went to bed early. She was surprised that she could sleep straight to morning without any dreams. When she woke up, she took a long bath and picked a suitable set of clothes. They were going to the land of a dragon king to seek help, so she couldn't dress like a wanderer. However, she wouldn't be there as a noble, so a formal dress would be too much. This was a show for Issei after all. For that, Lancer selected a dark blue blouse to go with a pair of black tapered pants and a pair of high leather boots. When she was done, there was a knock on the door, and even when Lancer knew Merlin could just walk in without reserve, it was obligatory for her to open the door for him. Good morning, Lancer. Just come in. Well then, thank you for your hospitality. If Lancer hadn't restrained herself, she would have punched that joke out of his mouth. Issei really likes my gift, so I hope you will like it too. Merlin came into the living room. From his sleeve, Merlin pulled out a long metal box and put it on the table. Upon opening it, Lancer saw a straight sword. It was a 1-meter long sword with a red grip and a green jewel in the middle of the golden crossguard. The entire blade was blutered, the same shape of Caliburn and Excalibur. As expected from the former king, you see through the design with one glance. Merlin picked up the sword with both hands and presented it to her. I was fortunate to get some materials from Issei's boosted gear to craft this sword. Dwelled inside it is the essence of the Welsh dragon. Undoubtedly it is worthy to be the armament for the Dragon Knight. The sword felt strangely familiar in her hands. Lancer raised it, and the sword shone brightly. I christen it Excalibur Wide Drake Gotch. Fang of the Red Dragon Emperor. Merlin excitedly exclaimed. That's a mouthful. Let's just call it Gotch. Silly Lancer, you know that name holds an important aspect over an object. Merlin shook his head. Well, it's yours now, so feel free to call it however you want. I have also made a personal pocket dimension for you to put it away when not used. Lancer let her mana flow into the sword and checked out the connection. With a gesture, the sword disappeared into thin air. She would inspect it when she got the time. Thank you, Merlin. I like it. That smile of yours is great. You should definitely smile more. Can I even do it now? Anyway, back to topic, I will give you this card which contains 50 million QP. QP is short for quantum piece, a general currency for the supernatural side. You should be able to spend it on almost every realm on the reverse side of the world. I would like to exchange one of my fang baskets for a chest of gold and jewel. They were going to the dragon territory, so it was necessary to give a present to the owner. She doubted that she could just give this card to Tannen without angering him. The guest present is one thing, and the price to ask for a method to turn back into a human is another thing. Lancer would need to solve this by herself. It will be done. I think that my part is done here. Do you have anything else you want to do before our last breakfast and parting party, Lancer? For a second she was tempted to ask Merlin to use clairvoyance to tell her of what would happen. But she knew better not to let fate overtake her future. Lancer considered just saying nothing here, but she also knew if she wanted to be advised by the court mage, then this was now or never. Tell me, Merlin. How would I tell Issei my feelings for him? What is it that prevents you from doing so? Merlin calmly asked, as if he were expecting this the whole time. If it is lust that needs to be sated, then this body can provide him however and whenever he wants. However, Issei asks me not of lust, but love. The me back there in the war was a king who cared not for him, but my ultimate mission for my kingdom, yet he still fell in love with that facade. I have no excuse for what I did in order to accomplish my goal, and I also know lies could ruin a relationship easily. Therefore I do not wish to taint such a pure and innocent love with falsehood just because it will result in an immediate positive outcome. Nonetheless, I do not have the courage to give him an honest answer. You fear that if you tell him the truth he will reject you? Lancer gave Merlin a gloomy nod. You are overthinking such a small problem with such a narrow view. Merlin laughed like no tomorrow. Okay, before you murder me I'm gonna give you one advice. Think of who Issei is, and you will know what to tell him. Well, I will prepare our breakfast now. You should wipe that sour face before heading out. Oh, and one more question. Do you need more ales for the journey? Shut your trap. Lancer kicked the hologram of Merlin out of the house, who was actually tangible. When the mage was out of the picture she let out a long sigh, then went to the bathroom to wash her face. No, Issei has said it himself. If I have not tried it, how will I know the result? With a new resolve, Lancer carried the luggage with her and closed the door. Issei let the water fall on his body, enjoying the cool water washing all over his back and neck. This could be the last time he could have a proper shower, so he should enjoy it when it lasted. Earlier Merlin had come to his house and gifted him a wonderful tool. I can't wait to show it to Lancer. When the shower was done, Issei put on a leather sleeveless shirt which fit his size nicely. It covered his torso, but didn't hinder the wings in the back. He quickly buttoned the front and headed out with the last bin of fangs carried by his tail. Outside, Merlin had already prepared a table for them with a hearty breakfast for a farewell party. Lancer had taken a seat. Her clothes emphasized her beauty and elegance without showing her royal status. She slightly bowed her head when she saw him, and Issei too returned her bow with his own. Since Issei's body was long enough, he didn't need a chair to be on the same table as Merlin and Lancer. Well, what are you waiting for? Merlin picked up a loaf of bread and gave himself a spoonful of scrambled eggs. Issei noticed for the first time Merlin was using a real body and not just the hologram that he had seen before. Following his example, Issei picked a thick waffle with a cube of butter to go along with bacon. Lancer too had herself a dish of fries and steak. Breakfast was delicious like usual, though the only sound was the clank of utensils and food chewing. The table was quickly cleaned by Issei and Lancer's appetite. So, to recap, you two will leave the water of Avalon and then use Dragon Gate to enter the territory of Tannen. Merlin poured himself a glass full of citrus juice. Since Avalon didn't allow any direct teleportation unless one had the sheath, Issei and Lancer needed to leave the island before teleporting to other places. This. Merlin pulled out a thin tablet made of gold from his sleeve, is a key to Tannen's land. It will be a catalyst to let you in without wasting time searching for it. Lancer picked up the gold tablet, examined and put it in her shirt pocket. Next you will need this. Merlin pulled another one from his sleeve, this time a piece of paper with a circle on it. Issei recognized what it was at first glance. A devil summoning circle. Correct. This is made so that you can summon any devil from any house. It should save you the time needed to draw a circle. Remember that if you want to return to Earth, the devils will be your fastest option. Now for Lancer, this is what you requested before. Merlin summoned a big chest, which from the smell contained gold and rare jewels. Thank you. Lancer said after checking the content. Breakfast ended with dessert, and Issei knew it was the time for them to go. He cleared his mouth with a tissue and lowered his body to let Lancer climb on. I see. So this is a saddle. In the back of the leather short sleeve shirt was indeed the frame of a saddle. Issei knew before Lancer rode him on a boar skin, but it wasn't that comfortable and slippery sometimes. With this gift from Merlin, Issei could have Lancer ride his back comfortably all the time. He was glad that Merlin gave him a gift that would let Lancer sit on him more. Lancer strapped the gold and jewels chest on his back just behind her seat and the 2 wooden bins on his sides before mounting him. "Goodbye, Merlin. Thank you for taking care of us." Merlin waved back to Issei, who took off to the misty sky. The dragon sped up, behind him the figure of the mage slowly faded into nothing. The breeze gently caressed Issei's body and their shadow rode on the lake beneath them. "Issei, earlier what did you trade one of the dragon fang bins for?" asked Lancer. "Oh, I asked Merlin for snacks and canned food," Issei recalled. "I know we're heading toward a land for dragons, but it's better to have some normal food." Merlin said that he would deliver it when we arrived at Tannen's land. From what he understood, dragons would eat raw meat all the time, and while Issei didn't have a problem with it, he didn't want to let Lancer share the same experience. Speaking of Merlin, Issei had to wonder if he would see him in the dream again. For a month on Avalon, Merlin had taught Issei how to use his dragon power and sacred gear. Thanks to Merlin, Issei could use Dragon Gate now and would activate it once he had found an island to land on. Fire Breath and Fireball were the most basic long-range attacks that Issei could use being a dragon. Both Merlin and Drake said that he could learn more elemental attacks, but even so, it wouldn't be as strong as the fire element due to his nature. If a dragon wanted to get stronger, the only way was to keep fighting again and again. Dragons do not rely on techniques in battles because their scales are harder than any armor, their claws and fangs are sharper than any sword, and their breaths are stronger than any spell. It was a brutal simplicity, something that Issei could get behind. What Issei didn't expect was that boosted gear worked just as well when used on his dragon body, perhaps even better than before. The resilience of the dragon meant he could spend more time stacking boost and not losing his consciousness after the constant usage during battles. He could even choose which part to use boost on now. If he wanted to increase his eyesight, he could use boost on his eyes, or the durability of his scales, and even the healing factor of his body. Then there was transfer, an ability that he just unlocked at the very end of the Grail War. Issei had also learned a new trick from it, which would be immensely helpful to his allies, or Lancer in this case. During the training, he once overheard that both Merlin and Drake had mentioned a special mode that would massively skyrocket his combat capability. However, this was considered very difficult to achieve on Earth, and only 2 people out of every boosted gear possessors had done it. Merlin claimed that since Issei was in the reverse side of the world, it should be much easier to get it now, though he didn't have the time to learn it, since he already had his hand full with the matter of Lancer. Thunder boomed in the sky, dragging Issei back to reality. A rain began to fall upon him and Lancer, and the wind blew angrily in the air. What? The sky was just normal a few minutes ago, and during their time on a raft to Avalon there was nothing like this. Issei tried to fly faster to get out of the brewing storm, but the further he flew the more lightning strikes flashed up, and the wind became louder and louder. Lancer held tight onto his back since there was no rain, but even so she didn't so much lose her balance. Seconds later, on his left, Issei saw a river of cyclones. Upon looking closer, he could see countless animals, along with warriors with swords, spears, halberds and shields on horses. Leading the group was an armored knight in black, and his horse was all skeleton with ghostly red eyes, running on the sky. A wild hunt. Lancer's words were lost among the battle cry of the storm. Indeed. How nostalgic to see one here, Drake said. The eerie golden eyes of the Dark Knight creeped on them, and Issei felt an itching to join her group. He violently shook his head, boosted gear activated on his left arm. The dragon rapidly increased his speed to outrun the pack. However, no matter how fast he dashed through the sky, he couldn't seem to shake his chasers behind. No, you are doing it wrong, Issei. We have to stand and fight. He couldn't turn his head back to look at Lancer at this speed, but he could see a blutered spear on his right. The Knight of Storm has challenged us to a duel. We must answer her if we want them to stop pursuing us. Our enemy is a woman under that dark armor. Nonetheless, Issei nodded to Lancer's proposal. If they had to fight, then he would fight. This will be a jousting match. We will need to enter a melee range if we are to fight her. I believe that you already know what to do. I have a rough idea about it. Listen, Issei. Jousting matches require a shield, but since we both don't have one, we will aim for the chest. If she pierces me, death is certain. What I will attempt to do is to knock the lance off her hand. Fly close, but not too close that she can target your vital points. Your wings will get in the way, so you will have to maneuver around it. Roger that. Issei could see it. If they were on ground level, his wings would crash into the horse and push them away. He imagined the figure of a knight in front of him in the position of a clock, and if he wanted to avoid hurting his wings, he would need to fly in number 8 or 9, for example. Issei waited for 30 seconds to use boost on himself, then he made a U-turn vertically. Their opponent, the Storm Knight, already had her lance, which was filled with red spikes. She pointed the lance at them, thirsted for blood. The band behind the Storm Knight split into two currents. They began to circle into a huge dome of spectators around the Dragon Knight and the Storm Knight, and their battle cry signaled the start of the duel. Lancer brandished her spear while Issei plunged for their opponent. Thanks to the time they spent on Avalon, Issei knew where Lancer would want to aim for, so he charged toward the right side of the Storm Knight. A screeching sound rippled through the air when the two lances slided against one another. The shock vibrated throughout Issei's body, but he kept himself steady. "Are you alright, Issei?" "I'm fine. We will begin the second round now." Issei kept flying until he reached the running mobs, then he turned around and headed toward the Storm Knight, who also did the same thing. The time lag between the first and second round was not enough for him to get a boost. They clashed again, and this time blood was spilled from Lancer's arm. Unfortunately, her strike only scratched a line on the armor. It was too difficult for Lancer to knock the weapon off her opponent's hand. "Lancer, can you target the horse?" Issei began to turn around for round 3 of the duel. "No. If I do that, she will retaliate along with her army. She can just ride on a new mount and chase us to the end of the world." Lancer gritted her teeth. "Don't worry about me. She only broke the scales off my arm." Turned out Lancer had turned her arms into that of a dragon when the duel started. If she hadn't done that, Issei doubted her arm would be intact now. Issei slowed down. They couldn't win if this kept repeating. "Lancer, is it normal for knights to dodge attacks in jousting?" "It is difficult to do so. There is almost no room to evade the long lance during the contact. That's why we wear an armor and use a shield to block. But this isn't a formal jousting match." Issei hovered. "We are in the sky, and we are unrestrained by the land." What surprised them was that the Storm Knight had also slowed down. Apparently she was not in a hurry to force them to enter their next round. "I see." Lancer took a deep breath. "Certainly, if you use that movement, I can evade the lance while simultaneously targeting her vital point. Then let's go." 10 seconds had passed. The announcement of boosted gear started the third round of the duel. Both participants began to dash toward each other. However, before they came into contact, the dragon rolled his body upside down while simultaneously flying over the top of the Storm Knight. Their opponent didn't expect this type of maneuver. For centuries, knights have always dueled on the ground, and thus the idea of 3D combat never enters their minds. Supernatural as the Storm Knight was, she couldn't lead her horse to evade the attack. Not missing this opportunity, the bluebeard lance pierced through the dark helmet. "Did we get her?" Issei slowed down before he crashed into the wall of the running cavalry. "No. She used her lance to deny my advance and ducked her head just in time." The helmet was still in the tip of Lancer's lance, but there was no blood. Issei turned around to observe their enemy. In the middle of the dome, the Storm Knight cast her golden slit eyes on Issei and Lancer. Her bleached hair fluttered in the wind. "What?" There was no wound on her flawless pale face, indicating that their attack was ineffective, but what shocked Issei was that she had the same appearance as the one riding on his back. "One more round, Issei. We need to defeat her." Lancer urged him as she tossed away the helmet. "Ah, right." Issei shook away his surprise and began to fly toward the Storm Knight again. He didn't understand why their enemy shared the same face as Lancer, but he could ask her after finishing this battle. "Interesting." The Storm Knight spoke in a low tone. Her voice was no different from a cold silver bell. She stood still in the air, having no intention of charging toward Issei to continue the jousting match. Instead, she brought her lance up. The 13 red spikes on the shaft broke up one by one. The lance then rotated rapidly, sucking the wind around into it. A chill ran through Issei's body when he got closer. "Dive. Dive right now, Issei." The Storm Knight pointed the lance, now more of a gigantic drill, at her opponent. A furious storm of darkness and curses darted toward them. Issei's mind became blank at that moment. His body could only react to the survival instinct to dive into the sea below. The attack passed them and blew away the band of warriors behind uncaringly. Down below the surface, Issei grimaced. "Are you alright?" asked Lancer through the water. "Yeah." He bit his lips. "She only got my tail tip." That was an attack on the same level of Lancer's noble phantasm. "Don't let it hit you if you want to survive." Noble phantasm. Damn, we don't have anything to counter it. Issei was sure that even after he had trained, he would still get killed if he got hit by Lancer's lance back in the war. "This is not good. Your fire breath cannot compete against that cursed lance, and my weapon doesn't have a long-range attack yet. She will always be ready to launch that storm before we can reach her in melee range." Issei began to swim away, fearing that if he stayed in one place, the Storm Knight could blast at them. "One of us needs to distract her while the other one fights her," Issei proposed. "Since I can fly, I will be the bait while you ambush her, Lancer." Lancer pondered. "That could work, but there are two problems. First, I cannot get to her by myself, and secondly, if you are seen without me, she will immediately know it's a trap." "Yeah, you're right. I got an idea. We will do it this way." Issei began to explain his plan. I see, that is risky, but we will be able to beat her. Let's do it. Up above, the Storm Knight still hadn't shot at them, so it was their chance for a counterattack. Issei began to swim away from Lancer as far as he could within 5 seconds, then he rose up into the sky again, showing his white belly. Instantly he was chased by the band of warriors, but Issei kept climbing the sky higher and higher. Because he had to keep this position to hide the fact that Lancer was not riding him on the back, it was hard to watch out for the enemy. He could make out the raging sound of a storm, however, and he knew that the Storm Knight had decided to shoot him down. But Lancer was faster. From below the water she swam back to the surface and released the Fang's wooden bin to use it as a platform to jump up to the enemy. The combination of boost, which was given to her via transfer, and mana burst, let Lancer reach the top of the target in the air. The Storm Knight was still releasing her Dark Storm, so she couldn't react and defend herself against Lancer's surprised assault from behind. With one mighty overhead slash, Lancer sent her opponent deep into the sea with her sword, resulting in a shockwave below. From the other side, freed from the storm, Issei descended. He used his fire to quickly burn his chasers to reunite with Lancer, who was fighting the swarm of the monsters and hunters. The loss of their leader didn't stop them from going after the pair of former master and servant. Fortunately, Lancer had no problem cutting them down. She nimbly hopped around, using her enemies as platforms to stay in the air. When Issei reached Lancer, she casually grabbed his neck and slided down on his back to mount him. The two of them quickly escaped the zone, leaving the howling warriors behind. It was like what Lancer said, defeating the Storm Knight had allowed them to break through the raining sky. Now the sun had come up again and shone on their drenched bodies. Well, mostly Lancer though, since my dragon scales is waterproof. Looks like we have slipped away from the wild hunt. Good job, Issei. Speaking of the wild hunt, can you explain what it is, and who is that knight? Issei asked the big questions. The wild hunt is a manifestation of spirits in a form of storm, chasing through the land and sea eternally. It is said that if you get caught by them you will join their chase till the end of time. Lancer explained. As for the Storm Knight, since King Arthur Pendragon is also associated with various folklore, the belief of humanity must have made her one of the leaders of the wild hunt after the fall of Camelot. That's why she is the me in a different world, like how I am different from this world's King Arthur. So back then, you already knew she is another you. Issei nodded. Now that you mention it, her lance does look like yours back in the Grail War. But it is corrupted. I don't know what has happened to her, but from our battle she is more of a killing machine than an actual knight. The reverse side of the world is more dangerous than I thought. Let's hope that we will not meet her again. Issei continued to fly until he found a small island, no bigger than his school, and landed on it. Let us take a break. Lancer finally dismissed her lance, which seemingly could switch between the sword and lance form. Yeah. Issei moved his tail to the front so he could lick the tip. Now that he had the time to examine, he found out that he actually lost roughly 1/3 of his tail. The wound had closed, but it still hurt. Apparently that storm had more exotic effects than he thought. He was uncertain when his tail would heal back to normal again. Will it be alright? Lancer came to check on his tail. Well, it shouldn't interfere much as long as I don't use it for a sweep attack. We should ask the dragons to see if there is a way to heal your tail. Lancer said. But we cannot go meet a dragon king in our current state. Issei noticed that besides her wet attire, the sleeves had been ripped off due to the dragonification. Lancer's boots had also been torn apart. The duel had been exhausting for them. They had also lost the Fang's bins, both of them. Fortunately, the gold and jewel chest was still strapped on his back, so they didn't have to find another gift for Tannen. Well, looks like you two need some help. Oh, and that was a wonderful battle, by the way. Issei turned his head to the source of the voice and saw the figure of Merlin there, holding his staff nonchalantly. Your cold stare hurts me, Lancer. Would it be so difficult to give your helper a smile? Hey Merlin, good to see you here. Issei interjected. Could you please give Lancer a new set of clothes? Thank you for coming here to help us. I'm glad that you are safe after that encounter too, Issei. Merlin smiled. But unfortunately I have an important appointment in the next few minutes, so I can't hang out with you. Now please take these. Merlin pulled 2 blocks of stone the size of a soda can and gave them to Issei. Goodbye, and don't forget who you are. The mage disappeared in a whirlwind of flower petals. Issei had no clue what Merlin meant, so he examined the 2 stones, but he had a good hunch of what they were. The dragon put down the 2 stones on the ground, and in the next few seconds they grew into 2 rock houses. Obviously they were the ones that he and Lancer stayed in when they were on Avalon. That solves our problem then. Issei said. Alright, we will take a short nap. I will call you when I'm done. Lancer headed into her house, muttering something about that jerk not giving them these back then. Issei too came into his sweet home. He could see that the food storage had been restocked, so Merlin had done a good job at keeping his promise. Issei decided to take a warm shower, then coiled himself on the mat for a nap and bliss. When Lancer knocked on the door, the sun was still up. It was clear that there was no night on this island. "Do you want some snacks, Lancer?" "That will not be necessary." Issei could see that Lancer had changed into a new set of clothes, and her white skin was free of dirt and dust. "The host will provide the guests a meal when we arrive at their territory. It will be rude if we have our fill before." "Alright then." Issei stepped out of his house, and as if the houses had their own minds, they both shrank back into the size of a soda can, which Issei put them in his shirt pocket. Next, Lancer pulled out the tablet Merlin gave her before, while Issei prepared the dragon gate. The red circle on the ground covered them in light, and the symbols on the gold tablet were added into the dragon gate to establish a location. When it disappeared, they found themselves in the middle of a formation of rocks at sunset. The gold tablet then melted away into dust, implying that it was a one-way ticket. Immediately they were greeted by two dragons the size of an elephant with green scales. "Welcome to the land of Tannin, we will be your escorts to His Majesty." "It looks like you have been informed of our arrival," Lancer said. "Yes, the white half-demon has told our king of your arrival, and he has sent us here to welcome you." "That must be Merlin." "Alright, let's not make the Dragon King wait, shall we?" Lancer climbed on Issei, and the three began to fly. It took them 30 minutes at roughly the speed of a car to reach a cluster of hills and mountains. Issei followed the two escort dragons to the peak of the highest mountain, and he could see a grand patio decorated by dragon statues and marbles. More than a dozen dragons were sitting on the ground. However, what caught his eyes was a huge, likely 15 meters purple scales dragon. His eyes were looking at him and Lancer attentively. "Is that?" "Yes, that is Tannin the Blaze Meteor Dragon, one of the dragon's kings," Drake said. They landed on a grassy entrance to the patio, with the two escorts announcing their presence before taking them to see Tannin. Issei could feel the eyes of every dragon on him and Lancer when she dismounted him and walked through the patio. "Greeting Lord Tannin. My name is Lancer and this is my companion Issei Haidu." Lancer kneeled and Issei quickly followed her. "We have come from a faraway land to visit your kingdom. Please take this as our gratitude." The chest of gold and jewels was quickly taken down from Issei's back and presented to Tannin, which was taken away by another dragon. "Be at ease, children of Y Drake Gotch. There is no need to follow the formal code of humans in my land. Now I know you come here for a reason, but whatever it is will be told after the welcoming banquet." Tannin then looked at Issei, staring into his soul. "It's good to see you too, Drake. I'm glad that a heavenly dragon is still alive, even if it's only your soul." "Me too. It's nice to know that you are still alive and well. You even have your own kingdom now." "Haha, it's flattered to hear it from you of all dragons, Drake." Tannin laughed. Both Issei and Lancer then were guided to their seats, which actually had no chair or cushion, so they had to sit on the ground. Fortunately they were close so Issei could let Lancer sit on his tail. One dragon with blue scales began to distribute a golden apple and a huge barrel of mead for every dragon on the patio. Issei couldn't understand why, but the smell of the apple made him drool, and he fought hard not to lick and wolf it down instantly. "This is..." Lancer curiously picked up her apple, which was placed on the barrel. "A dragon apple. It has been centuries since I saw one," Drake explained. "It is a subspecies of the famous apple in every myth, for example the apples of Idun. Though it should be extincted on Earth now. It is a miracle that Tannin can grow the dragon apples here. Now, let's begin the feast to welcome the descendants of Y Drake Gotch." Tannin loudly shouted. "Oh oh 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 oh." The dragons responded to him, and they began to devour the apple in one go. "Go on, eat it," Drake urged. Issei bit a huge chunk of the juicy apple, while Lancer gracefully took a small bite. They were instantly assaulted by the divine flavor that no food had ever given them. It was as if the god of gourmet had resided inside this little apple and catered to every of their taste. "It is so good. I can feel the aroma of the dragon apple even here." Issei and Lancer quickly ate the whole apple, while the other dragons had started to drink and eat their shares, which was made of fresh beef, lamb and goat. A long and large table of food was put in the middle of the patio, and the dragons could grab whatever they wanted. What Issei feared the most had become the truth. Dragons eat raw meat like no business, and while he had no problem doing the same, he doubted Lancer could just follow them. Fortunately, there were some dragons who roasted their meat before eating so Issei could copy them. He tore the meat into smaller pieces and burned them with his fire without actually turning them into charred meat. This was also a trick that Merlin taught him on Avalon. The cooked meat was given to Lancer while Issei ate the raw one. "Thank you, Issei." Lancer sprinkled salt and pepper on the meat, which surprised Issei. Now that he had noticed there was a range of seasonings including garlic, onion, leek, salt, pepper, and red pepper. There was even ketchup and soy sauce. "Are you surprised?" Tannin asked, his hand moved to put mustard on a rib of beef. "It's so old-fashioned to eat raw meat now. Only savages do that, right guys?" "Oh oh 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 oh." The dragons shouted in union, then went back to chew on their meat chaotically, but Tannen didn't seem to care. Issei took a sip from his barrel and assaulted by a furious punch to his throat. The mead here was much stronger than the one he had on Avalon. Still, it didn't stop Lancer from draining down her barrel in one go, before asking him to get another for her. The banquet continued for hours until empty barrels of meat and wine along with bones were piled up in the corner. Tannen then told the dragons to go back to their caves, while only Issei and Lancer remained on the patio. "Now, tell me your reason to be here," Tannen said in a deep voice, showing that he wasn't drunk even after drinking over 10 barrels. Lancer lightly tapped on Issei's back, indicated that it was his time to talk to Tannen. "Lord Tannen, I have come here to ask for a way to transform into a human." Issei bowed down his head, but still kept his eyes on the purple dragon king. This was what Lancer had taught him. Dragons are prideful creatures, and if he asked them to turn him back into a human, they would see that as an insult to their race, that dragons were inferior to humans. However, if he asked for a way to transform into a human, then he would still be a dragon, only in the shape of a human. That is easy for a high-class dragon like you, shapeshifting into a human that is. However, I do not permit you to learn the method to do it for free. Tannen's booming voice made Issei skip a heartbeat. "You see, mighty as we are, dragons have always been hunted by other species, with humans being the biggest offenders. Not that we despise them, if a dragon cannot prove its worth then it does not deserve to survive. However, it does not mean we should let ourselves die out and fade away like other beings." They could hear a tiny depression in his voice. "That is why I have made this land my territory, my texture, gathered the dragons, and let them live here to ensure our survival. Some of them can only survive by eating the dragon apples in this banquet, so I have found out a way to grow them here too. Now you know that dragons have a very low birth rate. There are less than 1,000 dragons in my land, and even after I have lived here for 1,000 years, I only have 4 children. You have been working hard, Tannen." "Thank you, Drag. Is it that hard for dragons?" Issei whispered to Lancer. "This is the first time I heard of it, but I don't think it's far-fetched that they have problems with their population, since dragons are always rare even in the age of God." Lancer leaned on him. "So if you want to accomplish your goal, then you must fulfill one condition. You must impregnate my daughter and leave behind your descendant in my land. You can take your time, I will keep my promise even after a few centuries." It was another ordinary day for Lancer, at least that's what she wanted to believe. 3 days ago Tannen had demanded Issei to impregnate his daughter in exchange for the technique to turn into a human again. Issei then was ordered to live in the same cave as Gova, the youngest daughter of Tannen and the twin sister of Bova, who was Tannen's 3rd son. Both were only 100 years older, so the youngest pair of natural-born dragons of this land. Issei didn't have an answer yet, but Tannen had him live with his daughter anyway. For Lancer, she was guided to stay at a guest cave, but it was too big for a human, so the dragons asked if she wanted them to dig a new cave for her. However, when Lancer told them that she had her own house, they were fine with her staying in it. The cave was large enough that she could put the stone house Merlin gave them before in it and still had space. Since the culture of dragons was different from humans, this was not considered rude for Lancer not to stay in the appointed guest house. Lancer went to wash her face and found herself at the table with a cup of raw oatmeal. She didn't have the appetite, and the alcohol tasted like mud water in her mouth. Though she was glad that Issei did ask Merlin to trade for food. It was interesting for Lancer to learn that dragons didn't provide food for their guests. If one wants to eat, then she must hunt by herself. Said by the dragon sent to guide her to their hunting field, which was bigger than a city. Unlike humans, dragons didn't care for animal husbandry. That's why the games were running free in their habitats. Whenever a dragon was hungry, he would fly down and grab one of them for a meal. According to the guide, the total landmass of Tannen's territory was roughly the size of the Europe continent, so for 1,000 dragons, they would never run out of food anytime soon. "I should be happy." Lancer recalled her original plan when they arrived at the reverse side of the world. Did she not want to find a female dragon for Issei to couple with in order to relieve his sexual need? Lord Tannen has approved it. Issei too should feel at home with a female of his race. It will be a matter of time before he takes Lady Gova as his wife and cares for her the rest of his life. This was the solution. Once Issei had impregnated Gova, he would be permitted to learn shapeshifting and they would be back to Earth so Issei could reunite with his family. Lancer should be happy that Issei's problem was about to be solved. This way they could be together. As friends, maybe more if Issei ordered her to. "I have to accept this outcome." Lancer finished the last spoon of oatmeal. It was bland, as it should be. Lancer could hear a commotion outside. Ever since that day she hadn't stepped out of her house. With everything here, it wasn't necessary for her to come out for food or other commodities, but that wasn't the biggest reason why she did so. Lancer stepped to the window to hear what was going on. "Come on, Bova is gonna fight that red whelp. I want to see some real blood." It sucks that Tannen doesn't let us fight to the death. The dragons quickly flew away, but Lancer had learned what was happening now. She quickly changed into clothes and followed the flock of dragons. On a plain she could see a large dragon in purple scales and another one in red scales. It was obvious to her who the latter one was. My name is Bova the Destroyer. I am the third son of Tannen the Blaze Meteor Dragon. I heard from my father that you are to father my sister's children. How dare you touch her without asking my permission first? He roared angrily. I'm gonna smash that face of yours for that. Issei on the other hand said nothing. He only returned the aggression with a glare, his body was tense and boosted gear was activated for combat. More dragons had gathered around to watch the two, obviously eager to see how this would play out. None of them seemed to notice her, but she could still pick out some curious stare. Heh, too scared to talk. Fine, let's begin then. Now since you are a hatchling it is no fun if I break your neck instantly, so let's do it this way. We will take turns hitting and taking hits from each other, and the first one to yield or die lose. Bova didn't wait for Issei's reply, he simply unleashed a left straight into the red dragon's chest. Fortunately Issei was fast enough to react to his attack. He crossed his arms in an X shape to block it with boosted gear on top. The force behind the attack was still strong enough to push Issei back for more than 10 meters however. Lancer could see that Issei had clenched and used reinforcement on his arms and body, but he still took considerable damage. His sacred gear was also cracked, tough as it was. Ha. Block all you want, it's all useless against my strength. Bova slapped his chest. Now it's your turn, come here you weakling. Show me what you got. Issei immediately rushed to Bova for retaliation. A loud sound was made when his fist hit Bova's chest, but there was no reaction. Hey, what's this? Bova glared at Issei. What is this weak dogshit attack? This is the strength of the red Welsh dragon. Bova grabbed Issei's neck and slammed him down onto the ground, turning it into a deep crater. Lancer had to hold herself back so she wouldn't interfere when Issei coughed up blood. She knew that this was Issei's fight, and if she helped him every dragons would look down on them. Lancer didn't care if they laughed behind her back, but Issei's life would become miserable if such a thing happened. It's not over yet you piece of shit. Stand up and fight. Issei struggled to recover, but he did, and this time he flapped his wings into the sky. From above he charged into Bova with his head, using his horns to crash against a bigger purple dragon. However the attack was ineffective like before. Bova suffered no damage whatsoever when he took Issei Heaton. Tell you what, since my next attack will kill you, I will let you hit me first. Bova sneered. That way no one will complain that I didn't give you a chance. Issei retreated back a few steps, his body still reeling from the previous damage. Despite his disadvantages Issei didn't try to escape or surrender. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Thanks for the offer. I was hoping that I could hold on a little longer, but I can't stand you anymore. Explosion. 100 seconds have passed, scumbag. Issei swung his tail no, he swung his entire body with the tail coiled before releasing it into Bova. Lancer noticed that Issei's tail had been healed so he could execute this attack. A shockwave spreaded through the plane when the tail smashed into Bova's chest, sending him into the hell far away. An explosion could be heard with dust kicked up from there. I see. So he has been saving the boost for one surprise attack. Issei couldn't hurt the physically stronger Bova normally, but with a haymaker and boosted gear he totally could. You have guts, I'll give you that. Bova returned quicker than Lancer had expected. Blood was spurting from his mouth with a toothy smile, but he didn't have the intention to stop. A thug he is, the bloodline of Tannen cannot be underestimated. That tail bash of Issei should have the power surpassing that of an A-rank noble phantasm, yet he just flies back here within seconds. Dragons truly are resilient apex predators. If Lancer was to take that attack directly in the war, she would have been dead, armor or not. Issei was ready for the second round. However before Bova could do anything another dragon dropped on him from the sky, knocking him out instantly. Alright the show is over everyone. Get back to your caves. The new dragon also had the same purple scales, and from the whisper of the dragons around her, Lancer learned it was Bova's elder brother. The audience booed him, but none of them dared to go against his words. The match was over, and Issei came out as the victor. With this show of force he wouldn't be harassed by other dragons, and there wouldn't be any wedge between him and Gova. When she first met him he was only a commoner who couldn't hold a knife to save his life, but now he had become powerful enough to survive a game against an authentic dragon. With time he would grow even more powerful and become worthy of the title Heavenly Dragon. He didn't need her protection anymore. Lancer turned back and left before Issei could catch her in the crowd. She had been avoiding Issei so he wouldn't have a second thought now, and she didn't want to change that. On her way she saw another purple scales dragon, but the body of this one was sleeker, unlike the board frames of Bova and Tannen. Lancer had seen this dragon before and she knew this was Issei's future mate, Gova. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Lancer went on her way. Coward. The female dragon's word failed to stop the knight's legs, but the weight it carried clung on her mind like a mountain. Nothing extraordinary happened until Lancer was summoned by Tannen himself the next week, so she had no choice but to go meet him. "How are you doing, Lancer?" Tannen casually asked her in his cave, which was more of a royal chamber than the lair of an animal. It was filled with gold, sculptures, armors and weapons along with tomes. She had no doubt that he must have noticed her Welsh dragon blood coursing through her veins, but chose to pay no mind to it. "My life has been nice and easy thanks to your generosity, Lord Tannen." There was a golden apple in front of Lancer, but she wasn't in a mood for it. "You know, there hasn't been any progress on those two," Tannen said in a deep voice, and he didn't eat his apple either. "At this point it might take years, maybe decades before my daughter will be blessed with a child. Now we dragons have time to spare, but you two are not in a position to do that, right? What is your proposal?" "Simple. If Issei finds it difficult to impregnate my daughter, then you can take his place and bear a child from one of my sons. What I want is a new hatchling in my land, either his or your child will fulfill my requirement for teaching him the art of shapeshifting. You're still young, give it some time to consider." Lancer walked back to her home in a daze. Not even the cold shower could ease her mind, and she went to bed with her eyes wide open when it was before lunch. Why? It was a logical choice. She could help Issei with this. Her body was meant to be used as a tool. Lancer knew they wouldn't be able to reconcile if she chose to do it, but that the same result would happen if she confessed everything anyway. Therefore, it was better if she could be of use for him on his quest to become a human again. This was her responsibility after all. Afterward she could become Issei's shadow the rest of her life, or if she was lucky her body would still be desired by his lust. But why? Lancer knew it was the logical choice, but why couldn't she just accept it? She felt that there was a huge hole in her heart. It sucked away her reasoning and induced fear into her mind. A fear that overwhelmed everything. It warned her that once she stepped on the wrong path, there would be no turning back. Lancer let out a long sigh. She knew they shouldn't spend too much time on the reverse side of the world, but this was a big decision that should be thoroughly considered. The war was over. The end of midnight was coming. The last pair of master and servant were in front of the ruined church, licking their wounds and lamenting on their loss. Lancer stood behind her master Issei, who had become a dragon due to the dragon core. A decision made to keep her alive in this war. On his hands was the emptied holy grail. The next minute her master would use his sacred gear on the grail, and she would be granted a wish. Lancer calmly breathed out, she patiently waited for Issei. "I'm sorry." Issei sighed. "I can't keep my promise to you." The dragon turned back with the grail, his eyes looked sorry for her. "It was nice to be your partner in this war. Too bad we lose because I'm a trash master." Issei scratched his head. "Wow. I guess this is goodbye then. I hope you will win another war to fulfill your wish." Light began to cover Lancer's body, and she could feel it slowly disintegrated into particles. This was the natural result. They had lost the war, so there was no reason for Lancer to attain a grail. Even if her master could cheat the system to drag a wish out of it, there was no reason for him to grant it to his servant when he needed it more than her. Issei was correct. Lancer was a heroic spirit now. She had infinite tries in infinite holy grail wars. It would just be a matter of time before she won one and achieved her wish. On the other hand, Issei only had one life, so he must treasure it. Lancer had no right to demand anything from her master when she had won nothing for him. So, this was expected. The servant should accept this outcome. "No." Lancer shouted at the top of her lungs. Next she leaped from her bed into the outside world through the window in one motion. She ran amidst the dark night without light. Her companions were the sound of the insects and the passing cold breezes. "Give me the holy grail so I can pay you back later. I don't want our relationship to end like this." It was natural for Lancer to learn where Issei and Gova lived. Due to how big the territory was and how dragons insisted on their privacy, the majority of them lived scattered across the continent. This was the reason why it took some days for Bova to search for Issei. Lancer kept running when the sun rose up. She didn't stop for a second to rest. She would continue to run till another night came, and only then she could finally see the appearance of the hill where Gova lived. She slowed down when she saw the purple dragon standing in front of a cave. "Lady Gova." Lancer exhaled, trying to catch her breath. "Why are you here?" Gova asked coldly. "I heard from my father that you would bear my brother's children. There is nothing for you here. That is a decision to be made by me and me alone. Not you, not your brothers, and not Tannen can tell me what to do." Lancer fired back. Yet Gova had a smirk on her face. "The same goes to me. It is my decision to couple with him and not yours." "Kuh." Lancer gritted her teeth. Should she draw her weapon now? Dragons usually decide things by combat, just like what happened with Issei and Bova. If Lancer wanted to get past Gova, then it's possible that she must defeat her in a battle. I'm not in a mood for a fight now. But the purple dragon shook her head. That coward has never touched my scales ever since father told him to live here. No spunk at all. You know, it's annoying that some red whelp thinks he can reject a daughter of a dragon king simply because he doesn't feel like it. Ha. As if his value were that high, and I have to watch another female dragon who refuses to do anything and sticks her head into a hole for a week too. My apologies. Lancer slightly bowed her head. Well, red scale's not my type anyway. Gova then pointed at the opposite hill. Go, he's waiting for you. Thank you, Lady Gova. Lancer rushed to that hill, and now she could see that there was indeed a familiar rock house at the foothill. When Lancer arrived, she stopped herself for a second. The knight took a deep breath, she lightly slapped both sides of her face and knocked on the door. Seconds later Issei opened the door and was shocked to see her there. Lancer. What are you doing here? I want us to have a talk, Issei. Come in, quick. You're naked. Lancer only noticed that when Issei told her that she was indeed naked. The two of them quickly went into the house and Issei brought his blanket for Lancer to cover herself. Do you want tea or? It is not necessary. Please sit down, Issei. She stressed a little. Okay then. The red dragon sat down in the guest room like what Lancer told him to, but still she found it difficult to start the conversation. Lancer stopped breathing for a moment and then she began. I am the reason why you were dead, Issei. What? Her former master raised an eyebrow, clearly confused by what she said. During the Holy Grail War, I resorted to everything I could to ensure my victory. It was not hard for me to find out you were a loner who desired the companion of females, so I was nice to you. I praised you, played along with your games and at the same time pushed you into a certain direction so that I would stay on top. I was a king, and that wasn't my first time using my charming appearance to make others do what I wanted. What you saw, heard and felt, they were lies made for you. You, Issei Haidu, was a resource for me to exploit. That was why she acted nice to him in the restaurant. That was why she agreed to save Akeno's mother. That was why she refused to apologize to her master first. I chose to stay with you because of boosted gear which hosts the Welsh dragon. Without it I would have picked another master, since your naivety would cause many troubles for what it's worth. Indeed, your sacred gear was the factor which allowed me to have a shot at the Holy Grail despite our loss, but giving up a wish from a divine device isn't so easy when it was within your grasp, was it? She kept her heart and mind numb, she wanted to finish this before her emotion could seep in. That's why I made sure to engrave a debt in your heart. A favor that you would absolutely return by any means. It was too easy for me, I only needed to save your life a few times for it to work. On that night I deliberately let you give up your life and future for my goal. I knew I had no right, but the Grail was right in front of my eyes. My stepping stone was right within my palms. Furthermore, a part of me thought you did not deserve the Grail. A peasant's wish cannot be compared to a king's, after all. She squeezed her hands tight to stop her body from shaking. Do you know that when you have so many lives to rule over, they start to look more like numbers to you? Therefore it is child's play for me to do the math. I can lose one but save 10,000. It is said that each life should be treasured, but the life of a foreigner in a distant land is nothing to my subjects in my kingdom. You might think that you did it out of your free will, but it was not the truth. She bit her lips hard, her breath rasped through her nose. I was the one who manipulated you to sacrifice yourself in order to fulfill my selfish wish. She could see her eyes blurred, but she refused to let it continue. Issei, Lancer cut herself short. Saying sorry was too easy, and she didn't have the right for that. I am a despicable woman. When Lancer returned to be with Issei again, she was happy and elated when he confessed his love for her. However, the one he fell in love with was a tool lived for the sake of Camelot. The very same tool that took away the life of an innocent for an oath that had nothing to do with him. She knew there was no way for anyone to forgive her after what she had done, yet she still tried to find a way to ease her guilt to accept his love because she was too greedy. Lancer did not want to reject Issei. Merlin, oh Merlin. I have done it. I have confessed the truth. I don't hope that this will help me, but I hope I have done the right thing. Issei stayed silent, his unmoving body seemed too large for her, and his eyes seemed to be piercing her heart. Lancer had no remorse. She had come to accept it. Undoubtedly Issei would be furious after learning that she had deceived and used him. She wouldn't be surprised if he wanted her dead now. The air was cold during the silence, but finally it was broken by Issei. Lancer, do you honestly believe that everything about you back then was a lie? Lancer slowly nodded. Well, I do not. I certainly do not believe you have lied all the time to me. I saw your smile, your sadness, and your determination. Truth be told, if you said nothing I wouldn't even recognize them as lies. Issei scratched his face. Besides, I used you too, Lancer. I used you to fight other servants and protect me. If you weren't there I would have been dead, and I really appreciated that you did agree to help me on my foolish mission to end the war without too much bloodshed, even if you told me that you only did it for yourself." His eyes were too warm for a cold-blooded knight like her. "You said that your wish is selfish, but I don't think so. Even though I wasn't there, I have learned that your kingdom was in a terrible situation, and you truly wish to save it by all means. I have said it before and I will say it again. The future is unpredictable, that's why you have to try, and try until you exhaust all of your options. Whether it is to make someone notice you or to save a nation, you lose the moment you give up." He paused to gather himself. "So. I don't think it's wrong, and you did save your people, didn't you? You gave them a second chance to experience a peaceful life. For my part, my sacrifice was not meaningless, and I'm happy that someone like me could assist a legendary king on her noble quest. My parents would definitely be overjoyed if they learn that their useless son is not useless. Why? Why are you so kind to me? Did I not just tell you were just a pawn on my chessboard? A sacrificial piece to win the game? In the end you did come back to save me too, you know. You could have chosen to live in your high castle after what you had done for your people, but you still chose to abandon it for me. My life was saved again, because of your kindness. If you're still unsure, then let me say this. Lancer, I forgive you for everything. Therefore, please forgive yourself too." The tears flooded through her eyes and dropped on her legs. Issei came over to hug her, and she enjoyed his warm scales. "I see. How and why he could sacrifice himself without asking anything in return. It was short, but seemed like an eternity for them. Issei, I have one more selfish wish. Could you please grant it to me?" "Of course." The dragon smiled. Lancer distanced herself from Issei and put away the blanket. She summoned her sword Gotch, stabbed it on the floor, downed one knee and lowered her head. "I, Artoria Pendragon, am the daughter of Uther Pendragon and Igraine, former king of Britannia and knight of Round Table. I have slain armies, demonic beasts, giants and dragons. From now on I shall be your spear and shield. I shall accompany you into heaven or hell. I shall never betray you, nor your loved ones. I shall show mercy to your enemies, should you wish for me to do so. I shall be your knight until my body returns to dust." It might have taken Issei by surprise. Nonetheless, he understood what he needed to do. The dragon summoned boosted gear and placed it on her left and right shoulder. "I hereby declare Artoria Pendragon to be my knight. Let heaven know that I will be with her until my last breath." The oath was established. The knight was now connected with the dragon again. "Lancer. Please call me Artoria. It is my birth name and not the one people called me when I was a king. I want you to call my name when it's just the two of us alone. Then please call me Ice." "Ice. Artoria." She stepped up to kiss his lips, which were rough. "You just ate cheese, didn't you?" "Sorry." "Well, I don't mind." They kissed again, and this time Issei tried to make the kiss deeper into Artoria's mouth, which she sucked on, making a wet sound. His tongue is quite big, but the texture is softer and smoother than I thought. She could feel her body heating the more she played with the kiss. This must be a form of kissing, since Issei didn't have human lips. "Artoria. Ice." She had dismissed her sword, and now they began to walk to the bedroom. Since Artoria was already naked, there was no need for her to undress. "Ice. This body of mine is made for war, not love. But even so, if you desire." It was true that her body was more muscular than other ladies, a result from decades of fighting, and she knew she didn't have an ounce of femininity. "No, you're wrong, Artoria. Your body is very beautiful. It is very hard for me to hold back when I see you naked." She could feel her heartbeat faster and faster, and from this position, she could see the rigid manhood of Issei, vying for attention. "But I'm still not a human yet, you know. So." Issei looked down. "Ice." Artoria gently caressed his cheek. "It doesn't matter if you're a human or a dragon, I will still love you. Please, let me make it up for what you have done for me." It was not rare for women back in her time to be coupled with non-human, and Artoria herself wasn't against it. They kissed again, and this time Artoria laid down on the mattress. "Artoria. Ice." In the end, Issei had an amazing time with his knight, Artoria, before letting her drop on the mattress. The dragon laid next to his knight, covering her drenched body with his blanket. "I love you, Artoria. I love you too, Ice." She gave him a quick peck on the lips. "Say, looks like it works." "What do you mean by that?" Issei looked embarrassed. "You know you told me how to court a woman before. I kinda follow that advice to make you notice me." "Oh." She didn't realize it. "Handsome, rich and powerful." "Well, I don't think I'm a handsome prince, and I'm still not making money, but I think I have grown strong enough." "Phew." Artoria giggled. "You're wrong on the final one. It's not about power, Ice. It's about courage. Something that you have already shown me." The sunray woke up Artoria in her slumber. When her eyes opened, the first thing she saw was the face of a red dragon, sleeping peacefully. "So. It's not a dream." she smiled happily. The knight carefully removed her body from the mattress so as not to wake her dragon up. Next she headed to the bathroom, which was so much more lacking compared to hers. However, Artoria didn't mind, she let the water fall on her body to wash up the dried sweat. He came so much. A thick white liquid began to flow out of her vagina when she washed it out. She wondered if she would be pregnant from this, but decided it would be fine either way. She was his knight now, and it was her duty to continue his lineage. When Artoria came out of the bathroom, she could see Issei at the door, looking mesmerized, and there was this masculine smell from his body. His manhood had stood up again, and from this angle she could see it jumping at her lewdly. "Good morning, Artoria." "Good morning, Ice." Boys his age were very horny, and Issei definitely had a high libido from the time she spent with him. Artoria knew he couldn't resist her, so she would let him come for her. "Are you hungry, Ice?" "Yeah." He looked dazed, and his eyes never left her naked body. "Me too." Artoria knelt down, she crawled to under the dragon's belly and opened her mouth. 20 years of sexual repression was unleashed. Issei had a nice dream. Lancer, or rather Artoria, had finally told him the truth of her burden these months and answered his feelings. He also lost his virginity to her, even though he had yet to regain his human form. Issei never expected his knight to be that bold, but it was a welcome characteristic nonetheless. The dragon woke up to the sound of the water. He turned his body around, and when he looked at the bathroom he knew who was using it. So, it's not a dream. The fuzzy and warm ball spun around inside him. Issei couldn't believe it, he actually did it. They made love last night. The blanket was still full of the scent of their love-making, and Issei could still feel the warmth of Artoria in it. But still. Issei would be lying if he said that he was absolutely not upset when Artoria told him she had exploited him in the war. That the time they spent together was a woven lie in order for her to accomplish her wish. He didn't find an excuse to hate it, because lies or not, she did save his life multiple times. Therefore it was just natural that he must use everything at his disposal to help Artoria to get the Holy Grail. Yet there is a flame of displeasure in me. Well, it was true that if Artoria said nothing he wouldn't know her falsehood. Now that he had learned the truth, Issei found it difficult to overlook the fact that he was used by Artoria, regardless of her intention. Their relationship wasn't that of partner to partner, and Issei was deceived by her. No. I mustn't think like that. Before she had a duty on her shoulders as a king. One cannot blame her for using every method she knows to save her homeland. If I were in her position I wouldn't know what I could have done differently. Artoria had also sworn an oath to Issei, and he understood that this was a big deal for knights of her age. If she was a knight who would die for her kingdom before, now she was the knight who would die for him. The knowledge pleased Issei, and he had suppressed any dissent to forgive her. Besides, if he was to lash out at her in anger, their relationship would be soured. If Issei had to choose, then he would let Artoria use him again, so that they could be together now. He would never trade her for a grail. There was a sweet smell. And it was leaking from the bathroom. He could feel his head becoming blank and blood starting to rush toward his lower body. Issei unconsciously swallowed saliva in his mouth. He took a deep breath and began to walk toward the source of the smell. The sound of falling water had ended and Artoria was walking out of the bathroom. Issei stood there, stunned by the sight before him. Since his bathroom had no towel, Artoria's body had yet to be dried. Droplets of water trickled down from her luscious golden hair, which stuck on her shoulders and back. More importantly, the knight didn't cover her breasts with her hair, like those anime he had watched. They were on full display for Issei to ogle. His eyes took in everything hungrily, from the white fatty meaty breasts to her pinkish areolas. Decades of fighting had given Artoria defined abs, but they weren't overwhelming like those bodybuilders. This was because she used both physical and magical strength, therefore she had an athletic body and not a lump of rough muscle bound. It was the ideal body for a female knight. Down below there was a thin layer of wet golden hair on her girdle. Issei could feel his breath ragged when he stared at it, and even when he knew its root, he couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. "Good morning, Artoria." Artoria had noticed him, and she licked her lips thirstily. It was so swift that it made him wonder whether his eyes were playing with him or not. "Good morning, Ice." The sweet smell intensified. "Are you hungry, Ice?" "Yeah." He longed for it. Her breasts, her smell, her fragrance, her fluid, her love. He wanted to consume them all. "Me too." Artoria knelt down, she began to crawl under his belly. "Time skip. HMPH. You can't just do that out of the blue." Artoria pouted, her face red from embarrassment. "I know I'm yours now, but there must be an order in bed. You have to ask me first." "Ah, she's so cute even when she's angry." "I haven't heard your answer, Issei." She continued to glare at him. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." "Good. Now we need to clean up and prepare for a meeting with Tannen." Artoria touched the floating water above her which fell on both of them. "We don't continue it on the bed. No, there is one thing we must sort out first. Artoria became serious. Issei, tell me. Do you have feelings for Lady Gova? Do you wish to impregnate her? She certainly looks beautiful. But I don't think we're compatible, nor I will manage to impregnate her on time, since it took Tannen a millennium to have 4 children. Then we must announce our intention to Tannen today. Our agreement is that you will give Gova a child, but now you have declined, you should tell Tannen in person. Issei nodded. Artoria's words made sense. They were in the territory of a dragon king, and while dragons didn't share the same values as humans, it was still rude to stay here without fulfilling their agreements. Alright, then we will tell Tannen my answer. Artoria nodded. We should start thinking about what to do afterward too. Kuoh. Another holy grail war. We could ask a devil for a solution to your problem, but we should be careful about the price. Artoria was right. Besides fighting for a grail, they could also use the devil's service. They would need to summon one for the transportation back to Earth anyway. We can think about it later. Here, let me wash your body. She did it like that day when they took a bath at the river. However, this time Artoria didn't play around. It looked like they needed to hurry to meet Tannen. The two of them had a quick meal after bath. Unfortunately, there was no clothes for Artoria in Issei's house, so she had to cover her body with a blanket. Luckily, dragons don't care about the body of a female human. Issei turned his house back into a stone and carried Artoria on his back. Their first location was Artoria's house, since she needed to change into a proper attire. Issei had learned that it took Artoria a whole day running to get to him, but since he could fly, the time required was cut short. It only took them half a day to reach the rock house. The pair got themselves a short break before their meeting with the lord of this land. The sun had set when they arrived at Tannen's. The guards didn't ask them to stop so they could report to their master, but told them to go in immediately. It was proof that Tannen had been expecting them. Issei steeled himself, with Lancer a step behind on his left. Inside the chamber, the Dragon King sat imposingly on his seat. His daughter was next to him. Issei didn't see the other 3 sons, so they must be somewhere else. Nonetheless, they were here now, and Issei needed to settle this. Good evening, descendants of Drake. Came the booming voice of Tannen. Good evening, Lord Tannen. It was like what Lancer had told him. Issei was certain that Gova had told Tannen everything, so now it was Issei's turn to tell the Dragon King. Lord Tannen, first please let me thank you for letting us stay here. I really appreciate that. Issei slowly said. I know we have an agreement, and your daughter is indeed a beautiful dragon. However, I must decline your request of blessing her with a child. Issei bowed down his head. I am sorry. He turned to Gova and apologized. The female dragon puffed at him, but otherwise said nothing. Tannen didn't reply to Issei. Instead, he glanced at Lancer, which she returned with a quick nod. I see. I do not mind that, but I want to ask you this. What made you change your mind? The answer was clear to Issei. His eyes turned to Lancer before returning to Tannen. It is because I have found my own dragon mate. Perhaps it was fate or his actions that brought them together, yet Issei didn't care about that. He was glad that he could be with Lancer now. Tannen burst out a laughter, which bewildered them both. Gova, however, wasn't startled by this. She had seemingly been used to her father's antics. Well, Merlin. It's time to fulfill our agreement. The name of the wizard surprised Issei, but what surprised him even more was the appearance of Merlin in the chamber in a storm of flower petals. Indeed it is. The wizard smiled. Good evening to you, Issei and Lancer. I'm happy that you have finally found love. Congratulations. His appearance gained him a glare from Lancer, but she quickly regained her composure. Before your arrival. Tannen pointed at Merlin. The white half-demon had come and told me about your circumstance. Originally, I wanted you two to stay here and pop out a whelp or two for a few centuries, but Merlin gave me another proposal. That is, to have Issei impregnate Gova. The Dragon King is fine with either, but in case Issei declines and makes Lancer his mate, then I shall provide him a gift in exchange for the method to shapeshift into a human. Merlin continued. You do like your games, Merlin. Lancer retorted. You got what you want now, why should you complain? Merlin smiled back at her. You are right. Lancer closed her eyes. Thank you for helping me. Issei didn't really understand what happened between them, but he too thanked Merlin for looking out for him and Lancer. Now then, Lord Tannen, please guide me to where you want your gift to be. Follow me. Oh, and you two are free to come. Issei, Lancer and Merlin began to follow Tannen. Lancer was on Issei's back, and Merlin just floated after them. Gova said that she was done and retreated to her home. The place Tannen took them wasn't too far from his palace, but it was rather heavily guarded, with multiple types of barriers and a number of dragons living nearby. Now then. Merlin started to wave his staff. In the center of the plain, the ground sank into a hole, and then water gushed out. Even standing from afar, Issei could feel the rich magical energy in the water. Merlin kept going until the area became a lake. The water will keep coming out as long as it absorbs the mana from the surrounding, so you should have enough for 1,000 dragons. Keep in mind that you can only pick up the water with a bowl made from the apple tree. If you touch it with anything else, even magic, it will taint the source and dirty the entire lake. Tannen nodded at the explanation and used the bowl given by Merlin to have a taste. Indeed, this is what I drank that day when I snuck into the Garden of the Gods. Thank you for your compliment. Although this is merely a replica. The real Fountain of Youth will not be tainted by anything, in fact it will purify any filth or corruption. Even so, this is good enough for my land. With this water I can turn the dragon apples into the golden apples of divinity. The golden apples of divinity. They must be the same in Greek myth. Merlin was more amazing than Issei thought. To think that he could replicate the Fountain of Youth. Then my job is done here. Merlin gave the Dragon King a bow. Goodbye. Issei and Lancer, I wish you had a happy life. The wizard disappeared in a gust of flower petals, just like how he appeared. Alright, then I shall assign a dragon with the knowledge to teach you how to shapeshift into a human. Tannen looked at Issei. You are free to stay here as you like. Thank you, Lord Tannen. It will be great if your mate has a child before you leave. Ah, about that. Issei felt his face hot by Tannen's words. Next to him Lancer didn't show any reaction, but he could feel that she was also embarrassed. Well, if there's nothing else then we will take our leave. Issei quickly said. Sure, knock yourself out. Issei and Lancer bowed one last time, then the dragon carried the knight back to their rock houses. The night wind calmed down Issei, but he couldn't find an opportunity to talk to Lancer. Hey Ice. Yes. He was caught off guard. Do you want to continue what we did this morning? Oh that. Issei couldn't see Lancer's face, but he was sure that hers was red right now. Yes, I would love to. If Issei had to describe this period of his life, then he would say this was his and Artoria's honeymoon. After Tannen gave him the permission to learn how to shapeshift, he was sent to live in an area where a dragon who was specialized in magic stayed. Due to the fact that he was previously a human, Issei didn't have a hard time learning the shapeshift method, so he could take it easy. The rest of the days he and Artoria just played around in their new house or went on a trip in Tannen's land. Issei had no doubt that Merlin had predicted this because when he and Artoria put their houses together, they merged into a single 2-story rock house. The rooms inside were changed. Now there was only a single master bedroom, which was big enough for Issei in his dragon form and Artoria. The bathroom now had a huge bathtub, which looked like a small pool for both of them to get in. The rest was similarly modified to accommodate a large creature and another person, notably the living room and toilet. There was no TV in the house though. In the morning Issei would wake up, have a quickie with Artoria before leaving for his lesson. Then in the afternoon he would go home and take a bath with her, before having sex the rest of the day, usually between their meals too. When Issei was out for lessons, Artoria would hang out with Gova. The daughter of Tannen was more friendly than Issei had expected, but Artoria was closer to her than Issei. Sometimes Artoria would pin him down the whole day, so Issei had to skip his lesson, not that he complained about it. They didn't use any protection either. Artoria had told Issei that she would be honored to bear his child, and because it usually takes dragons a long time to conceive, they should do it at every chance. Issei was not ready to be a father when he was still a high schooler, but the idea of coming raw inside his goddess turned his brain into mush. So they just kept doing it again and again. He knew his libido was unusual for boys his age, but Artoria definitely could keep up with him, and there was nothing that could make Issei happier than that. Issei flew across the sky, with Lancer on his back. Last night she had told him about a huge tavern northwest from their house called the Smoking Drake, which she had heard from Gova. They had agreed to meet there today, so Issei was taking his night there. Issei had an idea of what a tavern looks like, but it wasn't anything like he saw now. For a tavern it looks more like a massive outdoor restaurant the size of a town, with a shimmery silver lake the size of a stadium in the middle. There had to be hundreds of huts with roofs here, each was no smaller than a house, on top of a huge public space for the rowdy drinkers. Even when he was still on the air, Issei could smell the thickened alcohol in the wind. Dragons of all sizes came and enjoyed the drinks. The ones who took places around the lake just slurped up from the source, while others used barrels, no less than a dozen, to scoop up the wine and bring them to their places. Some even used comically large and long straws to drink directly while staying a distance from it. There is something strange here. Issei landed on the barren ground when he saw Gova and her brother Bova and walked toward them into the town of drunkards. So you have come? The son of Tannen asked, a hint of discontent in his voice. Obviously I have to come with my girlfriend. Issei shot back. No fighting here. Gova interjected. Everyone will pounce on you if you start a fight. If you want to dust it out then do it outside. Gova then led them to their private room, or private hut. It had a similar size to Issei's rock house, except it had nothing but 2 floors, a table in the middle, and lined up empty barrels. "Alright boys, go get us some drinks," ordered Gova. "I'd like everything on the menu, ice," said Lancer. The 2 male dragons carried 40 barrels to the lake, and while Issei knew it was chock full of alcohol, he wasn't sure how he could get multiple flavors from it. "Don't worry, just fill them all up." Bova began to put the barrels above the lake, the liquid, as if it had its own will, flown into their holes. "The taste will change when it gets into your jaws." Issei did so, and they returned to the room where Gova had been chatting merrily with Lancer. There was no food served here. If one wants to eat, then he must bring his own food. Since Issei and Lancer had had their meal, they were here for drinks. "Cheer for our friends Lancer and Issei." Gova bumped her barrel into the other 3. It tasted like the shochu he stole a cup from his father that one time in their vacation. Issei chugged down the whole barrel without trouble. The fire lingered in his throat when he exhaled a breath, amazed by the fact that the lake could indeed turn into any alcohol he wanted. Opposite to him, Lancer had also drunk a barrel, satisfied by it. "How is your training, Issei?" asked Gova. "It's going well." Issei demonstrated by turning into a humanoid dragon. His neck shortened, and the quadrupled body of a dragon returned to the shape of the bipedal human. Issei still had his tail, wings and scales all over his body, but this was a good progression. "Never understand why you need to learn how to shapeshift into one," Bova voiced. His eyes shot a dirty look at Lancer. "The dragon is the perfection, it is an insult to turn into anything else." Issei kept silent. He doubted they knew the truth that he and Lancer were previously humans, and there was no need to reveal to the twins. "Bring out the snacks, ice." Lancer changed the topic. Issei pulled out 2 boxes of crackers, a big bag of chips and a jar of beef jerky, and put them on the table. "These are human snacks." Bova raised his voice annoyingly. "When dragons drink, you chew on these." He showed them a rectangle metal box with various gold coins. Not waiting for anyone, Bova picked up one to go with his next barrel. "You eat metal while drinking?" Issei asked curiously. He noticed that there was a pop sound when Bova did that. "Gems are also fine." Now it was Gova's turn to show her collection. "I find them more tasteful than rare metal." "It is fine. Your dragon body can consume them." "Back then I also ate a lot of gold bars." Issei picked up a gold coin from Bova's box. It had no face nor words. "The trick here is to use your fire to melt the gold coin into liquid before the drink." Issei decided to give it a try. First he built up a fire inside his mouth. It must be hot enough that when he put the gold coin in, it would melt instantly. When the heat was ready, Issei tossed the coin into his mouth. It melted, not unlike chocolate. However, when he tried to drink, the wine burst into steam. The explosion filled out his mouth and throat, and when he swallowed everything, it gave a unique taste. If he wasn't a dragon, this would blow up his head, but the supernatural resilience allowed him to taste the mixed metal and wine at the same time. "This is not bad, but I don't think I will get used to it," Issei commented, wondering if he should try the gems or not. Could gems even be melted? "Ha! I know that you can't be a true dragon." Smoke came out from Bova's nostrils when he laughed. He continued to chunk down more gold coins, showing his superior dragon heritage to Issei. Lancer refrained from snacking on metal. Issei guessed that she didn't have the refined capability to control the fire to melt it like him. Although he could help her melt the metal outside, it's best that he did nothing. On the other hand, Gova did give the snacks they brought a try, and she seemed to like it. The 2 female dragons continued to chat and enjoyed their drinks. Bova and Issei didn't really have anything to say, so they just kept to their drinks. Issei looked outside the window. The scene of various dragons carousing was a sight to behold. He could even find a dragon the size of a whale drinking to his content, and the barrel where he chugged down from was bigger than Issei himself. There was a table where 4 dragons were playing mahjong. Although it was too far for him to see their progression. There were multiple chests with them, so they must be betting money on their game. It was rather amusing to see such a scene. "Hey." Issei turned his head to Bova. The delinquent-like dragon had downed his 6 barrels, yet he didn't seem to be drunk. "Did you know, and your mate?" Bova stole a glance at Lancer, who just went to get more wine with Gova. "Yes, we are in a relationship." "What's this about?" "I heard from my father that you're living together now, but I have never seen her dragon form." "So you two did it? Just like that?" Issei was annoyed by Bova's question. Yes, we did it. What's wrong with it?" I see. You are a true deviant." Bova took a big gulp anxiously. "You've got guts. Not even my father or brothers have done it with someone in a human form." Issei raised his eyebrows. Well, he was proud of his relationship with Lancer, and he had no problem telling everyone Bova was acting weird here. Then it clicked in his head. Hey, what's with that smug? Wipe that off your face or I will break your jaws." "Oops, sorry, I got a little tipsy here." Yet Issei still had a big smug on his face when he put a beef jerky in his mouth. The mighty Bova who threatened and intimidated Issei when he just arrived here as a virgin. 16 years being one allowed Issei to recognize one effortlessly. Now Issei had won over the muscle-brained son of Tannen, and he couldn't stop grinning at that thought. Still, I can't believe this. I got to see a 100-years-old virgin, and a dragon to boot. It is normal for dragons to be virgin. Drake stressed. Don't look down on him because of that. Bova tried to hide his secret by turning away with his back facing Issei, but the loud shout outside grabbed their attention. When Issei looked out, he could see Lancer and Gova at the lake and the surrounding dragons cheering on them. 5 tons of gold for the little lady in blue. My diamond collection for Gova. The bet was becoming more and more outrageous when Issei and Bova got closer, obvious to the cause of it. At the edge of the lake, Lancer was standing next to Gova, a big straw in her mouth, and she was drinking at an incredible speed. Gova on the other hand didn't use any straw but dive her head directly into the lake and drink it up. Undoubtedly these two were having a drinking contest, but Issei was panicked because Lancer's belly would bloat up like a balloon if she tried to beat Gova, who was still the bigger dragon. Don't worry about them. The key here is to convert that magical wine into raw mana inside your body. Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. Of course, though Lancer was a servant before, so she should have an easy time converting physical food. That relieved Issei a little, but still he was worried about Lancer when she boldly went into a challenge like this. They continued their contest without care. For a straight hour Lancer and Gova drank non-stop. The content of the lake never lowered down once. Issei suspected that it shared the same mechanism of the Fountain of Youth, that it would continue to create new wine as long as there's mana around it. The straw dropped from Lancer's hands and she tightened her lips while holding her body with her arms. Issei quickly came to her aid and he let Lancer lean on his body. The little lady lost. Some dragons claimed. No, wait. Look at Gova. Bova instantly came and dragged Gova's neck out of the lake. What the flaming hell were you thinking? You know you have the worst stomach among our family. Everyone could see that she had lost her consciousness and droplets of wine were coming out of her nose. She lost. Gova lost. Now give me your treasures. No, you bet on the loser one. You should be giving me yours. The dragons around them began to fly out of the tavern hastily, then the explosions and roars erupted from outside. Bova looked at Issei, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Let's go home. Thanks for drinking with us. Issei put Lancer on his back. Yeah, I'll take my sister home. Lancer was still conscious, albeit barely, so it was easy putting her on his back. With her sense of balance she wouldn't fall, and even if she fell Issei would still be fast enough to grab her. When Issei flew out of the tavern he looked back once. I see. So that's why. Dragons are extremely resistant to poison, but then how can they be drunk? The answer is simple. This entire town is a giant magical circle which lowers their alcohol tolerance. That's why both Lancer and Gova could be drunk from the Silver Lake. Still, I better look out for Lancer so that she won't get into trouble again. Issei continued to fly toward their home, which should take him a few hours at max speed. His mind was absent from the flight until a sweet smell mixed with alcohol entered his nose. Hey Ice. For an hour and a half Artoria had been silent, but now she began to whisper into his ear. Are you having a boner now? Wanna have some fun here? Yet she didn't wait for his answer. Artoria jumped to the side of his neck and pulled him down. Her strength was beyond Issei's because she was drunk now. They fell and dragged on the grassland below. With one hand Artoria casually rolled Issei over on his back. The sweet smell from her body intensified. Issei's quickly became rock hard under the hands of Artoria. Her hot breath on it didn't help either. It was not possible for him to stop Artoria from fucking him right now, for he also lust after her. His knight undressed her pants and climbed on his lower body, with his little dragon rubbing against her belly. You are such a perverted boy, Ice. Artoria licked her lips. Getting a boner in public because of my scent. Even though they had been going like rabbits, this was still the first time Issei had sex outdoor, so he couldn't help but felt flustered. He wasn't really worried about unwanted bypassers, since dragons respected privacy, and the land was large enough that unless they actively sought after him, no one would know they were naked here. I can't help it, Artoria. I'm always horny for you. He confessed. Good boy. I will reward you for being my mount. Time skip. Issei bit his lower lips. After a few minutes of consideration he carefully and slowly removed Artoria off his body and hurriedly carried her back home. Ice, did something happen yesterday? You were in a drinking contest with Gova. I remember that, what I mean is what happened afterward. Well, we had sex out there on the way home. Issei scratched his face. I remember that too. Artoria's face reddened a little. But did I do something very, very disgracefully and unfitting for a lady back there? I think having sex in public is very embarrassing. I see. Artoria didn't push the matter, and Issei knew he would take this secret to his grave. Why do my clothes smell strange? How? I made sure that it is out of the urine. He immediately shut his mouth, but it was too late. Artoria's eyes had turned into bullets, and they aimed straight for his head. Issei had to sleep outside for a night after that. It had been half a year since they arrived at the reverse side of the world. Many things had happened, but what Issei was happy the most was that he had finally got Lancer to be his girlfriend. Are you ready? Yeah. Issei replied. He had now returned to his human form. Although his hair was red and his eyes were still of a dragon, that was fine. He could explain the red hair via dye and use a pair of glasses or shades to avoid unwanted attention. What he didn't like, however, was the fact that he was shorter than Lancer. The blonde knight stood behind him at 180 centimeters and he was only at 170 centimeters. Well, it is great that when we hug my face is closer to her breasts. It was possible for him to be taller than Lancer, but it also came at the cost of everything on his body being bigger, so Issei would look like a huge European and not a Japanese. It has been a long time since I dressed properly. Obviously, you were naked all the time in your dragon form. Issei had to borrow clothes from Lancer since he had none. Luckily she had some menswear, otherwise Issei would stay in his dragon form until he got actual clothes. He was scared when she reminded him that he was naked on 4 after the bath. If this happened on Earth he would be charged with a public disturbance fine. Thanks for seeing us off, Tannen. They were standing at the teleport site. Issei and Lancer had packed up their stuff and now they're about to leave the dragon land. Here, a gift from me. Tannen presented them a barrel, but from what he smelt it wasn't alcohol. The fountain of youth? Lancer asked in astonishment. Correct. Well, us dragons are immortal, this would still be a great gift for other creatures. Use it well. They both bowed down to Tannen. Besides this one they had already got a chest of gold from Bova and a box of jewels from Gova. If you have a chance, feel free to visit my country again. The last gift from Tannen was the same gold tablet that Merlin gave them before. The gate flashed up and Issei said goodbye to his honeymoon. The land they appeared on wasn't so different from the endless plain of Tannen's land. Now it's time to use this. Issei pulled out the devil summoning circle Merlin gave him before. They had decided to summon the GREMORY like before, and they did have a barrel of the Fountain of Youth now to pay for the price to return to Earth. Although it should be the last resort, since Lancer wanted to keep it to be used for other things later on. The magic circle lightened up on the ground and a devil appeared from inside of it. Unlike the Redeed she devil, this one had black hair, and Issei was certain that she was also a Japanese like him from her features, perhaps only a few years older than him. The kind of college older sister who would be a good housewife. Like Rhea, she also wears a luxurious kimono. Greetings, my name is Sakura GREMORY. How may I help you? Shirumi adjusted his hood, a drop of sweat began to roll on his forehead which he quickly wiped off. His attire consisted of a green tunic with a pair of pants to match, a quiver on his back and a longbow. Despite the seemingly mundane look they were magically enhanced, so were the arrows. In front of him were Saber and Rin Tasaka. The knight was clad in blue and white armor along with a longsword, the same size as her noble phantasm. Saber was looking around constantly with an open face helmet. There was no characteristic, no carver special color on her set. It was as generic as it could be. Rin on the other hand fancied herself in a red robe with a huge wizardry hat, on her hands a long staff, which could actually help her casting spells faster and better. The big difference is that her robe was enchanted so she could wear it in this heat. A luxury that neither Shiru nor Saber got. One should be able to recognize what they were. Rin, I have found another one. Saber casually lifted up a boulder the size of a car. The boulder itself wasn't anything special, but underneath it was a chest, tightly fitted into the hole. Rin pulled a mobile phone, a customized one that could only be used in this world, to snap at the chest. The chest disappeared into the phone, and she wasted no time to count the content. Yes. Another medium one. His girlfriend happily counted the coins, a mix of bronze and silver, inside the chest. A bronze coin could be exchanged for a US cent, and a gold coin for a US dollar. So the more she got the bigger loot they would be able to exchange once this was over. Rin was not the only person to have this kind of mobile phone. Both Shiru and Saber were also given one. Since they were using the share function, they could see how much they got on top of their status and equipment. Rin was the one in charge of managing their loots, as she demanded. See? My time wasn't wasted at all. Saber proudly puffed up her chest. Shiru could only let out a silent sigh. He never expected to be here in the underworld, working an odd job that no mages had taken before. After the Fifth Holy Grail War, Rin had gone to attend the prestigious Academy Clock Tower in London, along with Shiru as her apprentice and Saber as her familiar. Shiru was still on his way to help and save people, and the girls were his greatest support. As per tradition, every full-pledged mages would enter a contract with a devil. Just devils, not capital D devil. Their main instructor Lord Elmeloy was not a spectacular man, ignoring the fact that he did survive a Holy Grail war like them. Lots of mages considered him to be mediocre and unfitting for his position. Yet he surpassed all of their expectations with his teachings, which had rapidly brought out the talents of every student in his class. The most nerve-wracking thing about him, however, was the fact that he got a Devil King's contact, especially an email address, who was none other than Lord Beelzebub. From the dawn of magecraft, very few mages had got a direct contact with a Devil King. High-ranked devils such as dukes or marquess were not that rare, but not outright their king. Rin had told him that only the wizard marshal and those among the top of Clock Tower could talk to them face to face, yet Lord Elmeloy could do it, and at a very young age. The reason why they were here was because Lord Beelzebub requested some humans to test out his latest work, which required modern knowledge and a love for gaming. Lord Elmeloy wanted to go, being a video game addict, but his schedule was buried deep, so he picked Rin instead. The rest of the mages were not very familiar with video games, so this was the correct choice. The pay was good, great even. Lord Beelzebub certainly had shown them how ambitious his project was with this test. Currently the three were inside a gigantic simulator that was created in the fashion of a fantasy land. From what Shiro understood, when the test passed all points, it would be released on Earth to be the first virtual reality massive multiplayer online game. The first of what humans have always imagined in the far future. Shiro doubted this was the only intention of Lord Beelzebub or the mages he was working with, however. Regardless, the JRPG fan Saber was content with this job. Shiro couldn't blame her, since he and Rin had to study and do a lot of research. Saber could only stay at home most of the time when she was not with Rin to be her security detail. To help the warrior king from the past, Shiro had bought her a gaming console with a range of RPG games. Needless to say, every time he got home, Saber would always be in front of the monitor fighting, exploring or reading through dialogues. She even showed off her max level characters and a collection of secret items. Unsurprisingly, she was the biggest expert among them three here. The foliage is very realistic. The weather is accurate to a certain extent. The bugs are too few though, but this might be a better detail, so as not to make the people feel uncomfortable. Rin wrote down on her mobile phone. Once they returned to their residence, they would need to report to Lord Beelzebub's assistant. Looks like the entrance is here. Saber stood in front of a gate that led inside the castle. This kind of castle will have a tough time defending or preventing infiltrators. Really? Yeah, there is no moat, and the wall can be scaled without specialized equipment. Saber turned her head. There are no watchtowers either. Got it. Rin quickly scribed. Today would be special. They would have a mock boss fight, the absolute feature of any JRPG. Just like they were hired to playtest, other people were also hired to do the same. Shiro hadn't met the opponents out of the game, but the assistant told him that there would be a knight and a dragon. Come on, we don't have time to waste. Rin pushed ahead. Shiro and Saber also walked in. They could only test the game for 5 hours every day, so the more loots they got, the better reward afterward. In the huge courtyard, which would soon be a battlefield, they found their target. A dragon covered in red scales roughly the size of a horse was laying on the grass, with his wings tucked onto his back, and they could see a spike-tipped tail about 2/3 of his body. His green eyes observed them in silence. Saber had actually fought dragons back when she was alive, so they wouldn't have a hard time. Still, this was the first time Shiro and Rin faced a dragon, and they wouldn't want to let Saber do all the work. Already Rin had prepared defensive spells, but whether they would be useful or not remained to be seen. Although Shiro expected the dragon to be bigger, like a T-Rex at least. Their other obstacle was a knight in red armor. He sat on the ground, patting the dragon's head as if he were his pet. His armor had a dragon motif, and his weapon was a straight sword that was identical from Saber's. The three stopped just 10 meters from their enemies. The dragon rose and began to say what could only be a JRPG boss's script, with excitement. Adventurers come here only to die. He tried to make an impression, but his voice wasn't that threatening. Your last chance to survive is gone now, as you will face the wrath of the Dragon Knight. The dragon spread his wings, confronting the party. So we will fight the dragon first, then the knight. Or the knight will jump on the dragon in the next phase. Shiro readied his bow. In this formation, Saber would be the offense while he and Rin supported from behind. They knew they were only testing a game, and their opponents were here for a job just like them. However, Shiro couldn't help but want to fight at his full strength against a dragon. Rin, Shiro. Saber threw away the scabbard. Please do not interfere. On the opposite, the knight also did the same thing. He drew the sword and had the dragon step back. In less than a second, their swords had clashed for 10 times. Following Saber's strikes was not unusual for Shiro. He had done that since her summoning, for the sake of fighting and fighting with her. Nonetheless, he still had a hard time doing it, for Saber had surpassed humans. However, today was different. Shiro could follow and see where Saber hit her opponent. She was slower and seemingly using more techniques. Strangely enough, the Red Knight did the same thing, and Shiryu couldn't help but understand that his fighting style was uncannily similar to Saber's. Sure, there was a difference due to height and weight, but the majority of them were matching. It was as if they were brother and sister, studying under the same mentor. Just like Shiryu and Rin, the Red Dragon was also confused by his master. He only stood there, watching the fight. Then it stopped abruptly. Both Saber and her opponent put down their sword. As expected. Saber returned to retrieve her scabbard, while the dragon did it for his knight. Huh. Shiryu and Rin were shocked to see the knight take off the helmet. Under it was a beautiful face of a young woman, but the gender didn't shock them. Shiryu and Rin looked at Saber again, and back at the knight again. Saber gave them a confirmation nod. I see. So that's why I find her familiar. The dragon exhaled. The test was cancelled due to this unexpected encounter, requested by both parties. Now Shiryu, Rin and Saber were sitting in a living room of the GREMORY estate. They had changed back to their normal clothes, but with a necklace, a craft essence, that allowed them to breathe in the mana-rich environment of the reverse side. Only Saber didn't need it and in fact thrived in such a world. You guys return early today. A young girl, younger than Shiryu and Rin, came in with a tray. She gracefully put the tea on the table for them. The hem of her light pink kimono never touched the table. She was the owner of this place. Also the devil that Rin had a contract with and currently provided them housing. Thank you, Sakura. It's my pleasure, Shiryu. She smiled. The other party, sitting at the opposite side of the table, also thanked Sakura. Rin coughed a bit, then began to introduce herself. My name is Tasaka Rin, to my left is Emiya Shiryu. He's my apprentice in magecraft. On my right is Saber, and I have a good guess on you knowing who she is. Correct. The bigger and older version, Shiryu knew Saber was somewhat jealous, but didn't vocalize it, of Saber replied. My true name is not different from her, and our life might more or less be the same as the legend surrounding us. You should call me Lancer not to confuse me and her. My liege is Issei, also a Japanese like you too, if I'm not mistaken. I see, so you two have gotten a new lord to serve. Saber nodded, indicating her new lord. Given our alias, I can only assume that you guys are also from a Holy Grail War. Indeed, we fought in the Grail War which occurred in Fuyuki. How about you? I met Lancer in the Kuoh Grail War. The boy, Issei, answered. The Kuoh Grail War. Shiryu did hear about it when he was at the clock tower, but received no request to check it out. Besides, there were a number of Grail Wars, some of them real, a lot of them fake, and nothing more than bloody games. Still, as an ally of justice, Shiryu needed to know whether the Holy Grail in Kuoh was a curse like the Fuyuki Grail or not. Oh, it is real as a wishing artifact could be. We kinda used it. Issei scratched his head, his face slightly reddened. Lancer only gave him a gentle smile, her hand touching his. Ooh. Shiryu instantly recognized the very same smile that Saber only gave to him. He could also see that Rin had the face when she was about to uncover some embarrassing secrets, while Saber had an approving nod. Do you still have the grail? Because if so, then we will have to collect or remove it before someone else does. A source of power and miracles is not something to be left alone. Unfortunately, or should I say fortunately, the grail dissolved after we used it. Shiryu nodded. Still, he believed the Mage Association wouldn't just leave that alone. Sooner or later there would be agents checking and cleaning any suspicious trace of a Holy Grail War. The room became quiet. Both parties were done with introduction, yet actual conversation wasn't done. Okay everyone. Tonight we will have a wyvern hot pot. Sakura clapped her hand to break the ice. Shiryu and his two girlfriends were interested in such a dish, so when Sakura asked them for dinner, they had picked this one. Shiryu might have mastered a lot of cooking dishes, but wyvern meat is one that he had never seen or tried before. The reaction of the other party was lackluster. You two are not interested in it. Well, we had a lot of wyvern meat, and by a lot I mean enough for 10 men every day, months ago. Issei said in a low tone. It was not good. Saber communicated with Lancer, and she gave her a silent nod. I see. How did you eat the wyvern meat? Sakura asked curiously. Well, given that we were basically naked in the wild, stick on a bonfire was the only thing we got, so. Then you did it wrong. Sakura proclaimed. Wyvern meat is not to be treated like that. First you marinate both meat and bones in wine, not any kind of wine, but a specific brew. Shiryu was at a loss at the name of the wine brew, assuming it came from a supernatural origin. He still listened to the rest of the brief cooking lecture, as he would definitely try his hands on wyvern meat afterward. Finally, you use meat to clean the meat and boil it. Now we have prepared wyvern meat to be enjoyed. Issei and Lancer gave her a big hand. Shiryu could see that they were hungry now, unlike the first impression. A huge hot pot was placed in the middle of the table. Wild vegetables native to the Devil Realm along with condiments and a whooping 20+ kilogram of juicy wyvern meat. Sakura told him it was more expensive than an entire buffet at a 5-star restaurant for the two big eaters. Before they actually pick up the chopsticks, the curtain rose up, showing the red she-devil in her usual opulence kimono. With a koto in her hands, she began to play some traditional music that Shiro knew he had heard, but couldn't remember. It was not like he had a problem with a completely supernatural foreigner to indulge herself in Japanese arts, he just felt like she was intentionally overdoing it. That said, she was Sakura's king, so it was better for them to just enjoy the background music that she enjoyed. Let's dig in. It tasted a little like beef and chicken. The tenderness was just right, and the sweetness of meat enhanced it further. Shiro now understood why Sakura had to prepare so much meat, as Issei surely shared the appetite of Saber and Lancer, devouring his dinner like a wild animal. Rin swatted down Sakura's hand when she tried to feed Shiro by hand. They did understand their rivalry. And their relationship of being blood-related sisters separated at childhood. Then the Grail War happened, and Sakura had been trying to steal him away from Rin. Shiro couldn't deny the Yamato Nadeshiko, that is Sakura GREMORY, as she had discarded her birth surname. She certainly had learned and followed the codes of Japanese etiquettes, down to even the way she sat on a futon. Her body was also more mature than both Rin and Saber. Not to say that he didn't prefer the two petite girls, but Sakura had what they had yet to gain. Dinner was finally over, both parties were satisfied. As Sakura began to clean up the table, Rin told Shiro to go get some liquor. "Couldn't we just order them here?" he asked. "Nah, the one store that I want doesn't do orders. You will have to get it yourself." Issei was also told to go with Shiro. The younger boy stood up and walked to the door before transforming into the red dragon earlier. He checked the map one last time. Does this mean? Would Shiro finally get to ride a dragon? Nope. Then Shiro got to sit inside a basket-like carriage that Issei carried with him by his legs. It was like Shiro was being kidnapped by a flying animal. Is there any reason for you not to just let me on your back?" Sorry about that. I get very irritated if anyone but Lancer is on top of me. In the future I might metal out, but for now there's a high chance that I will bite anyone on my back except her. So he's like a guy who lets no one but his girlfriend in his supercar. The liquor store was less of a normal bar that Shiro had worked for before and more of an entire wine ceiling. Devil does not joke when it comes to alcohol. The owner confirmed the order, and before they knew it the pair was on the way back. The golden moon shone on the endless night. From what Shiro knew, there was no sun in the devil realm, and this moon was even an artificial construct. That's why it's always on full moon, like today. Issei was the first to break the silence. "Was your holy grail war deadly?" "Well, there were a few times I thought I was gonna die, but somehow I made it." It was definitely a deadly experience for Shiro. If Lancer is King Arthur, then who is the saber of your war? "We didn't find out who she is." "Really?" "Yeah," Issei answered. "If I have to guess, she might be Miyamoto Musashi, or at least a variant of the Miyamoto Musashi that we know." "Who is Lancer in your war?" "That was Kuoh, the Irish hero you know." "Oh yeah, that guy who calmed down after seeing the boobs of the female villagers." "Why do you mention that fact about his legend first?" Shiro believed that Lancer would straight up stab Issei if he heard this. Or not, maybe they would shout boobs together like mad celts. Seeing where this conversation would go, Shiro took the initiative. "Do you know about the rest of the servants?" "Not all of them, but we learned that Rider is St. George, Assassin is that Iron Maiden noble lady, no ID on the first Berserker, but the second one is Siegfried. I don't know who Archer is, and Caster is either Tomomo or Daji or some kind of Yaokai. For me Rider is Perseus, Caster is Medea, Assassin is Kajiro, and Berserker is Hercules." Since Issei didn't know the identity of some servants, Shiro felt comfortable not telling him who the fifth war archer is. But the Kuoh war also had an extra servant like Gilgamesh. Who was the hardest to overcome? "The servants I mean, but wow, you guys had to fight Hercules." "That Hercules? The hero of Greece absolutely was a monstrosity. His strength is of mythology, and he kept going and going even after taking multiple noble phantasms in the face. Yet for me, the hardest challenge was not the Greeks but Archer. Indeed, for Shiro Amiya there was no greater enemy than himself. He had fought tooth and nail to protect his ideal, even if it's from someone else, or impossible in the first place." Shiro let out a silent breath, recalling the memory of the war. "What about you then, Haidu? Who was the servant that almost killed you?" "More than a few I would say. Siegfried was one step away from finishing me off, but Lancer managed to save me on time. However, I would say that Assassin was the biggest vexation in my war. Mine was not that bad, but technically he's not a real assassin. Still he and his master were troublesome. Sasaki Kajiro. Man, don't I want to see him fighting against my war saber. They might even recognize each other just by looking at their swords." "Yeah, but if your saber was really Musashi, then the legend would repeat and Kajiro would lose. After all, servants are heavily defined by their stories. Unless their masters interfere and change the circumstances." "Good point." Shiro nodded. Moreover, Kojiro would win if Musashi jumped into the fight instantly and not dragging it out. Or they could do a dramatic clash of swords as they ran all over the city. Issei claimed. Yeah, I can see it now. We watched too many and I'm, Haidu. Shiro rolled his eyes. Hey, magic and supernatural are true, so watching an anime about them will be a huge help. Right. Though Issei was not wrong because they had been working on a fantasy-themed game project. Any knowledge on the supernatural through the media could be helpful. By the way, are you three in a polygamous relationship? Going directly, huh? Shiro replied. You could say that. It's amazing that I met you, you know. Shiro could understand. Any healthy male does want the attention of multiple females. It is built into their biology. Normally Shiro wouldn't speak much about his relationship with the girls, seeing that theirs was special and they didn't want others to nose in for some gossip. But perhaps due to the fact that Issei's girlfriend and his were like sisters to each other and they had survived a Holy Grail war ordeal, Shiro could give the younger boy some advice. If you're wondering about whether Lancer accepts polygamy or not, you should talk to her. Although in my opinion, letting the relationship develop naturally is much better. Shiro spoke. Besides, even when they're living in the modern age now, their thinking is still affected by the medieval age, which means it is okay for one man to marry multiple women. Well, Issei painfully replied. I'm scared that I would lose Lancer if I ever mention that I want another woman. For us to be together like this, we had gone through a difficult time. Honestly, if I have to choose, I will always pick Lancer over any other girls. She is that precious to him, huh? Once again Shiro understood his position. Yet to him both Rin and Saber were a treasure that he wouldn't pick one over another. Of course, Issei would also need to convince the other girl to be okay with him and Lancer in a relationship together. But that is a problem Issei has to solve by himself, otherwise it will be meaningless. Anyway, try your best. You said that if you had to choose, what you should do is somehow not reach the part where you had to choose. Do it, take both instead of one against another. Thanks. Shiro could only hope that Issei had seen it in a new light. Also, do you know how to cook? A little. Why? A little is not enough for Lancer. Listen, if you want her to be happy, you must learn how to cook. You have some days off, right? Meet me here and I will teach you some advanced dishes so you can please Lancer. Thank you, teacher. They finally returned home, and as Issei turned back to his human form they headed for the room. They could still hear the music, but this time it's some kind of ballad or something like that. Shiro was not a musician. They could have people fetch the wine, couldn't they? I was under the impression that we're staying in a high-class resort complex. Then you don't know, Haidu. Shiro shook his head. Listen, women will have their own talk when the men are out. I bet you they're talking about us but don't want us to know. I see. Issei raised an eyebrow. This guy. He hasn't learned how dangerous women can be when they're sitting together to talk about males. Issei would have to learn it the hard way then. We're home. Shiro slid open the door. Inside the girls were chatting lively. Rin was using her magnifying glass to check on a collection of jewelry from a small box intensively. Truly, they were filled with magical energy and candidates for her magecraft. Similarly, Sakura was also examining the gems along with Rin. Only when they worked together like this the sisters didn't try to snipe at each other with remarks and insults. That is also one big gem. Thought Shiro at the egg-size gorgeous smooth gem. Shiro, how do I look? Saber greeted him in her full armor, except with a silver helmet that had a thick and fluffy mane. Two round orange orbs could be seen on top of the helmet, while fangs-like decorations were on the visor and the lower jaw. It was a lion-themed helmet. That looks weirdly suited to you, Saber. It does, doesn't it? Saber continued to flaunt her helmet in front of a mirror, spinning and looking at every angle like the best thing she got from an armory. Meanwhile, Lancer was holding a sword in her hands, caressing it like an old friend. Shiro had a good guess on what the two kings were doing when they were out. We got the liquor here. Huh? Oh okay. Rin looked up at Shiro before going back to the jewels, but one sweep from Lancer, and she got all of them back in the box before taking it away, much to Rin's shock and frustration. Shiro had no doubt Rin would try to convince Lancer to give her some of those rare gems now. He should stop her when she did that. The two kings on the other hand were content with keeping each other's stuff. Ria's GREMORY seemed to have gone somewhere, so there was only a golden gramophone in her place. Now, cheer for our new friendship. Cheers. The liquor was great, and now they started to have small talks, closing the distance. So much that Issei breathed fire as a magic trick, and Shiro juggled 10 knives as a response. When the party was over, a drunken Issei was carried by Lancer to head back to their house. Apparently they were staying at their own place. Saber too carried the sleepy Rin back to their room, leaving Shiro and Sakura to clean up the place. Now, we're alone, SENPAI. Shiro twitched, maybe he should have drunk to sleep like Rin, so Saber could carry them both home. With a finger snap, the dirty dishes and glasses disappeared, leaving behind only 2 cups of sake. What a convenient demonic power. Well, it's late now, so. Can you not really stay here for a moment? Sakura pouted. You know how difficult it is for us to be alone like this. You're not wrong. Shiru grabbed the cup but didn't drink it. The last time. Was it when Rin told me to help you set up the defense in her mansion? Indeed. Sakura too didn't drink. It was a strange time for Shiru to meet a devil who, from what he heard, was helping Rin to cure her mother of the shock and trauma from the Fourth War. The girl was nothing like the devil he had imagined, and the bigger truth bomb was that she and Rin were related. It's one hell of a coincidence, isn't it? To think that both servants of the same legend would meet here, and for masters who won the Holy Grail War to talk and drink together. Yeah. Now they drank the sake in one gulp at the same time. Sakura, you told me that you were saved, but I didn't get it. What happened? How did you become a devil? You see. Sakura pulled out a photo. Shiru could see 3 people there, the mother of Rin and Sakura, Mrs. Tasaka, Sakura herself when she was a little girl, and an unfamiliar man. During the Fourth Holy Grail War in Fuyuki, I was supposed to be sold off to the Matu. My fate was to be put into that worm pit to inherit the crest and become the next Matu. Uncle Korea, however, refused to let me step into that house. He sold off everything he got to summon Lady Rias and asked her to save me. Sakura recalled. You should have seen how furious Sauken was when Lady Rias took me away. Although, Uncle Korea didn't survive after that and got fed to the worms. Lady Rias reincarnated me since it's the only way to pay for the price of saving my life. I have discarded my original family name since then and learned how to use my blood magecraft as well as the demonic power. I see. Sakura was lucky to escape the Matu. Shiru had seen what happened to Shinji and bystanders, and just remembering it made him want to puke. But the past is the past, and you yourself have ensured that the Matu is no more. So please, don't be sad about your friend Shinji. Sakura looked at him with warm eyes. I'm sure Shinji would like you to live your life to the fullest too. You're right. Thank you, Sakura. It was time for him to leave, but before he realized it, Sakura had pecked him on the cheek. I might only begin it because I wanted to pay back my sister for abandoning me, but now I'm doing it for another reason. She giggled. Well then, goodbye and good night, Shiru. Once again, he was reminded that she was a devil. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.